I'm a mere peasant in this feudal kingdom here.
Welcome to the third annual Center for the Future of War conference. It began 3 years ago and it continues to grow. For all of you who are here this morning, thank you for attending, and for those online this is being streamed, we welcome you to the conference as well. You're a big part of what we're all about. I represent Dr. Michael Crow, the president of Arizona State University, so he sends his greetings to each and every one of you. And I was lucky to be present when the keel was laid for this whole work between Dr. Crow and Anne-Marie Slaughter, when they had this vision to create this work, this critical work. And what Arizona State University strived to do was to be a learning partner as a part of this, to have New America lead the way, become cutting edge, look out to the front, but have Arizona State University be that teammate that preserved the information, that explored the information. And so today we find ourselves 3.5 years later with over 100 adjunct professors from Arizona State University as a part of this work. Many teammates from New America, who you'll hear from today, doing the work of this Center for the Future of War. Today is a culmination of a lot of different activities, and you'll hear wonderful speakers that'll begin with our service chief from the United States Army, followed by the Air Force, and then topics from the CEO and president of Alphabet all the way down to discussions of Colombia, Syria, and social media. So a broad range of discussions today, all critical, all leading up to where we are, and yet the work will continue. And so we encourage each and every one of you to be an active participant, not only today, but for 365 days, to continue to ponder this question about America and America's role in the future of conflict. At Arizona State University, we're the #1 university for 2 years in a row for innovation. And part of that is because we have strategic partnerships with innovative entities like New America. We continue to push the envelope in higher education. We have 92,000 students. We're the largest public research university in the United States, and we'll continue to strive to provide excellence, impact, and opportunity for the men and women who come to Arizona State. Why is this work so important? I think about the work of Robert A. Dowdy, who wrote The Seeds of Disaster, a study of the French Doctrine from 1919 to 1939. And in his book, what Dowdy writes about is the fact that the French got it wrong. When they looked at the future of war in 1919 and saw the tank as an infantry support weapon, airplane as something that wasn't necessarily integral to the combined arms team, and a radio that was just to help facilitate messaging, versus the Germans who looked at combining the strength of air power, ground power through armored vehicles enabled by the technological means of air and ground talking to each other and coordinating. The French found themselves in 1940 totally unprepared and stunned and out of the fight in months after years of preparation. Let it not be this generation, nor us, who are failed to be vigilant and look to the future and the implications of technology, the implications of pace of change, the implications of all that we see in the world today. Senator McCain often talks, I serve at the McCain Institute for International Leadership. He talks about that in time of service, both in uniform and out, this is the most dangerous time that he's ever seen in the world. So it's particularly important that we pause today and focus through the lens of the Center for the Future of War and focus on what might be both today and tomorrow regarding the Center of the Future of War and what war looks like. No one could be better poised to help lead us in this than Anne-Marie Slaughter, the President and CEO of New America. She is a remarkable teammate and a remarkable leader, and I was thinking on the way over today, Congress has made today Rosie the Riveter Day for what women did in the Second World War to build combat power and enable combat power, build the strength of the arsenal here, even fly the aircraft abroad, women at the helm, and enabled the fighting. And that's what Anne-Marie's all about. She's a riveter because she rivets organizations together. President and CEO of New America, she's also the Bert G. Kersletter 66 Princeton University Professor Emeritus of Politics and International Affairs. From 2009 to 2011, she served as the Director of Policy Planning for the United States Department of State and was the first woman to hold that leadership position. Upon leaving the State Department, she received the Secretary's Distinguished Award for her work in leading the Quadrennial Diplomacy and Development Review, as well as Meritorious Service Awards from the United States Agency for Internal Development and the Supreme Allied Commander for Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, our great teammate from New America, Anne-Marie Slaughter.
Thank you. That was lovely. Thank you. So I have to start by saying we're enormously proud of our partnership with Arizona State University for so many reasons, because they are and have been for the last couple of years ranked the most innovative university in the country. And we are all about innovation, but also, and more broadly, even though many of us come from small selective institutions, it is these large public universities that are going to be the places that our soldiers, our warriors, our leaders come from. And what ASU is proving is that those universities can take in a large number of students who reflect the population of their states and do great research and attract great faculty. That's a new model of how we educate people in the 21st century, and it is thus entirely appropriate that ASU and New America partner on things like the future of war, and actually we have another partnership on the future of technology. So this is our third Future of War conference, and we bring together all of you, many of you have been here before, experts from government, military, the private sector, the civic sector, journalism, academia, and we try to shape the discussion of how war is changing. This is not about the next DoD budget bill, although I may ask General Milley about that, but it is about the longer term issues, how with technologies, demographics, the changing threat landscape, what does the future of war and thus the future of peace look like? This conference will also address the human costs of war, the moral injury panel, how to build a sustainable peace, the panel with Séverine Autesserre, and how, as I said, the future of peace, to avoid war altogether. I want to take just a minute to thank our corporate sponsors, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, and Deloitte. We are very grateful for their generous support. Without it, frankly, we couldn't do this. And now, before I introduce General Milley, you have to bear with me one moment. My new book publishes today. I was a little late. I was just finishing it, just those last few words. But it's directly relevant to what we're talking about today. It's called The Chessboard and the Web, Strategies of Connection in a Networked World. And it argues that the future of war, and frankly, the future of foreign policy more generally, is not just a matter of statecraft, the chessboard. We do this, Russia does that. We do this, Russia does that. How many moves can we see ahead? That is classic military strategy and classic foreign policy strategy. It's highly relevant, but the future of war and the future of foreign policy is equally a matter of webcraft, of what non-state actors do and how we bring other non-state actors to counter them. It's a matter of connection, disconnection, and misconnection. And we need to be as strategic in thinking about how to build the networks that will counter networks of bad actors as we are in thinking about what to do about our traditional adversaries. So you have to forgive me, but that's not every day that you have a conference and a book that publishes on the same day. So I now have the great pleasure, for the second year in a row, of introducing you heard this last year, but Princeton rules demand us to say this, my 1980 classmate, General Mark Milley, who is the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army. He assumed duty as the 39th Chief of Staff of the Army in 2015. He has had a remarkable career, and I'm not going to go through it except to just point out a few things that I think bear directly on the future of war. He has served in command positions at bases in North Carolina, California, New York, Korea, Hawaii, Kentucky, and Iraq. So just think about that and wonder how likely that will be 10 to 20 to 30 years from now in terms of the career of the top officer in the Army. And he has been deployed to Sinai in Egypt, to Panama, to Haiti, to Bosnia-Herzegovina, to Iraq, to Afghanistan, to Somalia, and Colombia. So ask yourself also, if in the future, what that means about where our forces have been deployed and where they will be deployed. Please welcome General Milley. Thank you. It looks so great.
All right.
Come have a seat here.
So I get to sit on the couch. Awesome.
Get people in the right reflective mood.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. So, General Milley, in first place, we are thrilled to have you back because we heard you last year, and I want to start our conversation taking off from where we were last year, where you said you thought that in 10 to 20 years there would be a change not in the nature of war, but the character of war. So my first question is explain that difference, and then I want to take off from there.
Well, the nature of war, I think, is immutable. It has to do with politics. War is about imposing your will, your political will, on your opponent by the use of organized violence. And that's the essential part of war. That's what distinguishes it from diplomacy. And the nature of war is characterized by, friction, fog, politics, human will, those sorts of factors. And I don't think that's going to change. That's been around for several thousands of years. That's probably not going to change. But the character of war changes and changes from time to time frequently. But fundamentally, it only changes once in a while in a fundamental sense. And I think we're on the cusp of a fundamental change in the character of war. And the character of war has to do with a lot of things. Technology is oftentimes one of the drivers of the change in character of war, but also the social factors, how you organize a political system, such as following the French Revolution as an example, when Napoleon had a nation in arms. That was a fundamental shift in the character of war.
And because it differed from the way armies had been organized in the past?
Right. From monarchy-type armies, you now had a nation committed to an idea, France, and he was able to mobilize the mass of his greatest asset, which is people. Whereas the monarchy, previous monarchies could only mobilize so many professional soldiers that they were willing to pay for. So that shift meant that Napoleon had a different type of army in its people based on a social or political change.
Right.
Other changes that have occurred, a lot of them are technology. So, the introduction of the stirrup, when people learned how to steer a horse, or the bit.
Thought about the stirrup.
or the change from a musket, a smoothbore musket, to a rifled weapon, which increased the lethality and the range of the weapon. The introduction of machine gun, airplane, mechanization, those sorts of things fundamentally changed the character. But if you look at, for example, one of the most discussed changes in the character of war was mechanization, wheels and tracked vehicles, in combination with aircraft and in combination with the radio, which allowed for dispersed command and control. All those technologies were available to all the countries of the 1920s and 30s. So the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, France, Germany, they all had those. But the only country that really combined them in a unique way of war, which was doctrine, were the Germans, and that allowed them then to overrun Europe between 1939 and 1942.
With the Blitzkrieg.
With which we call the Blitzkrieg, which is really a Western term. The Germans call it war of movement. But they were able to take the technologies and combine them in a unique way of war. So that changed the character of war at the mid-20th century. So you've got different periods of time in which character of war has changed. But the nature of war has remained pretty immutable over time.
Okay, so if the character of war can change as a result of social and political upheaval, technology, how you put technology together with doctrine, what is it today that you see that is fundamentally changing the character of war?
There's a lot of factors, I think, that are converging in time and space. I think in terms of time, my guess is that the character of war, the fundamental shift in the character of ground war in particular, will change. My guess is about 10 years from now. That's why I say we're on the cusp of it. We're not in it yet, but we can see the previews. And in terms of time, we probably got about 10 years, maybe 15 at the outside. And what's changing, there's some societal things changing. Right. So if you look at demographics, one of the big phenomena that's occurred over, say, 100, 150 years is the urbanization of the world's population. That's really, the rise over run has significantly increased. So today, I think you might have something like 10 megacities or 12 megacities or something like that, defined as over 10 million people. But by mid-century, we're going to have at least 50 or more megacities.
And like 30 will be in China alone when you look at the size.
That's right.
Yep.
So, and if war is really about politics, and the root word of politics is polis, the Greek polis, so it's about people and power. So if war is about politics, it's going to be fought in general where people are. And it'll be fought, in my opinion, in urban areas. So we are probably seeing a shift, a fundamental shift in the physical terrain of where wars will be fought, from rural or desert type areas, sparsely populated areas, to heavily densely populated areas in megacities.
So that means something like looking at the Fallujah or the Syrian cities. That's not sort of an anomaly. That is where you think war will be fought. When we look at these horrific pictures of Aleppo, that's...
Yeah, and think, and Aleppo, Fallujah, Mosul, in my view, these are previews of future war on a larger scale, perhaps. So like before World War I. World War I, it's long been written that the generals couldn't connect the dots of the technologies, the machine gun, the barbed wire, and some other to the artillery, the massive artillery, and it led to a huge slaughter and the ascent of the defense over the offense. So they entered World War I thinking that cavalry charges and close order drill going across open fields was a good tactic. And then they ran into the machine gun and so on, and it led to mass slaughter and eventually trench lines and so on and so forth. Well, the previews of World War I were already seen in the Boer War, the Russo-Japanese War, the American Civil War, the Franco-Prussian War, and several other wars that occurred prior to World War I. But people didn't quite connect the technology with the doctrine, with the terrain, and so on and so forth, and led to the result we got in World War I. So as we move forward, the challenge for not just the Army, but Navy, Air Force, Marines, all of us, and I would argue all armies around the world are looking at pretty much the same thing, is how do you take these technologies that are out there, apply them to your ways of war, your doctrine,
Right.
And then apply them to some of the social changes that we're seeing. So what does all that mean then? So like for the Army as an example, if in fact future war will be largely fought in urban terrain,
Right.
what's the so what? Well, that has huge implications for the United States Army. The United States Army has been optimized for 241 years to fight in rolling terrain, gently rolling hills, northern hemisphere. We were sub-optimized for jungle war. We have the capability for jungle war, but we're not optimized for it. We're sub-optimized for mountain warfare capability, but not optimized.
We do deserts, but not
We do
mountains.
deserts. We do deserts, but and we're sub-optimized for urban capabilities, right? So what this means then, and I've discussed this with the Army leadership, is we're going to have to, as we move forward, within the next 10 years, optimize the Army for urban warfare. And that's a general statement. That has all kinds of doctrinal implications. How do you fight in an urban area? Equipment implications for the width, size, weight of tanks or tractor wheel vehicles, the elevation of guns, the wingspan of helicopters or the rotor span of helicopters. And there's 1,000 other implications.
And how are you, I mean, so you've also, when you think about the changes over history from, large massed formations, I'm just thinking about the Revolutionary War, right? You have the British in these large mass formations, you have the Americans, not in uniform, able to be much scrappier. What does that mean for urban warfare in terms of how the Army's got to be organized and what kinds of weapons it faces?
Well, for the organizational part, that'll be a significant change. If we optimize for urban combat, by the nature, urban areas compartment organizations, just by streets and buildings and floors and rooms and so on and so forth. So the Army will definitely have to organize differently, probably into smaller, more compartmented groups that can operate in a network. Your recent book there, I guess it's published today or something like that.
You had an advanced copy.
I had an advanced copy. But she's right on the networked nature of the future. So we'll have to have what I think is a lot of relatively small formations that are networked and can leverage, Air Force or Naval delivered joint fires and leverage other units within the area to achieve a battlefield effect.
When you say relatively small, how many people?
Well, we're debating that. How big, organization. These are units of action sort of thing. Probably somewhere in the range of companies to battalions, something like that. Now that doesn't mean you do away with battalions and brigades and divisions. That's not at all what it's saying.
The operational unit we're talking about. Not
Yeah, the fighting element will probably end up having to be a much smaller entity. If you think, in some ways, you think of how some of our special operations operate today,
Right.
that may be a preview of how larger armies operate in the future.
And when you and I also spoke before, you pointed out that with GPS and cell phones, there is no element of surprise in the same way, which also seems to me to be a major change in how you have to think about. I mean, when I think about generals plotting strategy, I think, obviously, where I go in the summer is where Hannibal defeated the Romans in the Second Punic War, and he did it because the Romans marched around the mountain into the rising sun, and the Carthaginians were deployed in the hills, exactly where we go, and they had the element of surprise, and they drowned a lot of people in the lake. Had people had cell phones, that would have been a little harder to do.
Yeah, so, one of the additional technological changes that we're seeing, and have been seeing really for 20 years or so, is sort of the ubiquitous nature of information technologies. And with that comes sensors. So all of these iPhones, for example, that are out there are communication devices, but they're also sensors in the sense that you can video, you can tape record, you can track them. So in a very real way, almost nowhere on Earth can you be unobserved. And
that's a huge change.
That's the first time really in human history. And that's not an absolute. That's not like you can't, it's not a total absolute, but it's the ability to see worldwide is fundamentally different than anything previously seen in human history. So if you can be seen with the advent of precision munitions, you can be hit. So large formations running around on a battlefield will be dead formations because they'll be able to be seen pretty quickly, and with the advent of precision munitions, they'll be able to be hit pretty quickly. So your probability of survival then will depend on, as in the past, when the lethality of the battlefield is increased, units got smaller and they dispersed more widely. That's been true for the last 400 or 500 years, and I expect it'll be true in the future. So as the battlefield becomes more lethal because of the ability to see and the ability to hit with precision munitions, then units will become smaller and they will disperse even more widely than they are currently dispersed. They'll have to in order to survive. And I suspect units will have to essentially stay in a constant state of motion because movement provides you the security and the ability to survive. If you stay stationary for any length of period of time, say more than a couple of hours, you're probably going to get killed.
So I mean, that for me really does capture a change in the character of war. I mean, this image of small dispersed units who are in constant motion and probably technologically in individual motion to make it harder to be seen. But we've been talking almost 15 minutes about the change in the character of war already through demography, through the terrain, through the nature of technology we already have. We haven't even mentioned what most people think these days when they think future of war. They think drones and droids, right? They think artificial intelligence and robots. But you've already captured a major shift without that. Now I want to ask you to move ahead and imagine, okay, so what happens then when these small dispersed units are to what degree can they be robots, and to what difference does obviously unmanned vehicles really warriors who can be killed without or taken out without sacrificing human life, which is has always been integral to the character of war.
Well, that's right. There's a set of technologies out there that, again, we're seeing previews today. Right. Just as you saw the biplane in World War I, and then you saw fleets of bombers and fighters in World War II. So today we see a limited use of robotics. That's what you call drones or unmanned aerial vehicles. Those are not autonomous, they're semi-autonomous, they're controlled by a pilot. You'll see on ground forces, you'll see some limited use of robots in explosive ordnance disposal, where we'll send a robot out to dismantle the bomb or something like that. And you'll see some other limited use. However, most armies, ours included, are moving out very, very quickly on the rapid development of robotic capabilities. So the Navy is moving very quickly at surface and subsurface sailorless ships. The Air Force is moving very quickly at developing a pilotless Air Force. And maybe it won't be completely pilotless. There'll be a pilot on the ground, or maybe it'll be a lead aircraft with the wingmen will be pilotless, things like that. So the maritime and air domain from an engineering perspective, though, it's easier to overcome the engineering problems of flying a robot or sailing a robot. When you get in the ground, it's a little bit more difficult for the scientists to figure out the robots, because you've got the undulating terrain, you've got rocks, you've got dirt, you got dust, you got the buildings, you got all kinds of intervening variables for a robot to negotiate on ground terrain. So the ground for land warfare, the forces that operate on the ground, are lagging behind air and maritime in the development of robotic capabilities. That doesn't mean they won't solve it. They're going to solve it. It's a matter of science and time. And my guess is 10 to 15 years, you'll see the large-scale introduction of robotic capabilities in land warfare. The Russians right now, the head of the Russian military has publicly stated that he wants to have somewhere around 30% of the Russian forces, ground forces, robotic by 2020. I don't know if that's scientifically possible, but it's a statement of intent. So it's
Little
clear.
green robots.
Well, it's clear that we're going to have to move in that direction. For the U.S. Army, we're doing that. So think, for example, we've lost a lot of soldiers in the last 15 years that were driving convoys from point A to point B and were attacked by IEDs, and they were delivering food or ammunition or something like that. Think, if you could, about a logistics convoy delivering the required supplies to a forward unit, but there's no drivers in that convoy. This is already available in the commercial world. In California and Texas and other states, there are driverless vehicles in the commercial world delivering goods and services to people throughout the state, and they're doing it on a day-to-day basis. Now, a combat environment is fundamentally different than the highways and byways of Texas or California, but it is conceivable and possible. So the introduction of robotic, either autonomous or semi-autonomous land vehicles, I think is a given. I think it's going to happen.
So do you think that's going to make war more or less likely? Because, you know, I think about, again, as war has changed, one of the big changes was that when a monarch could send out peasant soldiers, right, there wasn't a cost in the same way. And then as the People's Army, and certainly our military today, the greatest, you know, the weightiest decision you face, the commander-in-chief faces, is you're going to send people into war and people are going to die. If that's less true because you're sending in robotic soldiers, will we be more likely to do it? Or knowing the other side can also do that, you think that's not going to inflict the same kind of damage, so less likely?
Well, I think there's a very serious moral debate that has to take place here as to which one of those propositions is going to hold true. At the end of the day, war, the nature of war is not going to change, whether it's robots, machine guns, airplanes, or whatever. It's about imposing your political will on a human opponent through the use of organized violence. That's what it's about. And arguably, if one side has a sizable robotic capability and the other side doesn't, then you could easily make the case that the side with the robotic capability is willing to take greater risk in engaging in armed conflict because the cost to that person or that society might be less. But you also have to figure out the cost of these things. So these things may be very expensive. They might be cheap. So there's a lot of factors that would go into it. On an ethical basis, though, if you remove death, human death, from the equation of war, then the probability is conflict would increase, I would suppose. But I think it's worthy of an in-depth discussion.
Yeah.
Another book for you.
Or for you. So let me now move to Russia, because you said the character of war changes, but the nature doesn't. The nature is the imposition of the will of one entity on another, one nation on another, by organized violence. But you know, throughout, we had the Cold War, right? And there were hot wars as part of the Cold War, but our state of being with respect to the Soviet Union was described as a Cold War. And there are people today who argue, and we heard some people yesterday at the cybersecurity conference point this out, that with the new Russian doctrine, or the, not so new now, but the Russian doctrine of hybrid war, destabilization of other countries by information operations and cyber operations, which we are seeing right now, is part of their war doctrine. So my question is, if there is no organized violence, but there is radical destabilization of another country, which is imposing Putin's will to essentially attack the West, but doing it through these other means, is that still war? Because there are people who are arguing we are in Cold War II. We had Cold War I, the United States won, Russia was humiliated. We're in Cold War II, Russia's come back. We've seen that movie before.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a tough question. I would argue that I wouldn't overly focus on the word organized violence, because terrorism may appear to be unorganized. That doesn't mean it's not organized. Or subversion, or the use of other means other than large field armies clashing on the plains of Northern Europe. There are many ways of war, all of which are organized, but they may not appear to a casual observer as being organized. But there's certainly intent behind it. There are plans that are developed and coordinated and synchronized, and by definition, they're organized. But what you're getting at, though, is where do you draw the line? Where's the cut line? And that's a difficult question for statesmen, diplomats, civilian leaders, et cetera, to figure out exactly where the quote-unquote red line is. Yeah. And that's not easy. And I would argue that right now, and it's not just Russia, there are many other countries that engage in that sort of behavior, that they rationally do not want to take on the United States in a head-on conflict, armed conflict. But they still have national interests that they're trying to achieve, so they want to achieve those national interests. And those national interests are the opposite, perhaps, of the United States. So they want to try to achieve those national interests through means short of open armed conflict, and hence hybrid warfare. So they're using a lot of techniques, many of which are old. Some of these are not necessarily new. Some of the technologies they're employing might be new, but the ideas are not necessarily new. So the idea of using terrorists, guerrillas, insurgents, information warfare, propaganda to achieve national interests, that's been done throughout the ages. It's just the delivery means today through cyber, iPhones, Twitter, all these technological capabilities that are out there in the information space. Those are new, but the idea of doing it is not necessarily new.
But if we could, so assume for the next 5 years, there's no actual violence between us and Russia, but there is active cyber war. And so let's leave out, they're not taking down the grid. It's not a specific thing that leads to death, because that's just an indirect way of bringing about violence. But it is intensive operations, cyber operations, leaking exactly what we're seeing now. Would we say, I mean, as the chief of the army, that we are in a kind of war and we're just fighting back with cyber weapons?
I'm reluctant. I'm careful about the use of the word war. We've had, you have war on drugs, war on terrorism, war on poverty. War gets thrown around very loosely as a term. But for me, I think we should be a little bit more disciplined in the use of the word war, because it has all kinds of implications. Just this morning on the news, there was I forget who it was, but there was someone who said that the Russian efforts in the U.S. election was an act of war. Well, that's pretty strong language. And if it's an act of war, then you got to start thinking about your response to that sort of thing. So I would caution people about use of the term war, and make sure that we're clear-eyed about what war is and what it isn't. There are a lot of acts that are aggressive, assertive, subversive, working against your interests, that may not rise to the level of war. And it's not a crystal clear line. It's something that you have to apply reasoned judgment to. It's not crisp. It's not like crossing the white line on the highway, changing lanes sort of thing. There are some times where it is, an attack on Pearl Harbor, for an example, the invasion of Poland. But there are other times when it's a little bit more murky, and we have to be careful about it.
Thanks. So let me ask you one last question before we turn it over to the audience questions. Think about different varieties of power. So we've been talking about the power to coerce, and that's hard power. But of course, there's also soft power, the power to attract, and the ways, all the ways in which we can solve problems without actually using violence or overt coercion. So we've just seen a skinny budget from the president, and that budget, indeed he said, it's a hard power budget. That was part of the rollout of the skinny budget. It's a hard power budget, and so it included a radical cut to the State Department and USAID, which is really the locus of soft power. So I wanted to ask you about that as Secretary of Defense General Mattis, or Secretary Mattis now, said, and we've heard Secretary Gates used to say this, but Secretary Mattis said, you know, if you cut the State Department, you got to buy me more bullets. And other folks would say, even if you buy the military more bullets, we can't win without soft power. So I did want to ask you to reflect on that.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, in the conduct of international affairs, you have to have both. I mean, you can't, it's not one or the other. It's not a 1 and 0 sort of equation here. And the United States is a global power. And we definitely need soft and hard power tools in the kit bag. The fundamental basis, though, in international politics, in my view, the international system is anarchic by definition.
Is anarchic.
Anarchic, yep, by definition. And there's no higher power. There's no higher power to impose order. So in the United States, the system works because you've got various levels of government, federal and state and local governments, and you have police forces and other enforcement agencies that can enforce the rule of law. Internationally, it is not that capable internationally there's no higher order with a single sole legitimate use of force in the international system, which all states maintain within their sovereign boundaries. So by definition, the international environment's anarchic. And when it's anarchic, you get into states have to develop hard power in order to survive, number one, and number two, to achieve whatever their national interests are. So the United States has a variety of national interests. It's global in nature, and we definitely need, in my view, a significant hard power capability. And I would define that as both economic and military. Economics, I would argue, is a form of hard power.
I agree with that.
So,
but out of the State Department or the Treasury.
Well, yeah, but I would say that wielding an economic weapon, if you will, is a form of hard power.
That is true.
And then the military piece. And I firmly believe that history tells us if it's peace through strength sort of thing. It's what George Washington said in his farewell. It's what many, many other people have said. It goes all the way back to the Roman times when people said, if you want peace, prepare for war sort of thing. So if you are very strong, the probability is that your interests will be protected and that your vital national security interests, protection of the homeland in the United States, for example, are more likely than not to be safe. If you are weak, the probability is they won't be. So militarily, I think you have to have a large capability, in my view. But secondly, you also have to have the soft power skills. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have attractive soft power skills and tools, then everyone will lie against you, and then you're standing there by yourself. So that's not a good thing either. At the end of the day, what is power all about? Power is really about getting an opponent or someone else to do what you want them to do that they would not otherwise have done. So you can do that the easy way or the hard way. So you do it the easy way through soft power, powers of persuasion, powers of attraction, logic, diplomacy, etc. But at the end of the day, if it's a vital national security interest, and that's what's at stake, then you have to have hard power to enforce your will. If you don't, you're going to lose.
But you have to have both.
You have to have both. There's no question in my mind.
Great. Thank you. All right, so we are opening the floor to questions. The light is a little bright here, but I see a question right there.
Hello, sir.
Just wait for the microphone and then please introduce yourself.
Hi, Cameron Keys, Army Budget Office. I wanted to thank you
great.
for being here, sir, because you allowed me to get out of the office for a
Budget
few
up.
hours.
Why aren't you working on my budget? You should be back in the Pentagon.
Headed right back there, yeah. So,
You can get my car on the way back.
the question I have about the changing character of war in urban areas is about the civilians as targets, whereas historically it's armies battling armies, and I
Right.
wonder also about climate change and natural disaster as part of the character of war now and responding to those forces. So I'm curious what you have to say about maybe humanitarian aspects, dimensions of conflict, and what the Army might be doing in the future to take care of those things.
Yeah, so, I believe that most armies, most militaries carry the values of their society into combat. We're not a light switch and suddenly turn off the values of America as America's Army goes forward. So America's Army has in the past and will continue in the future place high value on the lives of the innocent and the non-combatants, and we will have to do that. And that's one of the problems in an urban environment. It's much more difficult with non-combatants. So how do you deal with that? One of the things I think is obviously training, but it's also leader development. So one of the deductions, if you accept the fact that you're going to fight in urban areas, one deduction will be an increased number of civilians in the area. And therefore, our forces are going to have to be much more highly trained in discrimination and discriminating fire, the application of direct or indirect fire with a high degree of discrimination. Because we can't go out there and just slaughter people. That's not going to work. We can't impose Carthaginian peace on an opponent. That's not going to work with American values. So, and nor should it. So highly trained forces on the use of discriminatory fire. That then places a huge burden on leader development. So one of the things, for example, we're going to have to, I think, you'll have smaller organizations in these battlefields, and again, I'm talking beyond, 10 years and beyond, but we're probably going to have more mature, more seasoned leaders at lower levels than perhaps the organization design calls for now. Again, I look at the special operations as a model, as a potential model. They have majors in special operations commanding companies. The regular Army has captains. Is there a big difference? There might be. I don't know. We're going to take a look at that. But the idea of civilians on a battlefield in an urban environment, that will be a fact. There'll be high densities of them. Then from that, you have to deduce that we'll have to have higher degrees of discrimination in our fires, both direct and indirect, and we'll have to have higher degrees of very mature, seasoned leaders. Which then brings you to one more factor that I've talked to leaders about. It's the ethical part of war. So there are some who would argue that war inherently is unethical, and that's fine. So I'm going to put that to the side. I'm not one of those people. I think there is an ethical use of armed conflict. But what it requires are leaders at the pointy end of the spear that are going to have very, very high degrees of ethical skill and resolution resilience, ethical resilience, to be able to deal with incredibly intense issues in ground combat, which is fundamentally different than any other form of life. So fighting inside an urban area, fighting by itself, it's a very intense experience, ground combat. Fighting in an urban area is, 10x levels of intensity. And the ethical decisions that are required in very short amounts of time, seconds sometimes, are huge. And we're going to have to train our soldiers and our junior leaders in the ability to make correct ethical decisions in a very, very intense and ethically ambiguous environment. So there's a lot of deductions that we have to take from a simple comment like, hey, it's going to be more urban warfare. That'll be very difficult.
That is fascinating. There was a question back in the back over there. Yeah, right there.
Thank you. My name is Sten Rønning. I'm from the University of Southern Denmark and currently American University. Thank you for your comments, General Milley. My question is, if the future is urban warfare and smaller, dispersed, flexible units, how does that tie in with the units or the army you need to counter spheres of interest politics that is expressed in A2AD, problems in the ability to overcome the denial of access or ability to operate within spheres of interest? Do these two armies, do they overlap? Can you make them compatible? Can you optimize for both scenarios? Or how do you see that relationship? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there's several nations around the world who have developed very complex, very sophisticated anti-area and anti-access area denial sort of capabilities. Obviously, Russia, China, to a lesser extent, Iran, North Korea. They've developed some very sophisticated networks. I would argue that that A2AD structure is highly lethal, and operating inside that structure in large formations will also get you killed. Smaller, dispersed, very agile, very nimble organizations that are networked into other lethal systems that are either delivered by air or maritime forces will be essential also to rip apart the A2AD networks that are out there. So I do see that we're going to have to do that. One of the things I'm looking at putting together is what we're calling a multi-domain task force. A relatively small organization, something we're experimenting with it now, something in the range of about 1,500 or so troops, probably led by a colonel, maybe a brigadier down the road. And it is capable of engaging in what we're calling multi-domain battle. So that organization will be capable of space, cyber, maritime, air, and ground warfare. And that these organizations will be highly lethal, very fast, very difficult to pin down on a battlefield, and they'll be very, very high-tech organizations that will be very effective inside an A2AD type network.
That's so interesting because it's a different, you know, when we've been talking about hybrid warfare, this is a different kind of hybrid in the sense of integrated, right? Where you take the different domains and you integrate them in a fast,
and that's
flexible
key.
way.
That's going to be key.
That's fascinating. I'm neglecting this side, so there we have there in the back, and then I'll come back to you.
Hi, Zach Biggs, a reporter with Janes. So the supplemental budget request just went over, and it includes about $977 million for additional troops for end strength personnel. If that gets approved, do you know how many more soldiers you'd have, and how would you intend to use that extra budget? Is there a particular focus, maybe for more future warfare capabilities, you'd want to put those soldiers towards?
Yeah, so
This is a highly specialized audience.
yeah, no, obviously you read the budget. You can check in with my budget guy over there. So, no, it's a great question. I mean, so the short answer is yes, we do know how we're going to spend that if we're given that money. That budget is yet to, get passed. But our intent in terms of people and strength is to take the regular Army, the active duty Army, which was on a glide path to go to 450,000 active duty soldiers, turn that around, stop the downward trend, and go to an active duty Army of 476,000 by 1 October of this year. We're already recruiting to that. Now, what's the purpose? Where are we going to put those extra people? Essentially, my guidance is fill in the holes. So we have a readiness issue. You've got a capacity issue, size of the force. You've got a capability issue, which is the modernized technology and the capabilities of the inherent in the organizational structure. But you've also got a readiness issue. So the equipment that you have, is it on hand? Is it ready to, is it fully mission capable? Do you have enough people in the organization? Do they meet the right rank and skill level, et cetera? The biggest drag on Army readiness right now is personnel. And we have units out there, many, many units, that have significant holes in their personnel structure, and we need to fill those holes in order to make the current existing legacy Army, the one that you see on a day-to-day basis, to make that ready for whatever the President needs it to do or whatever the nation needs it to do. Right now we have readiness, significant readiness issues. The biggest one is personnel, and essentially we're going to fill the holes. We're going to fill the holes in existing units.
So we've got time for 2 more questions. I'm going to take them together and then let General Milley ask them together. The first is here, and the second is Doug Ollivant.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ayub Irfani. I'm from Afghanistan. Today, the beginning of New Year in Afghanistan, 1396, Nowruz. I wish you all the best and happy Nowruz to all of you. General McMilley, I can't afford to lose this opportunity to express my gratitude on behalf of Afghan people for your excellent service for Afghanistan, for all U.S. forces in Afghanistan, and your sacrifices we keep dear, and we highly appreciate that. My question in the line was your colleague from the budget also, the challenging environment of war in urban areas. As you know, the brave U.S. Special Forces back in November 2001 fought with His Excellency the General Dostum, which I'm advisor for him right now, on a very difficult terrain and on horseback against Taliban Al-Qaeda. And now, after 15 or 16 years of engagement in Afghanistan, we know in Afghanistan is a proxy war, terrorist groups, IDs. What is the lesson learned in Afghanistan, and how we can deal in mountain areas, not in urban and mountain areas, to fight in the future? Thank you.
Great. Hold that. And Doug, you want to ask the last question? It's coming on the...
Thanks. General Milley, Doug Ollivant, retired Army officer now at New America. The battlefield you're describing is very interesting and high demand. You kind of gave an illusion of maybe having majors command these companies, but is that really the point of failure? Isn't it the individual soldier who's the point of failure? Special forces are able to operate in these small teams because the youngest person on that team is 24, maybe 25, with a lot of experience. What do you do about these 19-year-old infantrymen or women these days that may not have the emotional maturity, the training, the judgment, the resilience to operate in this fast, lethal, dispersed manner?
So we've got 2 questions, one ranging from fighting on horseback still and the mountains of Afghanistan to the future. And I have to say, as the mother of an 18-year-old and a 20-year-old, 2 boys, it's a very salient question.
And to Mom, we can't wait to get them in the Army.
They would help. Would help them.
Be happy to take them on. Don't worry about that
I
Princeton
have
Harvard
one
thing.
actor and 1 musician, so
Perfect.
you are welcome.
We have lots of bands. So, for Afghanistan, Afghanistan is very important. It doesn't get a lot of coverage, but people need to continually remind themselves, I suppose, that the attacks of 9/11 came out of Afghanistan, through other countries perhaps, but their genesis was in Afghanistan. And our objective from the first day in there on October 7th, 2001, with some Green Berets and some CIA and some others, was to prevent Afghanistan from ever again being a platform from which to strike the homeland of the United States. And to that extent, at least to date, that's been successful. And the risk of failure in Afghanistan, it's one of those areas that there's 20 or 30 or so international radical terrorist groups that are operating on the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Highest concentration of different terrorist groups in the world that I'm aware And the area is known, the general area of the southern stands and then into Afghanistan is generally known as Khorsham. And in the radical jihadi mythology, in their own internal narrative, it's the black flags of Khorsham that plays high into their own internal narrative. So what you don't want to do is hand the radical jihadi groups a victory over a second superpower. If you want to see radical terrorism on steroids, hand them that victory. That it would be not good. So in their mind, in their narrative, the Mujahideen beat the Soviets, so they beat a superpower. In their mind, they're fighting a second superpower. Don't give them a 2-0 record. Don't hand it to them. So the lesson learned then, in my mind, is we have very good counterterrorist and counter-guerrilla and counterinsurgent capabilities in our conventional forces, in our special forces. We're very capable at it. But the best counterinsurgent is an indigenous force, by far. And when it comes to fighting the Taliban or Al-Qaeda or Al-Nusra Front or ISIS, the best fighter is a local fighter. So the lesson learned then for us, for the United States or other foreign powers, is the best way to fight an insurgency, in my mind, is by, with, and through indigenous forces that are aligned to your interest. We can introduce large conventional or unconventional forces on a temporary basis to achieve certain specific battlefield effects. And that may make us feel good, and it might even achieve those effects, but it won't necessarily be sustainable. The only way to sustain success is through some of the soft power follow-on activities, but also through robust, very capable indigenous security forces, police, army, intelligence forces, et cetera. So the lesson, from Afghanistan, I think, is you're more successful, your probability of success is much higher, and your ability to sustain that success is through working by, with, and through indigenous forces and sticking with them for lengthy periods of time with assistance, advising, mentoring, coaching, teaching, soft power, bringing in USAID and State Department, so on and so forth. But I think that's my takeaway anyway from Afghanistan. On your question about individual soldier and how we're going to do that, that's what we're wrestling with. How do you do that? How do you recruit forces that are capable of operating in this way that I'm describing? Now, we have a little bit of time, so it's not going to be like next week. But 10 or 15 years from now, how do we recruit? Where do we get the human talent to populate that type of organization to deal with those type of conditions? That's a challenge. That's not easy. I don't want to overstate the case, though. I don't want someone to walk out of here today and think that the U.S. Army is transitioning. We're going to take special forces and do it at scale. That's not what we're doing. We're not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have to have, the United States as a global power has to have a wide variety of tools in its kit bag. Special forces is one of those tools. Conventional forces are another one of those tools. Subs and ships and airplanes and divisions and brigades, they all play a role, different roles to be sure, but they all play a role. And the power is all of them working together to achieve a synergistic effect on a battlefield. If you can achieve that integration that Marie just talked about, if you can achieve that networked synergy between a variety of type of forces, that's where you get real success. Armies don't go to war. Neither do navies or air forces or Marines or special forces. That's pure myth. I hear it all the time. That's not true. Nations go to war. And the joint force, in combination with our allies, is what gets success on a battlefield and allows you to achieve, impose your political will on your opponent. But your specific question about the individual, that's one we're wrestling with. But need to think a little bit more broadly. I don't want people to walk out here thinking, oh, the whole Army's shifting gears and we're going to do special forces on steroids. That's not what's going to happen. That is not even close to what's going to happen.
So this has been a fascinating conversation, and I will just say there are two FOW projects at New America. There's Future of War, and there's Future of Work. And as you've been talking about, 30% of the military, I know that's on the Russian side, being robotic, and smaller forces and perhaps more seasoned people, think about what that also means for our military and our military as a place where so many Americans can have a career and can start and then, of course, become veterans, has a lot of implications for our wider society as well. So, General Milley, I have to say, Princeton's motto is Princeton in the nation's service. And as an alum, but really equally as a citizen, it makes me enormously proud to have you where you are, to be thinking and leading in such an important and thoughtful way. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Emily. I appreciate it.
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. My name is Daniel Rothenberg. I co-direct the Center on the Future of War. And this year, as in our prior years, we're going to do some audience polling. And for those of you who stay with us all day, you'll hear from my co-director, Peter Bergen, an overview of past year's polling and what our audience, all of you, got right and didn't get right. So this year, we're doing this with cell phones. So if you could take your cell phones out. The way to respond to the polling questions, which should appear on the screen, is you text Future of War 2017, no breaks between the words, caps, no caps, doesn't matter. That's Future of War 2017. Text that to 22333. So text Future of War 2017 to 22333. I'll give you a second. And then we're going to have 3 polling questions. And the way to respond to the polling questions, the first 2 are going to have answers A through F. And then the final one will just be a yes or no. So the way to respond to the A through F questions is to type in the letter A, B, C, D, E, F, and then yes, no, yes, or no. So you guys are ahead of the game. OK, first question. What is the most overhyped threat to national security in the United States? A, Russia, B, China, C, Iran, D, terrorism, E, cyber, F, climate change. I'll read it one more time. What is the most overhyped threat to national security of the United States? A, Russia, B, China, C, Iran, D, terrorism, E, cyber, F, climate change. Just give you a second more. And you can see live, the numbers are calculating. Still moving around a bit. But it seems pretty clear that we have the majority of the audience, not the majority, but a higher percentage, saying Iran, then terrorism, climate change, even about with terrorism. Still moving. Let's move on to the second question. So the second question is also going to be an A, B, C, D, E, F. Which issue should the Trump administration focus additional national security attention and resources on? A, Russia, B, China, C, Iran, D, terrorism, E, cyber, and F, climate change. It's pretty active responses here. So it's interesting, yesterday we had our big cyber conference, and it appears like the audience here very much believes that cyber is an appropriate place to present, to direct resources. Still going. OK, let's move to our third question in this stage in the polling. Will the United States be involved in a state-on-state war in the next 4 years? Yes or no? Once again, will the United States be involved in a state-on-state war in the next 4 years? So this is a pretty interesting answer. We have, almost evenly divided among all of you experts in the audience. So we will have this material up on the website later, and we'll go over the prior year's polling just to take a look at it. And thank you so much. We'll move on to the next panel.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us and sticking with us. Yeah, this is our introduction, I suppose. I'm Kevin Barron. I'm the executive editor of Defense One. And this gentleman next to me, you all know, is General Dave Goldfein, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. Excuse me, we were just talking with General Milley backstage, or General Milley was talking at us backstage, as he does. So Defense One is the media partner for the event here today and for the Future of War series with New America. If you haven't already, please go to defenseone.com and you can see a long series of articles and commentaries from the Future of War roster, ranging from everything from cyber to space to all sorts of questions, a lot of which I think we're going to get into here today. We have 45 minutes. I've asked the group to give us a little more time for audience questions because we know this event. You guys have good questions. I'd like to hear more from you. I think more from myself for sure, and we'll get some good answers. We hope from the general. I'd like for us here to do a bit of around the world, but to keep it at the 40,000 foot level, to use my first Air Force metaphor. I promised the general we'd talk a lot more about global strategy and Russia, topics like that, and I will not use the phrase block buy or get into any type of acquisition nitty-gritty, as usually I think he hears from that press corps. So let's kind of start at the top and move our way down. And you've got some opening remarks too to talk about what's on your agenda. Well, let's do that first. Why don't you get us started with what you had to say, and then we'll get going.
No, thanks. And I always love following General Mark Milley. He warms up a crowd like nobody else, and he's a good friend. So it's great to be here. And again, thanks for having this conference. I thought what I might do is just spend a few minutes opening up and talk a little bit about what it is your Air Force does every day around the world. Because one of the challenges that we have as an Air Force is, quite frankly, we do so much. And what we do is so broad that very often it's below the radar. I liken it to these lights in the room. So I'm a philosophy major right from the Air Force Academy that took 6 years to get through a 4-year institution, right? So I mean, I'll tell you, I don't even actually know how these lights work, right? I think there's bulbs involved and electricity and wires, right? But here's what I know without question. My entire adult life, when I've walked into a room and flipped a switch, lights come on. So I've come to assume that light switches equal light. And I share that analogy with you because very often things that the Air Force does for the nation become similarly assumed, that we can just expect that it's always going to be available and always there. So let me just walk you through very quickly what it is that your Air Force is doing right now as part of this joint team, and then open it up very quickly to a good dialogue. Because to understand your Air Force, you got to look at it through actually two lenses. You've got to look at it through the lens of that which we do deployed here in the homeland in support of defense of the homeland and in support of the global challenges we faced. And then you've got to take an equivalent lens and then look at what we do when we are deployed forward, as we look at assuring allies and partners, deterring bad behavior, shaping the environment, and then responding to crisis as required. So for that first lens, what do we do here in the homeland? It starts with nuclear deterrence. So your Air Force working side by side with the Navy has 2/3 of the nuclear triad, 2 legs of the triad, and on our worst day as a nation, our job is to make sure that the President is where he needs to be and that the Commander-in-Chief is connected to his nuclear enterprise. So first and foremost for us begins the nuclear enterprise and our responsibility for nuclear deterrence. And as you know, we're going to be going into a nuclear posture review, an NPR, and I'd love to talk about that. Then you got to take a look at what we're doing in space. 12 constellations in space that not only does the Joint Force rely on, but I would say nationally and internationally, we rely on space capabilities. And space has become both a contested and a congested place. And so as the stewards of space since 1954, we take very strongly our responsibility to the Joint Force for leading in terms of our capabilities relative to the space enterprise. And then it leads into intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. How do we sense the globe through 6 domains: air, land, sea, space, cyber, undersea? And how do we knit that capability together into a common operational picture for decision makers? And so whether you want to talk about what we do remotely from places like Creech Air Force Base, flying sorties overseas in places like Syria and Afghanistan and Iraq, or whether you want to talk about the enterprise that takes the ones and zeros and turns it into decision quality information, that's a big part of what our Air Force does. And then the final piece I would talk about is what we're doing in the cyber domain. And this is all the services contributing cyber talent and building our cyber pool to both defend the nation relative to cyber threats and cyber attack, but also to bring capabilities that are non-kinetic in the business of warfighting. And so that's just that lens of what we do both here. And then you take a look at what we do forward, and for an Air Force, it starts with air superiority, ensuring that we have freedom from attack and freedom to maneuver. And that's not an American birthright, and it takes that, we take that very seriously. We were just talking previously with General Milley. You know, when a soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine are on the ground and they hear jet noise, I don't want them looking up ever. I want them to always know it's me, so they can keep their eye on the enemy and do what they have to do. And so that requires us to have air superiority. And once we gain and maintain air superiority, we work through a series of bases that are global in nature, and we provide air power. And that starts with our global reach capabilities. And so about every 2.5 minutes, even during this dialogue, an aircraft's going to be taken off somewhere on the planet delivering supplies or personnel where it needs to go. Very often in bases that are not in the most secure locations, and our special operations forces are deployed forward to make that happen. And then when you talk about global strike, I can't give you a better example than what we did with the B-2s out of Whiteman. And when we send them 34 hours round trip to hit a target within 10 seconds of their planned time over target. And not only that, but 16 tankers that had to refuel them there and to get them back. And so not only do we fight the base, i.e. Whiteman Air Force Base, to get them airborne, but also all the things that go into making sure a global strike happens. And then finally, to ensure that we're continuing to attack the enemy in this hot fight that we're in. We very often look at that through the lens of the end game, i.e. what happens when a bomb actually hits the ground or we take out an enemy. But quite frankly, you have to look at the entire enterprise and the family of systems that come forward, from the bases that we fly off of, to the tankers that then refuel them, to the command and control, to the ISR, to everything coming together and connecting that to space to ensure that we're doing the nation's business forward. So that just gives you a snapshot of what it is your Air Force is doing every day, both deployed at home and deployed forward. And I look forward to talking about any of those capabilities or others as we go into questions.
Okay, that's a nice sweep around the world of what the Air Force does, and I would guess you're right that a lot of the audience, or maybe not this audience, but the general public, is less aware of those actions and daily capabilities than what we hear in the press, more of on-the-ground fighting. So let's start. We spoke backstage. We're at the start of a new administration. We have a new president. You and the other Joint Chiefs have had a few meetings with him already. Tell us, what's this new Commander-in-Chief like? What is it like to interact with him when you're presenting your plans, and what kind of questions is he asking of you?
So far, my impression in the couple meetings that I've been in with him is first of all, very thoughtful, a good listener, and I've been impressed with not only the quality of the questions, but also the quality of the team he's put around him. So it's early to tell. For all of us, we're watching to see sort of how things settle in the administration, where power centers. We're still watching to see and understand better how, what's his decision calculus and how does he make decisions? How do we present best military advice to him and his team in a way that can allow them to make the decisions present enough information that he and his team are comfortable being able to provide a decision and then give us guidance that we can execute on. And so far, I would describe the environment that I've seen so far as being, I think we're all very optimistic. I'll just give you one vignette that was pretty telling for me. So when the transition team was going through transition, each of the chiefs had one-on-one time with the transition team, and then we had a larger group discussion. And we were in the dialogue, in the larger group discussion, and one of the transition team members brought up a question. He said, well, wait a minute. He goes, have you thought about doing this a little bit differently? Maybe you can consider, and just about that time, the team lead, who was retired General Kellogg, who's now in the National Security Agency, a National Security Advisor, Chief of Staff, he stopped him. He said, stop. And he looked at me and he says, hey, Chief, pardon me for a minute. I just got to reset the room a little bit. And he looked at the transitioning team and he says, we're not here to offer ideas on how to mitigate risk. We're here to listen and understand exactly what this chief and this service is telling us so that we can help craft the president's 100-day plan. And I was actually really impressed with that focus. So I'll just give you that one vignette in terms of at least what we've seen so far, which has been
from a retired general.
Yeah,
in the team. All right, I think that's good insight. So what's the status of new strategy coming out. We know there's a new counter-ISIS plan on the table. We've heard it's there, but we don't know. But even beyond that, usually the way it works with the new administration or a new 4-year time, we get a national security strategy out of the White House. There's a defense version strategy of it, or if it's a QDR year at the Pentagon that the secretary has to put his thumbprint on. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, then it gets to the chiefs who can then decide how or offer up their advice how to staff it, equip it, make it happen.
Yeah.
Is that the order of things right now?
Somewhat. I will tell you that in preparation, I give a lot of credit to General Dunford in terms of where he has focused the Joint Chiefs, because with his authority is a convening authority of the Joint Chiefs. And so within the tank, which is it's a conference room that the chairman owns where we all meet, he's been very focused on establishing the Joint Chiefs as architects of global campaigns. When I say architects, obviously this is about best military advice, right? So clearly not saying that we have decision over authority on strategy or policy, but rather that we look at the global challenges we face, acknowledge the fact that each of these global challenges that we're looking at are trans-regional in nature, meaning they don't live within the confines of a combatant commander map, right, or our maps, that the Russia challenge is actually not, while it may be a lead EUCOM challenge, it's not just the EUCOM commander that's driving to work worried about that challenge. It's actually simultaneously a EUCOM, AFRICOM, STRATCOM, NORTHCOM, SOUTHCOM, CENTCOM, TRANSCOM. I mean, each one of these combatant commanders drives to work concerned and thinking about their role in supporting a global campaign relative to the Russia challenge, as one example. And so where General Dunford has focused the Joint Chiefs is to look at these trans-regional challenges and work with the combatant commanders to develop these global campaigns that we can then present to the Secretary of Defense. And then the Secretary of Defense, at the same time, is doing a strategic defense review. And that strategic defense review is looking at not only the global challenges, but also each of the services and where we sit right now relative to our readiness, relative to our current makeup of what we bring to the fight, what we are focused on relative to roles and missions. And so he has that going on, and our hope is that what we have worked on will actually feed into that review. So that's really sort of where we sit right now.
So it's not necessarily an out of order
no.
series of events just because we've heard you and we've heard all the chiefs, frankly, since I think the fall have put forth either documents or op-eds or made public appearances. Everyone's asking for more.
Yeah.
Everyone wants more soldiers, more airmen. Everyone wants more aircraft and more ships, and everyone wants to be more forward deployed. Nobody's waiting around for the White House to say, here's Trump's vision for the world, which frankly we haven't heard in any details yet from that administration.
Yeah, but you got to remember that in the business of best military advice, I believe it's my responsibility as the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, because as a service chief, primarily my job is to organize, train, and equip and present ready forces to a combatant commander so that combatant commander can accomplish that mission that he or she was given. So in that regard, and understanding what objectives the strategy is asking us to achieve, my job, along with all the other service chiefs, is to tell you from an air component standpoint, this is the force required to accomplish those objectives. And then it's the Secretary of Defense that then looks at all of the forces together and says, all right, well, here's what we think we need to actually accomplish the strategy. So I don't think we're out of order at all. As a matter of fact, planning is a journey. It's not a destination, right? We're always, us. I mean, we're always in the business of planning, and
yeah, I get the emails of all the
yeah. Well, I mean, think
the
about
doctrines in the plan. Yes,
sure.
for sure.
And then, whoever said it is right. Sometimes the value of that endeavor is not the plan; it's the planning.
Well, how does that play into so that if there's a current public worry that there might be too much control going to generals in this administration because of the deference, it seems, whether it was appointing like a Mattis or a Kelly, or because this is a president that comes from a different world, it's not part of the Washington establishment. This idea that he's just going to, give CENTCOM more control over ops, give, the chiefs more control over everything, and just have a little too much trust. I mean, I'm asking a general,
Yeah.
do you think you have too much control right now, or it's trending your way too much?
No, it's a good question, actually, because I do believe that it's important for us to remember, in terms of being military service chiefs and members of the military in general, that it's my obligation. I actually, during a confirmation hearing, swore that I would give my best military advice and speak truth to power, even if it didn't agree with the administration at the time, right? So it's my obligation to give best military advice, but I got to make sure I remind myself that it's actually not the civilian leadership's responsibility to take my advice. And that's an important distinction, right? Because when I think about national security, here's my window. I'm looking at it from how do I assure allies and partners? How do I deter bad behavior? How do I shape the environment? How do I respond to a crisis if I need to, right? And so I'm thinking about, this from a military operations. Let me describe for you what's not on my radar. Wall Street. I don't think about Wall Street from a national security. It's not in my job jar. Amtrak. I don't drive to work thinking about Amtrak. I don't think about our airports. I don't think about the electrical grid running our cities. It's not my job jar. So when I offer best military advice, I got to understand walking in that I'm going to have this discussion with folks who have a much broader perspective relative to the business of national security. And sometimes my best military advice is going to fit, and sometimes it won't. And I got to be okay with that and understand that. I also got to understand, I think we need to understand that as long as it's respectful, creative tension based on the culture that each of us brings, based on our background, our experience, what our organization is, I would offer that you and I probably have a different approach to the same problem. If that bottle is something that we need to remove, you and I are going to approach that differently. I'm going to approach it from my background and perspective. You're going to approach it from yours. As long as you and I can have a respectful dialogue about our different approaches to that, we're actually going to come to a better solution having that dialogue than if you're not in the discussion or I'm not in the discussion. So in terms of the, do we have too many generals, not enough generals, what have you, I would just offer you that as long as we have got respectful tension and we have the right cultures represented in the team that's bringing the president options, we're going to be just fine.
Respectful tension. I have to remember that. That's a good one. And the time is eating away. I want to get to some more topics. From what you said, you mentioned before about your forces. Right now, we're in a state where we're hearing, again, that either the military is in a state of disrepair and it needs rebuilding from one perspective, or from, as we heard in a million speeches last year from the Secretary of Defense, it's the world's finest fighting force the world has ever known. You can't be both, can you?
Well, you got to understand
which is
the obligation. It's actually not a 1 or a 0 discussion, I would argue. This is not a black or a white discussion because.
Imagine that.
Yeah, but here's why it's important. All right, so back again. My job is to organize, train, equip, present ready forces. I'm also an international air chief. And so to our allies and partners, some of them who are in this room, I have an obligation as an international air chief to be thinking about my partner air forces and how we help build partner capacity and learn from each other and share information and do those things. And I'm a member of the Joint Chiefs. So when it comes to, are we ready as a military service today to take on the challenges and win? The answer to that is yes, absolutely. We will win. It may take us longer than we'd like. We may have, challenges in the opening days, but there ought to be no question in anybody's mind who may be listening, both internal to this room and external audiences, that the Joint Force will win. Now,
but you're short 700 pilots or 1,000 pilots, which is it now?
So this is the next piece of it.
Yeah.
Now, would you ever want me as a chief represent the air component and a member of the Joint Chiefs to not be thinking about this is the last week of peace that we have and preparing the force for conflict, the future of war? Absolutely. You would expect me to be laying out what is it that I got to do to move forward? What comes next? How do we ensure that we're always moving forward, that we're thinking about procurement in new ways in the information age, that we're thinking about how do we connect, all the different platforms and sensors and apps and apertures and things that we as a joint force bring to the fight. How do I continue to think about the connective tissue that brings it all together? Because the reality is we don't send, one of our great advantages as a joint force and a coalition force, we don't send silver bullets to a fight. There's not a single platform you can talk about in any of the service chiefs you're going to have sit here that is going to be the one piece of the joint force that's going to dominate and win. The reality is we are completely interdependent, right? This is an air, land, sea, space, cyber force that goes forward. And so for us, we're always thinking about what it is our shortfalls. How do we move forward? How do we ensure they have the size force we need to be able to dominate in all those domains, especially in the global security environment that we just described?
Right. All right. So we're going to move to Q&A from the audience now, and I encourage everyone to think about, because I still want to know, the status of Russia and these flybys. China's pushed in moving their dominance area beyond their shores, and about what you said, and we were down in Orlando at the Air Warfare Conference, and I'll lead in the first question to this. At that conference, I heard several of your subordinate commanders, or I guess the guys from PACAF and USAFE and others saying, we need to push more forces forward. We need to be more forward deployed. We need to be places where we're able to respond more quickly. And I asked it then but I'll ask for here the same kind of question. Is this new? Is the Air Force asking for a global war footing? And is this a direct response to Russia, to China? Why are we hearing this now?
Probably for a number of reasons. First of all, though, I think it's important to look at the framework through which we, as Joint Chiefs, are looking at the global security environment, and we call it the 4+1. General Milley may have talked about it, which is the China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, violent extremism, right? No particular hierarchy there, but these are the 5 global challenges that we believe that we have to be ready to do those things which a military does, right? Because I walked you through before. We got to first of all assure allies and partners. They have to have confidence that we are there, that we're with them, that we'll meet our obligations, that we have the capacity, the will, everything we need to do, right, to be able to assure our allies and partners. The second thing we need to do is deter bad behavior. And deterrence, the math equation hasn't changed over time. It's capability times will. And the times is important because if either of those on each side of the equation are 0, it equals 0, right? So we got to make sure that we are out there and we are deterring bad behavior, and then we are shaping the environment. And that shaping the environment is a whole of government approach. It's the military element when combined with the economic aspects of what we do as a government. It's when we bring our diplomatic corps into play. So it's shaping that environment. And then, if required, we have to be ready to respond to crisis. The first 3 are actually very artful if you think about how we do that. And very often, I think what you find from us is that to do that most effectively, you've got to be there. You've got to be forward, right? The daily negotiations that we have with the Japanese government at Yokota relative to how we fly, where we fly, how we integrate with the Japanese Defense Forces, all those things. That daily dialogue is probably as important in the business of confidence building and assuring allies and partners as anything else we do. So I wouldn't say that what we're looking at is a war fitting. I think what we're acknowledging is the importance of being there to assure, deter, and shape.
It's going to cost more money to not just, there's an ask for more forces and an ask for more equipment. Putting them out there, rotating them more, that adds to the equation. Let's move to the audience questions if we can. We have right here in the front, Colin Clark from Defense, Breaking Defense.
Colin Clark, Breaking Defense. Morning, sir. You mentioned the broader perspective that civilians bring to their jobs. There are only 2 civilians in the Pentagon right now who've been confirmed, and the rule is if you're enacting, you don't make decisions, you just keep things moving along. Is this becoming a concern to you on the policy side and the acquisition side? Do you need people in?
Yeah, thanks, Colin. And I would say not yet, but I'm hopeful that we can start seeing some confirmations come through. I'll just give you an example within the Air Force. There's nothing acting about our acting secretary. Secretary Disbrow is just absolutely spectacular. And there's nothing that she's had to hold back. And in fact, she received fairly clear guidance from the Secretary of Defense that she was not to hold back in terms of her responsibilities and her role as the Secretary. So if you were to come into a meeting within Air Force spaces in the Pentagon, there's no acting. She's the Secretary. And we're moving things forward. Quite frankly, I have not seen any slowdown in the pace of our being able to move forward since she has come on as the acting. I can't speak for all the departments, but that's what it looks like in the Air Force.
How about this new nominee for DepSecDef, Patrick Shanahan, I believe his name, from Boeing? What's your take on him? And as also to that, I mean, do you have experience and then let people know? One of the immediate reactions to that from the Twitter sphere was, oh, of course, a guy from Boeing, it's a big industry, and you're just going to be in bed with big industry. Is that the reality, or is that more of a myth?
Yeah, I'd say it's more of a myth. First of all, actually, we don't have any background. I don't think he and I have had a chance to meet. I'm looking forward to meeting him, and obviously give him and hope that the confirmation process goes well for him. More important for a service chief, quite frankly, is how the Secretary of Defense and the Undersecretary come together as an executive team, because it's very similar to what happens to a service chief and a secretary, right? How well do we come together as an executive team with, again, a little bit of that creative tension we talked about beforehand that helps move the organization forward, understanding that there's different perspectives that you bring to the table. So I think for us, we'll be watching more, how does that team come together? The good news is, I had the privilege of serving under General Mattis when he was the CENTCOM commander, and I was his lead airman. And he gave us some pretty clear guidance, as Secretary Mattis now does. And I remember when we had our first meeting, he said, look, first thing I'll tell you is doctrine is interesting. It's a start of the dialogue, but we're not going to get locked into service doctrine here. We're going to figure out how to fight together. And the second piece of guidance he gave us is, and I expect vicious harmony amongst my component commanders. And he got it.
That's good.
And many of us now are serving together in different roles that were combatant, who were component commanders at the time. So no surprise, Secretary Mattis has brought in the same kind of very clear intent and guidance to the department, which is, look, we've got, this is a tough global security environment, and it's going to require some vicious harmony with that creative tension that we talked about to be able to bring the commander-in-chief options that he can then look at and make a decision on which way he wants to go forward. So I think I'm not actually as concerned about what company a person came from or whether they're industry or not. I'm more interested in how do we come together as an executive team.
All right. Vicious harmony and creative tension.
Yeah, but harmony is not all singing Kumbaya as you run off the cliff together.
I was going to say, it sounds like one of Tom Rick's military bands.
Yeah, no. No, this is not. This is speaking truth to power. Mm-hmm. This is having a good, honest debate.
We have a question. This gentleman in the blue shirt on the aisle. Who have the microphones? Yeah. It's right there.
Thank you, General. Appreciate it. Your friend just spoke. Oh, I'm sorry. Jordan Barth, American University. Your friend just spoke a little while ago about the need for new talent. and the need for recruiting in the future. What is the Air Force going to be doing in the future to recruit and nurture millennials and the people who take the places of those serving?
Good question. Those lazy, needy millennials we hear so much about. How are you going to use them in the Air Force? Some of them might be in the Air Force already.
Yeah. You know, I'll tell you what, we're all in competition for talent out there. And what we need to continue to focus on, you know, if you go to a high school and you look at, you know, line up the kids in that high school and ask yourself the question, who joins each line? Who joins the line to become a Marine? Who joins the line to become a soldier? Who joins the line? And the reality is, I believe that those great young Americans who choose to come forward are looking to find themselves in the organization. They're trying to find a culture that they fit into. And as an airman, I think of the Air Force as the big tent service in many ways. Because as these kids line up, I'm going to have a kid get to that front of that line and say, I want to be a JTAC. I want to join, and I want to be able to be in there and call in air power. I want to be right there with my light infantry counterparts the entire way. That's a certain kind of kid, right? And that kid's got to find himself or herself inside the Air Force and as a good fit. And then right behind that kid is someone that says, I'm fascinated with cyber. And I want to join this cyber mission team and be able to go out there and think about the future of cyber. And you know what? That kid's got to find themselves inside the United States Air Force, and our culture's got to welcome them and make them feel like they're part of it. And right behind that kid is another kid who comes and says, I've always wanted to be an astronaut, and if I can't be an astronaut, I want to be an engineer. And that kid's got to find himself or herself inside the United States Air Force. So where we are focused is ensuring that we are a force that these kids want to join. That, you know, I'll give you one quick vignette. So General John Hyten, when he was Air Force Space Command, drove into a parking spot at Joint Base Lewis McChord up in Washington State. And a car pulls in right next to him, and it's a Tesla S. And out of the Tesla S jumps a senior airman. And General Hyten called him over and said, hey, airman, so tell me, how is it that a senior airman can drive a Tesla S? And the kid was a little bit older than usual, and he says, well, he said, I'm a reservist, I'm part-time, and in my full-time job, I'm the director of security for a major, you know, Amazon, Google, right? I mean, the director of security is a senior airman in the Air Force Reserves serving in the United States Air Force. We don't pay that guy tip money, right? So why in the world would he want to give up his weekends? He wants to serve. He wants to be part of something bigger than himself. He wants to protect the nation. And so we got to be a service that can go out and get these kids to come in. That's the competition we're in.
Question here in the front row. Switch to this side and try to come back.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Pat Host with Defense Daily. General, you talked about these intimate confidence-building measures. What other nations are you involved in this right now, and what kind of costs are incurred with this? You know, Air Force doesn't have an unlimited budget. Maybe what other areas of the service are you making sacrifices to pursue more of these measures?
Yeah, so you know, the reality of coalition warfare, when you can bring a coalition of the willing together, is the same challenges very often that we face in our discussions about, you know, boots on the ground, right? How many times have we had the discussions about this number of soldiers, that many soldiers, that many this, right? So those conversations that we have here are replayed in many of the countries that we go to ask them to join a coalition of the willing because of our common interests. Unless these countries have access to ports, very often they don't procure navies. So what most countries actually have when it comes to offering the military component of a coalition is an air component, because it's not geographically bounded, and they will normally procure an air component to defend their borders, their sovereignty, and to provide security for their nation, right? So through that lens is where I look at my responsibility as an international air chief. So how do we, as an Air Force, ensure that we are continually improving our ability to build partner capacity, to build partner air forces and help sustain partner air forces that can then become part of a coalition? I mean, right now, General Harigian has 16 nations that are fighting together in the air over Iraq and Syria. And so every day coming together and putting that choreography together is, again, sort of like a light switch, right? We assume that coalition warfare is something that's, rather simple to do, but it's anything but. And we, Hap Arnold, during the darkest days of the daylight bombing campaign in World War II, had a fascinating quote. When we were losing up to 20-30% of our force on a given mission, he said, the problem with air power was we make it look too easy. I often wonder, what would Hap Arnold think today? Because we do make it look fairly easy when it's anything but. So through that lens of my responsibilities as an international air chief is how I view the whole, how do we engage with partner air forces, right, to ensure that when the commander-in-chief is looking to operate by, with, and through, that we have any number of nations that are available that bring capability, that bring readiness, and that we're interoperable when we go forward.
Well, what will bring the question more to a pinpoint then for the ISIS war and for the expanded war on terrorism across AFRICOM and CENTCOM. There's an expectation it's going to keep going at the level it's at, if not more. I mean, perhaps the air campaign specifically over Iraq and Syria is winding down in the future, but this is a much larger geographic area. Do you have the forces and the equipment, especially ISR, to cover that area right now, or is that a real concern for any request to increase?
It depends on what else we're doing. When we have the discussion about give me a say your readiness, I always have to come back and say, if we're going to have an informed discussion about readiness, you have to first answer the question, ready for what and when? Because until you actually understand those two components of the question, you really can't give a good answer. So if the answer would be, do I have the force that's required to sustain the current fight at its current operational tempo for the next 10 years, and that was all I was doing, my answer is absolutely yes. I can sustain this. I've got the force I need. Now, when you walk the line at Bagram, and when you walk the line, right, at Al Udeid, what you're going to see is my highest level of readiness. You're going to see parts on the shelves. You're going to see supervision forward. You're going to see 100% manning. You're going to see us hitting aircraft availability rates that I would never be able to hit, but there's a bill payer. And the bill payer to get that level of readiness forward is all the bases that we have here that contribute the forces required to get that level of readiness. If you then walk the line at Shaw Air Force Base, at Dyess Air Force Base, you would see significantly lower readiness. But if that's all I'm doing, I can accept that risk. Now, if what you're asking me is, are you ready to continue to sustain that op tempo, while at the same time ensuring that we have a safe, secure, reliable nuclear deterrent, which I will never back away an inch from, while you also now ratchet up homeland defense, and General Robinson asks for more forces to be able to defend the homeland, because if something's going bad abroad, we have to assume that we're going to have more requirements at home.
But you're pushing more F-22s into Japan and sending bombers over Korea.
That's right. So it becomes a simultaneity discussion. At what point are we now having a dialogue of not are you ready to do just what's going on in the Middle East, but are you ready to be able to do that simultaneously with the fact that from an air component standpoint, an Air Force, as you study the operational plans, upwards of 80% of the Air Force goes forward in the opening weeks of any campaign. So that's why you never hear the Chief of Staff of the Air Force talk about tiered readiness. I can't do tiered readiness because I don't have the time to be able to get that force ready to meet the combatant commander requirements forward.
So you don't have the forces to do more, to go after Russia?
To do simultaneous conflict is where you start finding us having challenge. Now, going back to one of the questions you asked me before, right, which is, how can you say that you're ready to win today, but you don't have what you need for the future? It depends on which rheostat you're turning, right? If you're starting to turn simultaneous rheostats on this force, it only has a certain capacity, and you do get to a readiness stop at which you no longer can support simultaneous activity on the globe. But you gotta drive into the ready for what and when to have a meaningful discussion.
Sounds like a lot of work for Congress ahead. Let's get this gentleman in the front has had his hand up. We'll do the last question. We're under 2 minutes, so make it really fast, and we'll ask the general to make it as fast as he can fly.
Chris Miller, Air Force Academy. Chief, if I could ask you to put your organized training equip hat back on and go 20 to 30 years in the future, to the future of war. What do you see, airmen, systems, CONOPS, et cetera?
So I think the key on this, Chris, is network. How do we network military capability so that we can, first of all, create this common operational picture for a decision maker, so we can achieve a decision speed that our adversaries can never match. And then part of that decision speed is I can create multiple dilemmas from all domains. As a global chess master, as a global superpower, that in itself becomes a deterrent force. And that we have built this into an environment where we build enough resiliency in the network so that if a portion of it is taken away from us, which we have to expect, our answer is bring it. I've got all of this other capability over here that you can't touch. And so the key for me as Chief Staff of the Air Force is how do we think about this in terms of a network? How do we move beyond a discussion about trucks and cargo and actually have a meaningful discussion about the highway it rides on? And how do we connect military capability in a way that can produce effects at a way that no enemy on the planet can ever counter? That, to me, is the center of mass for the future.
General, we're at the end of the time, and thank you, and I want to apologize. I know you wanted to talk about space. It's one topic I didn't get into, but I'll plug. Everyone should go read the latest David Ignatius piece in the Washington Post. It was an interview with the general in his office specifically about space policy and what's happened. It's a good kind of roundup of what we've heard from you guys before. Thank you for your time. Thanks to the New America Group. I hope you have a great conference. Round of applause for the general, please.
Thank you.
It's now my honor to welcome to the stage the Ambassador of Colombia to the United States, Juan Carlos Pinzón, and Dr. Annette Idler from Oxford University.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the session on what are the lessons of Colombia's peace deal with the FARC for ending other civil wars. My name is Dr. Annette Idler. I am the Director of Studies at the Changing Character of War program at the University of Oxford. And I'm delighted to introduce our speaker, Juan Carlos Pinzón, the Ambassador of Colombia to the United States since 2015. Throughout his career, Ambassador Pinzón has been a leader in both the public and private sectors. And most recently, from 2011 to 2015, he served as the Minister of Defense in Colombia. And under his leadership, the Colombian armed forces weakened the country's insurgent groups, the ELN and the FARC, the major rebel group, as well as several other violent non-state groups, which was critical in the run-up to the peace deal last year. Before we start the session, I was told to give you the polling instructions. So to get involved in the discussion, the polling team is going to put a question on the screen, and you can vote using your cell phones. To join the session, you should text Future of War 2017 to 22333, and then you will be able to vote on each poll. So the questions, and the directions are also on the slides. The questions is, will the peace deal with the FARC and the Colombian government hold over the next decade? It should be on the screen now. So please, if you could poll, and just text A, B, C, or yes or no to the same number. Great. Okay. Let's see. Everyone ready? Great. Ambassador Pinzón, Colombia has had a civil war for more than 5 decades with several guerrilla groups involved, paramilitaries. It has been struck by the drug trade as well, which was at the height in the 90s. There have been several failed peace processes as well. Now, last year, the government and the FARC, they finally signed a crucial peace deal in September, but even that was very dramatic. We saw after that peace deal in September, the plebiscite held in October, where the peace deal was rejected. Afterwards, the peace deal was revised. A revised version was signed in November. It was passed by Congress. And now we do finally have an ongoing demobilization process with the FARC. Now, it's too early to say anything about the sustainability of that peace, but it's definitely a historic landmark achievement. Now, you've been Minister of Defense under President Santos during the peace negotiations. How would you describe was your work relevant to the peace deal that was finally signed last year?
Well, first of all, thank you. It's a great honor to be here. When I was invited to this wonderful event on the future of war, I felt very, very honored. Not only personal honor, but honestly to tell the story of Colombia, which is a beautiful story, especially in this city, where the United States play a very important role in the changes and transformation we have had in our country. Well, let me tell you, there's nothing I did. I think and I believe that we will need to honor the Colombian military and police and servicemen forever. They were the ones who granted peace to Colombia with a lot of sacrifice. And the reason why we will need to make this peace to work is because we need to honor those who fought very hardly to obtain this peace and this future to Colombia. Now, how we did it? I think, first of all, there's a lot of story of leadership in Colombia. I think we had different leaders for a long period of time, 15 years, that were fully committed to the idea of regaining territorial control, to establishing the rule of law in the country, and somehow to protect our citizens as a main goal. And those goals were always maintained, and of course we did different levels of planning at operational level, tactical level, and so on, and we review that very much. Unfortunately, small wars or counterinsurgency wars or fourth-generation warfare, as you want to call it, is not the kind of war people likes to talk about. And usually you don't get these great grand strategy planners talking about this. But unfortunately, this is the kind of war that usually happens. This is the most common kind of war. It happens everywhere, it happens all the time, and it requires a lot of commitment and a lot of effort, because it's not just defeating a military capability of an opponent that you have to. By the way, you need to weaken those capabilities, but at the same time, you need to create a social cohesion, a credibility in the society, protection to the people, and at the same time, defeat your enemy's aims. So, what we did in Colombia with this level of leadership, with Colombian taxpayer money, by the way, wasn't Colombian resources, was Colombian soldiers and police who fought and died for this. And of course, our democracy. We kept our democratic values. We stick to what the people wanted. And of course, to the rule of law. Sometimes even having to make strong decisions on the protection of human rights because of the consequence of misbehavior at different points in history. But at the end, that allowed Colombia to be transformed probably from the most violent country in the Western Hemisphere, having the 2 most violent cities in the world by the end of the 90s, to a country that today has the lowest security indicators in 40 years, has overperformed in its economy, most of its peers in the past decade, and we have cut poverty by half. And why I said this to end this point? This was not just a military security campaign, it was a national campaign to pave the way to peace in a way that we were not only attacking the terrorists, the drug traffickers, which by the way were the largest in the Western Hemisphere ever to be confronted, but also we were putting in place public policies precisely trying to make the state work. That's the challenge in the years to come.
Thank you. Ambassador Pinzón, well, yes, it's true that the campaign obviously weakened the FARC, but we also know that it has pushed the conflict more towards the periphery. And I remember, for example, I was in Arauca at the border between Venezuela and Colombia in the south, one of the main war zones in 2012 when the peace negotiations were announced. Back then, homicides rates there were 72 per 100,000, which is much, much higher than the global average. We also know that in those marginalized areas right now, there are still challenges because the FARC is not the only group present there. So just to think about the current situation right now, we have a peace deal, but what are the main challenges that are still in front of us? And I would just mention three that I think are critical. The first one is that there are many different other non-state actors that fill the power vacuums left behind by the FARC. The second one, that there is still state neglect in those marginalized areas. And the third one is how to address the issue of a restructured security architecture in the country. So if you could just look at those issues. First one, FARC is not the only group. And right now what we see in the country is a reshuffling of those groups' constellations that comes with more violence. We know, for example, that the EPL, one of those groups, they have in a certain region, they have more members now, between 400 and 500 members, than the FARC used to have in that territory. And we know that some others just change their labels rather than necessarily demobilizing. Now, there was a risk that was obvious before already, that there might be a power vacuum filled by other groups. Why did the government let this vacuum emerge, and how can it be addressed in the future to make sure that those other groups will not take over?
Well, first, the story of Colombia is a story of conflict. When you go back and see 200 years of our history, many years of those 200 years have been in the middle of different kinds of conflict. In a study we did for the period 1880 to 1945, we found that we had at that time, in just that period of time, 4 conflicts. So we know how to end conflicts, but we know at the same time that those can come back with different phases. What I foresee and what I believe in is the national commitment and interest right now is that we need to take this opportunity of this conflict that we are just ending to really make all the things that need to be done in order for this peace to stay. For instance, there are areas in the country in which we have regained control by the presence of the military or the police, but that still require the presence of other agencies of the state. This is an effort we will need to do very committedly and very strongly, probably for the next decade. We need to assure that we can integrate those areas into the country. Another effort, to create sustainable economic activity alternative to illegal and criminal economic activity. Unfortunately, all these sources of conflict, the FARC at a point, the successors of the FARC, the ELN today, criminal bands, or whomever we're going to call them in the future, usually profit and exist by that lack of presence of the state, but in essence, funded by activities like drug trafficking, that is always there if you don't compete with something, or criminal mining, illegal mining, if we don't compete with something, or human trafficking. This is why we're seeking, as we did during the war phase, Plan Colombia as a key element. We're seeking now this new package that we call Peace Colombia to the future. And that program is crucial because we need to bring and take security, but at the same time, all these alternative activities. And that will not happen by magic. It will not happen just because we say it here. It will happen because we will need to be as effective as we were implementing a plan for 15 years to degrade the FARC to 30% of what they were. We will need to do the same kind of effort, but now to take development to those areas in a way that can be sustainable. And that, for instance, instead of people cultivating coca, which is one of the nightmares of Colombia, we can hope them to cultivate palm oil, chocolate, or different products that can be connected to the country. But how do you do that? You need to take roads. You need to create an economic process that allows that to happen. And finally, and very important, we cannot undermine our security forces. We need to always improve them, adapt them, make them flexible to be responsible for the new realities on the current environment. But we need those armed forces to be strong enough to give the guarantees to Colombian people that they can prevail and that they can assure security for the people and for all those agencies and private sector that needs to come there. That's the concept, and it's a very challenging effort, but this is what we need to do, and this is how we are going to make it happen.
Thank you. Well, that already relates to the second challenge that I see. You mentioned the guarantees that are necessary for people. You also mentioned development, which is crucial. And the second challenge to sustainable peace really is that there will be new conflicts, new grievances in those marginalized areas. In November, I was in Tumaco. You might know it as one of the most difficult places, also related
most beautiful places in
most
Earth.
Beautiful and difficult places in Colombia. And some of the leaders I talked to, they were mentioning to me, well, what should we do now without the FARC? We don't have protection anymore. Who's going to protect us? Who's going to take care of us? There was no sign of state presence. There was no sign of protection. We've seen recently the reports, the very concerning reports about dozens of human rights defenders who have been killed now after the signing of the peace deal. So there is quite a big risk that these grievances will fuel new conflicts, that frustrated farmers will lend themselves as easy recruits for other groups as well. And how can all those promises of bringing the state in, how can they actually be translated into implementation? So how will you going to make the step from having those plans of territorial peace and of bringing the state in to actually see changes on the ground so that you don't lose the faith and the belief of all those people?
I think it's very important not to lose sight on the size and the way Colombia is designed. Just for many of you to remember, Colombia is 2 times the size of Texas, or is 2 times the size of Germany, has 50 million people, and has something like 1,100 municipalities. The municipalities Annette is describing are mainly 50 or 60 in the country that are, of course, in those marginal areas that really have some, or very much, unstable situation that require to be integrated in the country. How are we going to do it? The way we did it with the previous 500. Because if I go back 15 years ago, part of the problem 15 years ago was that those 500 other municipalities were precisely under that situation. So this is a process we need to move on in an effective way. Now, homicide rate today in Colombia is the lowest in 40 years. So of course, when we think about the homicides that are happening, we're very concerned. Just one, and this is a big change in Colombia, makes our system to be worried. But if I think what was happening 5, 10, 15 years ago, this is another world. So can we protect these people? Yes, we can. How are we going to do it? Of course, on one side, implementing the agreements. Those need to be implemented. Probably sometimes will need to be improved a long time. That's a thing that we will need to see how by trial and error, if I said. But on the other side, by the presence of the armed forces. That's the only true protection people have. And if we can continue to bring those armed forces in an orderly way, not anymore necessarily for offensive operations in certain areas, just their presence is required. I keep looking to the future of the armed forces, and I remember in areas that Catatumbo, in the border with Venezuela, there is a town that is, frankly speaking, something like 50 miles from one town to the other, but it takes more than 6 hours if you want to, move in a car. So what we did, we put the military engineers to do a road there. The road is already halfway. What I was told yesterday by someone from that area that was here in town was that is transforming that region by definition. So the probability of using those capabilities of our military and our police to bring security now through other operational capabilities is very important. But of course, there's this hesitation coming out of the agreements that are required to be complied. There's always in a peace process an issue of trust. So, each side has needs time to really trust that things are moving on the right way. As we speak, a DDR process, disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration process, is expected to happen. The FARC, for the first time, is concentrating. We have, as you well described, in history, some failures in peace processes, but several successes as well. So as we're moving, we are with a lot of obstacles. We expect, and we should expect more obstacles, but we are moving towards the objective of this disarmament process.
So maybe then let's look at the third challenge, which is very much related to the demobilization process. And you said, yes, it has started already, but how can this actually be coordinated? There were issues, the demobilization camps were not ready on time, there was a lack of coordination, which is obviously also a challenge right now because it means that all the different agencies have to work together. If you could give one lesson of what to do and one of what not to do in this very specific context of the demobilization that we can learn from Colombia, what would those lessons be?
One thing that you should know, and maybe the audience should know today, is that demobilization in Colombia has been a process that is ongoing for many years. So during wartime, I can tell you that during my time as Minister of Defense, we were able to move from 3 demobilized persons of different guerrilla organizations to 5 per day. And this is people that comes looking and seeking for protection of the state, and they were hoping to regain their families, regain their future. Now, we are probably one of the few countries in the world that, because of that, created some years ago a reintegration agency. So we have an established reintegration agency. Doesn't work perfectly. It's full of challenges. Many things can happen, but we have an institution that can provide some lessons learned and evolve to the future. Now, when you said lessons, I have to tell you that every time you look other countries' problem, apparently there's always a common ground for a response, and that is the need of interagency coordination. And in this time of history, is not only internal interagency coordination, but also international and local interagency coordination. And that is so easy to say, and all of us know that that's the thing to do, but that's so hard to happen. And here's where operational concepts, strong planning, and very, very dedicated resources and effort to make things happen is the whole difference. And those who have been successful is because they do that. Those who doesn't is because they know they have to, but somehow they cannot perform. And that's always the challenge. Will continue to be our challenge. It's a big challenge.
Ambassador Pinzon, thank you very much for your time. Please give some applause to Ambassador Pinzon.
Thank you. It's a kind.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Tom Ricks of New America and Foreign Policy, and Eric Schmidt, Executive Chairman of Alphabet and Chairman Emeritus of New America. And we encourage you to keep conversing online with us on Twitter using the hashtag #FutureOfWar. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for all coming out today. Can you all hear me in the cheap seats? Okay. I'm Tom Ricks. I'm with New America's Future of War Project, and I write books for a living. Our guest today is Eric Schmidt. You all know as Mr. Google, also Mr. Former Chairman of New America. He's here because he's been running a panel looking into innovation in the military for the Pentagon, and we're going to focus on that today. I'm going to begin by asking him a few questions, and then we're going to go to the audience, and you can throw your hardballs at him. First, though, I want to ask a poll question. Our polling question has to do with the subject we're about to discuss. It is this: which innovation area should the U.S. focus most on for future military advantage? A, hardware robots. B, software, artificial intelligence, cyber. C, waveware, that is energy weapons. D, wetware, that is biosciences and human performance enhancements. And it looks like software is the Iran of this one. How long are we supposed to give this? Okay, we're cutting it off. Eric, you've been running this panel looking at the Pentagon and defense and innovation. What are your 2 or 3 big takeaways from that?
Well, first, thank you for having me. Thank you for supporting this. Thank you all for coming. I want to thank the sort of New America and the ASU folks for putting this thing together. As I've gotten more and more involved in trying to understand what we're up to, I think it could not be a better use of everybody's time. And Tom, you've got a new book coming out on Churchill and Orwell, so let me give a shameless plug to your new book, having read many of your earlier ones. I do, right, big deal, right? When is it published?
May 23rd.
Okay. I'm sure you can pre-order it.
You can pre-order it on Amazon. And by the way, that really helps with the first week numbers for the bestseller list.
By the way, mine is being introduced tomorrow morning, so I'm ahead of you. I also want to read a disclaimer, though, just to make sure we're all proper here. I put together, at the request of the DoD, a group that visited up to 20-ish sites around the world, so I have a lot of opinions now, but I'm not speaking for the department or for the Defense Innovation Board. Anything I say here will be my personal views as a private citizen, and I've studied it for a long time. So with that, your question was, what are the 2 or 3 most important takeaways? I think the biggest takeaway is that you guys got it right, and the single overwhelming conclusion you come to, speaking as a person who sort of wandered around, is that the Defense Department, broadly speaking, is run in many ways like a 1980s corporation. There's not very much software being used, and it feels that way. So we were asked to sort of come in and look at how were external companies run, technology innovation, and how is the DoD. And the lack of software, and in particular the lack of computer science, is a real problem to be addressed. And that recommendation has been well heard and is being listened to today by the military. We actually made 10 or 11 recommendations, which are public, and we have a public process. They were released in January, and you can just type Defense Innovation Board, and you'll read all about them with a lot of justification.
One of your recommendations was to have a Chief Innovation Officer. The Pentagon already has a Chief Technology Officer. What's the difference?
Because the DoD is run in this sort of classic old way, the internal procedures that it has that are not, I don't know how to say it, they're very long in planning, right? So they plan over a decade. And the culture does not have a culture around rapid prototyping at sort of any level. And so our idea was that you could take a Chief Innovation Officer and put that person in to basically try to get these systems to be more responsive to innovation, quicker product cycles, and so forth. And this is true at every level of the military, whether it's the HR systems, the transportation systems, the weapon systems, everything that they do.
It sounds to me like you're describing a problem that's more cultural than technological. Is that correct?
Well, innovation is always a cultural problem, and it's a management problem, it's a cultural problem, it's a technological problem, it's a money problem. So there are, for example, groups in the DoD that are doing exactly the right things, and they need more support, right? More political support, more funding, and so forth, just a big bureaucracy. But what happens in having now run a number of very large corporations, the culture tends to determine the outcome. And so when you go and talk in detail with the military, what they'll talk about is their own view of how the culture works, which in the military is largely determined by their promotion capabilities, where they're reviewed, risk intolerance and risk tolerance, risk seeking, who's in charge, that kind of stuff. It's obviously very hierarchical.
How do you make the military bureaucracy less risk averse?
Well, one of our recommendations is to make it, as a bit of background, there's this process generally known as AT&L. And the people in the audience who've been in the military will know a great deal about this. And it's rumored to be a couple thousand pages. No single person seems to understand it. So, and people spend all day complaining about the process, right? And this is how the weapon systems are purchased, this is how everything is purchased. It drives the planning processes, and the organizations that implement it are highly centralized and very, very rule-bound. So that's an area, that's a target-rich environment from our perspective. And so we wandered around and we said, well, this is clearly a problem. So the AT&L people call back and say, well, there are a gazillion waivers. You just have to ask for them. I said, what? You can waive this stuff? Yeah, it's in the document. You know, page 697. So we found the document. We found the paragraph. And indeed, it's true that using good judgment, the military can actually do the right thing, right, from our perspective. And so one of the recommendations that we have made is to have much more extensive use of waivers. And it's interesting that, again, the military leadership is very sensitive to this. One of the more interesting things that the senior leadership did is with the B-21, they actually used a rapid acquisition process rather than a more cumbersome process, which was controversial. But that's an example of innovation within the bureaucracy that I certainly hope will produce a better outcome.
And last question from me for the moment. If you were king of the Pentagon for a day, is there one change you would make in how the U.S. military approaches this problem? Personnel policy, education, whatever.
Well, I should say that the people we've met are incredibly impressive. I don't know about you all, but when you spend time in there, the leadership skills, the training, the level of education, the commitment to serve the mission, it's all very good. The systems are just sort of, I'll just say, horrific. And an example is that there's this process called the Program of Record. Basically, it's called the POM. And it's a 2-year planning cycle. And during that 2-year planning cycle, you have to budget things for 2+ years from now. And then it's 10 years after that. And it's very difficult if you're doing rapid acquisition, rapid software, rapid iteration, to figure out how to fit in that. So I would start by attacking that problem and insert this sort of rapid prototyping model. One of our recommendations is to build a culture of rapid prototyping and experimentation. And when you talk to the generals and admirals, they say they're frustrated, right? These are people who want to do the right thing. And they'll say, yeah, I want to do that, I want to do that. But then I have to adhere myself to that, to this process, which is sort of turgid, would be the best description. And so I say, well, okay, I do this with a little bit more respect. I'll say something to the effect of, you're a general, you're in charge, why can't you do this? And then they'll look at me, and I say this very politely, and they'll give a very polite back answer, which is, I tried, right? What I did is I cut this budget, I made this more flexible, and the moment I did that, the money that I had saved was taken away from me, right? That's a disincentive to taking risk. That's a classic bureaucratic problem, by the way. So creating a space of not just, and by the way, we're not talking about a lot of money here in the Pentagon numbers, small amounts of money. And one of the beauties about the survey that you all did about software is relatively inexpensive compared to the many other things the military does.
Okay, we're going to go to audience questions. To the people wielding the microphones, have them ready. While the microphones are getting ready, I just want to mention in World War II, George Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, was at a meeting in which the Army was represented by a general, the Navy was represented by an admiral, and the Air Force was represented by a major. And it was pointed out to him that this was kind of inappropriate to have a major arguing for the Army Air Force. And he said, you're right. He promoted him to Brigadier General. Immediately. Okay, audience questions? Over here, please.
Hi, Ted Johnson and Eric and Wendy Smith Fellow here at New America, so thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm glad you're here.
You too.
That was not a plant, by the way.
Right. I'm also a retired Navy commander and recently wrote about how military bases can bring smart technology to sort of streamline base operations. Naturally, the initial concern is about security. So as we think about how to incorporate more technology, software, hardware, et cetera, for military applications, how do you address the real security concern of attaching thousands of wireless sensors to military infrastructure and protecting them from hackers and other vulnerabilities?
Well, indeed, thank you, and thank you for working with New America. One of our recommendations as a group was to focus on this question of cyber more thoroughly. I'll just use my own language. I am concerned that outside of the secure networks, which have a pretty good, I'll just say generically, a pretty good approach to trying to be secure, the non-secure networks, which is where the majority of the military activity is, these are the unclassified networks, how do we know that they're secure? And I'll give you an example, a specific example. Many of the cyber attacks are done on downrev Windows machines, and the military has lots of downrev Windows machines. So the military has recently announced that it's going to upgrade all those to Windows 10. It's a reasonable decision. However, they are not upgrading at the same time the systems, the PCs that are inside the program of record weapon systems and other systems. So here's an example where they're trying to do the right thing, but it's such a massive problem, it creates a vulnerability. So one solution here would be, I mean, there are many solutions. One solution would be to try to create, and we recommend this, some kind of a facility inside the military or appropriate place that can really go and address the question you asked. It's a specialized problem. I agree with it. However, it's not an excuse to not automate the bases. Right. The standard joke about the nuclear stuff is not hackable because all the software was done in 1970 and it's still stored on 8-inch floppy disks, which you can't purchase anymore. Right. Not a good answer, by the way. That's sort of the joke. Right. I'm not endorsing that as a cyber strategy.
Guy with the beard who looks like Andrew Exum.
Let's get some mics over here if you have mics as well, if you have multiple mics.
Thanks. Zach Biggs with Janes. I wanted to ask you, the last administration with Secretary Carter, innovation was a huge priority. He opened the 3 branches of DIUX. You can look at several different major speeches he made on innovation. And some of the travel that you mentioned you've done to bases and facilities were with him. He was on those trips. So secretary level issue. Does the new administration view it with that same sense of urgency from what you've seen thus far? And is there any difference in the approach you're seeing from the new administration? I grant there are a lot of open jobs, AT&L's open, et cetera, but do they view it from a different viewpoint?
I haven't seen any change so far. In other words, it looks to me like the same problems, same actors, same recommendations. I would probably say that our recommendations were designed to be independent of who the leadership are. I think these are generic. They're not specific to any particular leadership approach. So I haven't seen much of a change. Same focus on this. I think at some point there'll be some kind of crisis that will sort of bring this into form. Maybe it's a budget crisis or a military crisis or something. That's usually how it happens.
Speaking of the new administration, if President Trump called you into the Oval Office and asked you what the next war would look like, what would you tell him?
There's a sort of, the military doctrine on strategy is pretty well set, and it's fairly well set from a long historic reasoning. So the nuclear triad, all of those things, which are horrific and terrifying, by the way, so we're clear, and the need for an army, navy, and so forth and so on. What is missing is what radical innovation could occur that would change war, conflict, and also defensive positions. Bob Work, who's the departing Deputy Secretary, has a thing called the third offset, where he talks about autonomy, right, in particular, and artificial intelligence. And that, my guess is that's where the real problems would come from, that if we don't invest in those areas. And the reason is that our competitors, I'll just use the word competitor for lack of a better term, are clearly investing in these areas, right? Whether it's cyber, autonomy, who's the largest manufacturer of autonomy, right? The Chinese with DJI. So we need to really think about, we have a whole recommendation about this, and I want to stick on recommendations. It's important that the military make AI and machine learning a component of their work, right? We looked pretty hard to find such groups, and there's a few people here and a few people there who are valiantly trying to do this, but it's not part of the core competency. Whereas you can imagine if you were to, let's go do it. One of the things you do when you look at change in an organization is imagine you didn't have the organization at all, you had no people at all, just do the thought experiment. Of course, it was not really going to happen. What are the things that you would build, right? What would you do first? And I think one of the first things you would do is try to use artificial intelligence and machine learning to change the way people think about deterrence. An example which I've used publicly in other forums is the question of who has advantage in cyber war. In traditional conflict, the attacker has advantage because of the advantage of surprise, right? And you don't know what's coming. You have all these people monitoring. Oh my God, this thing's coming. We have to react to it, and then you react. That's typically how it works in any form of human contest. But in the AI world, training matters. It may very well be that well-designed cyber defense systems are stronger than the attacker systems because the defense systems are constantly being trained by the attacks that are coming. So anyway, we focused a great deal in our report on the importance of becoming expert at this. Indeed, this is one of the recommendations that has been adopted so far. We'll see how far the military gets in this.
On artificial intelligence, I'd like to ask you a Rosa Brooks question. Not that she placed this, but that I think she would ask it, and I would too if I were as smart as she is. So, can humans hope to ever fight against autonomous weapons?
Well, again, speaking generically, it just seems like, I should say that the military has told me that their doctrine is that the human is always in the loop. That's what they've told me.
Isn't that a recipe for disaster?
I'm not going to comment on that. They've told me that's their position, right? If you have an autonomous attacker, you're going to want to have an autonomous defensive system, right? Mm-hmm. And if you think about autonomy, again, would the defender have more advantage than the attacker? It may be because of training. Right? And that's a concept that, for background for those of you who don't know about it, today computer vision is better than human vision, and machine learning allows you to recognize patterns more accurately and more depth than humans can. And we all operate as humans with sort of reasoning and common sense, all the things that got us to where we are today. But in fact, the revolution that's going on in my industry is because the algorithms, technically deep neural networks, are so good at recognizing these patterns. So for example, the ability to have automatic translation between languages, something we do very well now, recognition of images. Much of what governments do is in fact pattern matching, right? So what does a security guard do? What does a military guard with a gun do? They're all about what does the submariner who's looking at video of underwater footage looking for mines or other things underwater that could threaten the ship. Those are all vision problems. When you go to the doctor, what does the dermatologist do? It's a vision problem, right? Well, we have technology that can do a better job, equal or better job than almost every dermatologist using vision. Now, it doesn't replace the dermatologist, it just makes the dermatologist better. So I think the general theme here is since this is about the military, if the military were to adopt these things, the humans would be more accurate in terms of watching, monitoring, being ready which is part of readiness is a big thing within the military.
This hadn't occurred to me before, but listening to you, for the last 60 or so years, the offense has predominated in warfare. The last time we had a war in which the defense predominated was World War I. It sounds to me like you're describing a terrific war of attrition in which victory goes to the side with the ability to sustain itself economically and demographically. Is that the war you're describing to Mr. Trump?
Again, I want to be specific on where the technology can take things. And I think the biggest innovations in the next 20 years will be in this area of machine learning, AI, autonomy, right? And America is in a very strong position to be a leader here, right? We have all the best people. We have this huge industry. And I think that part of why we were asked to work with the DoD was try to get some of those ideas in.
Okay, the right wing has some questions over here. I think the guy standing with his back against the wall.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on the human capital question. When you look at, my name is Mark Haggard, I'm a cyber fellow here, but I also served on the Defense Science Board study of autonomy, long service in the military, now I'm an academic. When we had the Industrial Revolution, we had to create entirely new educational institutions. West Point, Thomas Jefferson, the Navy responded to mechanical engineering. You look at the companies that you led, Apple led, they weren't a knockoff on Kodak, they weren't a knockoff on Honeywell computers, they were something entirely new. Is it time to build a AI cyber force with the institutions from the 18-year-old all the way at new culture to augment West Point, Air Force, the Navy, the Army, but time for a new force that gets to those rapid culture adaptation that right now probably is just too slow?
So again, that would be something for the military to decide how to do it, but we made a strong recommendation to essentially invest in both computer science and AI as a core competency for precisely that reason. There are a number of initiatives within the military already that need to get a lot more support. It was earlier mentioned something called DIUX, which is a group that essentially takes military money and advances companies in partnership that will help the military reach its mission. And they're essentially, if you will, providing additional capital to the private sector to jumpstart the ability for the military to purchase those activities. So that's a big deal. There's another one called SCO, or Strategic Capabilities Office. It's run by a guy named Will Roper, a true hero in my view. And what they do is they take the existing systems of the military and they lengthen their lifespan by adding software autonomy and things like that. So again, solving a very tactical problem, but one which is, sort of serious. So those are two that the military has already. I think any form of your idea, right, whether it's a center, a building, and so forth, makes sense. Another idea that we had was just have every major command have a software group that's under command of the commander, right? So the military is full of the following problem. You have screen A and screen B, and you have human. And the human spends all day, a very well-trained soldier typically, copying the data from screen A to screen B, right? Because the systems don't coordinate each other. So in traditional systems, the first thing in a turnaround CEO, the first thing that CEO would do is go and raise some capital, replace those systems, automate everything, and get huge efficiencies in the system. So from my perspective, any form of adding software people into the commands and into some sort of university makes sense. I'll give you an analogy. The military nuclear work is done not by the DoD, but by the DOE labs. So we visited them as part of our normal visiting, and I knew very little about this area. And I was struck by the level and scale of what our nation built and invested in way back when, right? Now, we're not at the same level, and I'm not suggesting we have to have Sandia and Kirkland and all of that kind of stuff. But my point is, here you've got a clear problem, a clear opportunity. It's pervasive across our nation's things, and not just military, but everywhere, right? You would want to have a set of buildings, a set of programs analogous to what you described.
And also, you didn't mention it, but one of your recommendations was that ROTC have a specific computer track of computer sciences.
Well, again, we go on to, there's plenty of technical work going on in the DoD, and there's plenty of people who want to come in as young technical people who want to serve the nation, and so forth. There's something called the Defense Digital Service, which is another one of these early programs where, again, software and people will come in. I think if the DoD identifies this as a major priority, the capitalist system around it, which is basically the contractors and the consultants and so forth, will respond, will get themselves educated up to what you're describing. I like your idea, and I think we should propose that one as well. Of course.
It does amaze me that, to my knowledge, there is still not a reserve unit in Silicon Valley for information warfare operations. I mean, you've seen any service chief who wanted to pick up some cheap talent. I mean, my college roommate was nuts, but he became an executive at Apple. And if you told him he could shoot a .50 caliber machine gun once a year and do a couple of hours a month of helping out, he'd be happy to. But nobody's ever asked him. I saw Aaron Simpson had a question.
Thanks, Tom. Aaron Simpson, until recently, I was the CEO of Karas Associates, which was a research and consulting firm. Did a lot of work with the Defense Department, including DARPA. And as a business person, I'd like your thoughts on why both small and large companies should want to do business with the Pentagon. There are incredible compliance costs and capped margins. It's not the easiest place to work.
Well, in fact, we have a recommendation on that. How perfectly asked. I omitted to say that my career and my world is largely due to DARPA, right? So you go back to Bob Taylor as a leader of DARPA in 1965, 66, 67, and the funding that he did that ultimately created the industry that we live in. I mean, I worked for Bob, so I know this is all true. These are extraordinary moments in American history. So let's thank DARPA for, among other things, helping create the computer industry. One of our recommendations, as a bit of background, working with the military as a procurement matter is very difficult. And one of our recommendations is to move to the cloud, right? But we don't mean the military cloud, we mean use commercial cloud phenomena. So you say, seems perfectly reasonable. After all, for non-classified work, the military is just a big business in that sense. And yet it's extraordinarily difficult because of all sorts of strange rules that don't make any sense, right? At least from my perspective, speaking as the outsider. And so that's an example where if the military were to move to more standard ways of interacting and operating so that they can look like a large corporation for their non-classified work, that's a big deal. It changed the way they acknowledged, it would change the way they would, and indeed this is one of our recommendations.
Okay, we have a centrist question here, if we can run a mic up to the guy in the bow tie.
Will Duffield, London School of Economics. Human-machine interfacing and biological enhancement will alter both how we fight wars, but also how our servicemen will be injured in them. How can we best anticipate and prepare to care for the casualties of future wars before we see them coming home?
So far, it looks, well, there's a lot of assumptions in your series of questions. So one is that it looks like deaths by conflict are actually declining, right, globally, right? So it's obviously a good thing. However, the advent of more precision means a much more precise outcome, right? And there are just horrific scenarios that you can go through in your mind. So I don't know how to answer your question except to say that there are people who are working on human augmentation and so forth, but I think the correct answer is to figure out how a way not to have conflict, right? It's always a bad outcome. And based on, again, speaking as the outsider, and again, people get used to these things, I guess, but when you look at the capability of human fighting human, we really want to be against it, right? Just do the math.
David Wood has written a book that gets into a lot of that. David, do you have a comment you want to add to that? Okay.
I'm not sure what the interface is between combat stress and combat stress injuries and cyber war. So I'd be interested in your thoughts on that, if any.
Well, Jared Cohen and I wrote a book about the sort of the new digital age and how wars would get started, right? And as part of this, we talked about the fact that it's possible for countries that are at peace to have cyber conflicts, right? Because there's relatively little deterrence and so forth. We see that today with the Russian and Chinese scenario, where we're clearly not in a, quote, war, unquote, and yet both countries have done things to America that we're upset about. And analogously, and I don't know this, we weren't read in on this, but I'm assuming that America did things that annoyed them no end as well. And yet we tolerate that. So cyber, at least at the level of peacetime, if you will, may be a different kind of animal, if you will, strategically. And I don't think we know. There's been lots of discussion about what's it like to be a drone pilot, remote, so forth and so on. I won't comment on that, but I think these are new problems to be researched.
One new problem I've seen in the field is in the initial steps of a war, like the invasion of Iraq in 2003, American soldiers experienced for the first time in their lives extreme information deprivation. For the first time in their lives, they have no screens to look at. They have no cell phones. They have no computers at night. And they seem to me to go through a form of information starvation. They are not stimulated by the things that normally get their brain going. Early in the Iraq invasion in 2003, I would show up at checkpoints with my big, heavy satellite phone. I think the company would bust. I can't remember what they're named. But it was my big satellite phone. And I would offer it to the soldiers who want to call home for 60 seconds to say, hi, Mom. And to them, it was like, it was much more meaningful than just a phone call. It was being reconnected to the real world. It's what they called in Vietnam the big PX. I think now it's the big database.
So one of our recommendations is to make computing and bandwidth abundant. You know, we traveled around and talked to the folks who were just doing normal jobs in the DoD, and they spend a good deal of their time emptying their mailbox of mail because the mail system is so primitive, right? These problems were solved a long time ago. I know that's trivial, but if you're a soldier on deployment, this is a really big deal. And the technology now allows to have essentially abundant computing and abundant communications around the world. In general, the military communication systems are rare and expensive, and that's true in general of military things. Because of this lack of iteration and sort of the building a small number of big, beautiful, and very expensive things, as opposed to a large number of things which are far more common, which again is endemic in the approach that the military uses, they don't have those kinds of solutions. I think your scenario in 2003 can be addressed now by much better connectivity, but the principle is correct, that we recommend very strongly that everyone in the DoD is a knowledge worker too, right? And knowledge workers need access to information, knowledge, sharing, and so forth and so on.
The downside is you need extreme information discipline of a sort we've never had, especially in American units. If I'm the enemy military intelligence commander, I want to know what frequencies those cell phones are operating on.
But those things are easily, in general, almost all of these problems can be solved by very strong encryption. So again, the way you would solve, and this is a generic statement about companies, all of you should be using two-factor authentication, and I can give you lots of examples of people who are unhappy because they didn't. All of you should be using Chrome, by far the best browser, and it's also free, okay, so it's the right price, right? So a simple list of cyber rules of that category would go a very long way.
But I'm not just worried about secrecy, I'm just saying emissions become a target.
Understood.
And it especially worries me when embedded reporters don't understand signals and start using unencrypted devices in the field and get us all killed.
So again, in the computer world, in my industry, we've all moved to fully encrypted HTTPS. And so when you are using the internet, you're on a very encrypted communication as long as you're using modern technology and so forth. It's funny that not all the military does that. Right?
And newsrooms are cheap. I remember being laughed at the first time I asked for body armor. What would you need that for, my editor said. Way in the back here, wave your hand. There you go.
Thank you. Hi, Eric. Jody Shelton, and I'm the president of the Global Semiconductor Alliance. I am curious as to whether or not your role with the DoD has adversely affected Google or Apple in your global business, when oftentimes that means dealing with foreign governments. It certainly means being geographically neutral much of the time. And conversely, does the DoD think that it's strange to have a global leader as part of their team?
Well, I can't speak for them how we appear to them. They probably think of us sort of like the Silicon Valley show. But who knows? We're just trying to do the best we can. We've been pretty careful to identify ourselves as trying to bring technological and business ideas to the military, but not telling the military what to do. We're not in charge. We're not part of it. That's why I give my disclaimer. And so far, that's been fine. And we have representatives on our board from pretty much every Silicon Valley company. Jeff Bezos is on the board. Just lots of interesting scientists and so forth. So I think there's not been an issue so far.
Guy was standing at the table right behind you.
Thank you. I'm Zachary Chanel. I'm a graduate student at the University of Kentucky studying security and intelligence matters. A lot of what you've talked about to this point hits upon sort of broader organizational steps, I feel like. In the earlier panels, they seem to discuss networking more as a way of integrating the force, or rather developing sort of a more mobile, agile unit in sort of a battlefield context. Do any of the recommendations you have sort of touch on the battle space aspect, making the force more effective in terms of communication?
So the military has a strong view on this, which I'm just going to label as data fusion, right? And so the military way of expressing this is that you have all the sensors, you take all this data, big data, and so forth. We listened to that for a while, and we said, well, we don't think you're on your way to building that. In other words, that's what you want, right? But so our recommendations are, in our view, the necessary conditions to create that vision if that's what the military wants. So in particular, you need connectivity, you need data systems that can carry the data. The sensors and so forth generate an enormous amount of data, which they don't do anything with. So a typical example is you've got all of this information coming in, and it gets lost, gets stored and forgotten and so forth. Nobody knows what to do with it. And there's no programmers to take it and analyze it. So again, you don't have any of the normal big data scenarios that a company would have. One of the recommendations that we are considering making, we have a meeting on April 4th. Everybody here is invited to. It's at the Pentagon, 2-hour meeting, and we have our meetings in public. We're going to have a discussion about should we make a recommendation about what to do about this big data problem, right? Because we keep encountering it over and over again. My own view is that some centers around big data need to get formed. You need to get some software people. You need to start figuring out what the data is useful for. And I should say that I think this problem, in fact, going out on a limb, I would say that the majority of our recommendations would apply to the U.S. government in general. In other words, I suspect that if you visit kind of any other department of the government, you'd find a lack of cyberspace awareness, a lack of computer scientists, a lack of proper systems, an over-reliance on down-rev systems, lots of information being leaked to competitors and adversaries and so forth because the systems aren't properly architected. I think this is a generic list in that sense.
We're down to a precious few final moments. One question I want to step back and ask is a broad one. What's the biggest global trend you see out there that is under-recognized?
I spent in my real job, I spend most of my time thinking about what happens when you adopt an AI-first strategy in a business. And AI first meaning taking the systems that we have built so far and using the technologies that I've been describing here to make the systems more effective. And in Google's case, that would be ads and search, and how can you use these systems to hire better people? Can you use these to promote people better, and so forth and so on? So I think that the people are generally aware in this room probably that this is coming, but I think most people don't appreciate how profound it can improve whatever you're doing. So healthcare is an easy one. It looks like the computers are very good now at the following. They can have a series of numbers and they can predict the next one, right? You go, well, that's not very interesting, Eric. By the way, that's exactly what happens when you go to a hospital, right? You take your EHR record, right? And with enough data and enough training, we can predict why you've come to the hospital, and more importantly, your mortality, morbidity scenario, which is what the doctors really care about. So whether it's in healthcare, which we all care about, or information markets, which I care a great deal about, or whether it's the military, which is the conversation we're having, I don't think people understand how profoundly transformative in almost all a good way this technology is. And so I guess I would leave you with our core recommendations are fundamentally about this, right? To change the way the processes work, build this as a core competency, try to understand how it affects, this is a Future of War conference, how does it affect war? And I think that's a very good thing to do for the next year or two.
Our time is up.
And thank
I'm
you
the
all.
only thing standing between you and lunch. So, but before you run for the doors, please give Eric Schmidt a big hand.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Future of War Conference is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Okay, so we're going to resume the program. I'm Peter Bergen, co-director of the Future of War Conference. I want to thank our sponsors, our media sponsors, CNN and Defense One, for being part of this, and also Raytheon, Northrop, and Deloitte for helping support this. It's my pleasure to introduce my friend and colleague, Mike Smith, who is one of the leading thinkers about how ISIS is functioning in the social media world in the country. He's going to do a 10-minute presentation, which will help set us up for the next panel, which will look at the wider question of social media. So, Mike.
Is this mic set? Great. If we can, we'll start with the slide deck that I put together. And obviously what we're going to be talking about today is how the Islamic State has been exploiting chiefly American companies' technologies to manage one of the most aggressive and effective global influence operations of any terrorist group in history. Here's an example, of course, of how they've used these technologies to try to stimulate thinking about executing attacks targeting Americans and our allies, a crowdsourced threat campaign against me the day before the Orlando attack. Now, obviously, the Islamic State is using social media tools and other cyber domain technologies in a variety of ways that we're going to talk about today that are much more dynamic than just that. To begin, it's important to discuss what is the Islamic State. And unlike most terrorist groups, the group self-defines itself as a terrorist group. But more specifically, it's a Salafi jihadist group. Much like al-Qaeda, its agenda is informed by Salafiyya Jihadiyya, an intensely orthopraxic ideology whereby faith is demonstrated through a variety of actions, chiefly jihad, what we call terrorism. Since the group declared its caliphate, the key sets of narratives that the group has been employing to wage this recruitment cum incitement program are that all Sunni Muslims are obligated to pledge allegiance to the caliph according to traditions in Sunni Islam. But that this allegiance is not affirmed through mere words alone. It's affirmed through actions, either emigrating into the so-called caliphate or waging jihad at home. Since the group declared its caliphate, it has claimed responsibility for 6 attacks in the United States. But this figure really belies the real impact of this influence capacity that it has achieved vis-a-vis this reach into the West, as you often hear about officials talking about that reach into the West. Indeed, more than 100 people have been charged with Islamic State-related crimes in the United States, and not all attacks that have been executed by the group's supporters or sympathizers have been claimed. This is a perfect example. Now, why would Ed Archer have sought to demonstrate his support for the group by attempting to murder a police officer? Well, in September of 2014, in an address posted online, distributed using things like YouTube, archive.org, other popular file sharing sites, the group's spokesperson called for just those types of attacks in Europe and the United States. So it's been pushing since 2014 for these types of attacks to occur here. Here what you can see is a way that Twitter has been used to achieve an international broadcasting capability for the group's propaganda. Hours before al-Adnani's Ramadan address was posted online in May of 2016, the group was hashtagging the name of the media brand that put together this address. And once it reached the top hashtag in Arabic hashtag phrases that day, they released that video, or rather audio message, in which al-Adnani continued to push for attacks in the West and noted that killing civilians is a very important way of helping the group to advance its agenda. Here's me weeks later as a spate of attacks unfolded in the West, explaining on Dateline why Omar Mateen would have called a 911 center. Well, as you can see, in the 4th issue of the group's flagship publication, tailored to engage with audiences here in the West, Dabiq, they literally said that it is crucial that attacks be firmly attributed to the group so that they are not mistaken as random acts of violence. In other words, the group is devolving not only information about the types of attacks that it wants to have occurring, but also how to go about making sure that this is not mistaken as random violence or an attack attributed to Al-Qaeda. Here you can see, as in that other page, that in another page of that issue of Dabiq, they were appropriating not just bin Laden's, but al-Awlaki's mantles. And indeed, this program that I'm talking about basically is taking al-Awlaki's program for engagement vis-a-vis the cyber domain to new heights. It emphasizes ease of access to the narratives that are used to recruit and incite violence, but also real group members, as we're going to see. And so throughout the propaganda materials, you can see some screenshots of more examples. They continue to appropriate the mantles of these key Al-Qaeda figures. They've been claiming that they are stewarding bin Laden's manhaj, or his methodology. And what you can see here in the center is Sally Jones. She's a well-known British member of the Islamic State, especially designated global terrorist by the US, promoting material by al-Awlaki. You can see a propagandist doing the same thing there. Now, of course, networking and building online communities has been very important for this group. And you can see an example of Sally Jones calling for others to follow an account created by an American woman who has since been charged with issuing terroristic threats online by doing things like promoting a hit list that was put out that contained more than 1,000 targets who were members of the US national security community. Now, here you can see the guy who comes to mind, Junaid Hussain, when you talk about this online recruitment and incitement program. On the left, you can see one of his Twitter accounts. You can also see an Islamic State hacking division account. He oversaw this program. And what they were trying to do was gather information about individual targets here in the United States and elsewhere in the world. And what you can see on the right is in the 9th issue of Dabiq, they're highlighting some of his most well-known handiwork. The 2 terrorists responsible for the attack in Garland, Texas, were mobilized, as Seamus Hughes, who's sitting back here, has highlighted his reporting, by Junaid Hussain. And if you look closely at the screenshot of his Twitter account, you'll see that it's a photo of al-Awlaki used in the profile pic. So again, another way that they're using social media to try to stimulate interest in attacks is pushing out things like that hit list that I mentioned earlier. They're also pushing out individual home addresses for senior, current, and former national security managers. Here you can see, for instance, CIA Director Brennan at the time, D&I Clapper, pushing out their home addresses to try to push people to execute these types of attacks. Another way that they're trying to stimulate interest in all of this is by harassing people. Analysts like me, reporters like Rukmini Callimachi, who reports on the Islamic State for the New York Times. You can see Sally Jones doing just that on Twitter last year. Now, in 2016, the Wall Street Journal published a report on Twitter's efforts to suspend more rapidly all of these accounts that are being used for these purposes. And they also highlighted an exchange between me and a key Islamic State propagandist on Twitter who noted that really this has no meaningful deterrence, the suspension campaign. If anything, they were touting as credentials the number of times that their accounts had been closed. Here you can see where Telegram Messenger channels have become a preferred tool used to distribute propaganda and also engage with people globally. And what you have here is a video pushed out in November 2016 where a member of the group, a French speaker, was calling for attacks in the West, saying that the barriers to making hijra or immigrating into the so-called caliphate are now too high, so you must execute attacks in the West if you can. He provided a lengthy, gruesome demonstration of how to kill people using knives. You can see his victim there behind him. 2 days later, Artan executes just that type of attack at Ohio State University. Now, was it that video, or was it that previously mentioned message from al-Adnani in September 2014 where he called for just that type of attack that stimulated this? Who knows? I imagine it might be both. Here's the claim for the attack on a Telegram channel that's run specifically to push out what you call a mock agency or headline news a la Islamic State, claims for operations and attacks. And you will find dozens of these pushed out a day. And all of this helps to build this perceptibility of strength, durability, and worthiness of support. This is an example of a mock infographic that provided statistics for the number of suicide bombings in Iraq and Syria alone last year, more than 1,100. Here's a mock infographic for February. And all of this, again, is pushed out on easy-to-access platforms, easier than just Telegram Messenger channels, which is a little bit more difficult to get into and start tracking all of the content. Other ways that they're trying to stimulate interest in executing attacks is via these short documentary-type clips that Amok puts out. Here you can see a victim of Turkish strikes targeting the group, a child. And this was put out hours before the attack on New Year's Eve in Turkey. And you can see screenshots of videos like this also being proliferated to try to stimulate thinking about executing attacks. Another example, here's a child victim purportedly of US strikes targeting the group's positions. So what you see with all of this is an engagement that you just don't see with Al-Qaeda. You don't see Al-Qaeda putting out things like daily reports that highlight all of these claims for attacks within the primary areas of operations and beyond. Here's an example of a video put out just last week. Now, we've heard about this slowdown in these major productions of Islamic State videos. You can see here that they're promoting links to it on Telegram to YouTube. YouTube materials quickly get suspended, but what they also exploit are things like Google Drive, where you can't just view it alone. You can download it and help proliferate the material onto other popular file sharing sites, like SendVid, for instance. Again, the engagement rate so much higher. So while there may be a slowdown in some of this major production material, they have weekly publications like Al-Naba that you can see here. Now, this is a screenshot of inside a chat room on Telegram. And the reason I'm showing you this is me this month reporting a pro-Islamic State Twitter account. And they're posting screenshots of me doing that. Because Twitter, of course, is so popular for the group and continues to be despite the suspension campaign because, again, it's about ease of access. It's about marketing, but also concomitantly market research capability. When somebody tweets, then retweets, likes, and promotes the material, they can identify prospective recruits who can be mobilized for attacks eventually. Now, of course, they expected that I had infiltrated that chat room. Here's them posting a threat against me. But again, more examples of this. This guy, these accounts back in 2015 on Twitter, within a day or so, they'd have 10,000 or more followers. So now the big question is, why are these technologies so attractive? In the process of promoting the use of Twitter, Facebook, et cetera, they've also promoted the use of tools that help to achieve a means to mask your physical location when you're online. Things like virtual private networks or VPNs, specialized browsers like Tor. So there's not a real high risk associated with the exploitations of these technologies to recruit and incite violence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to Michael. We are now welcoming to the stage Peter Singer and his panel of experts to continue this discussion. Thank you.
Hey, good to see you. So we're going to start this with another of our hopefully viral audience polls. So if you can bring it up there. So the question is, will a terror attack inside the United States be live streamed on social media in the next year? So it's not just will there be a terrorist attack in the next year, but will it be live streamed? I was going to say we were hovering around 70-30, but we're making a pushback here. So let's go ahead and close it off there. You can see it's roughly about 2/3 of the audience thinks that it will be live streamed in the next year. All right. So I think it's important to pull back on all of this. This all started in 2004 when Mark Zuckerberg sat in his Harvard dorm room and started working, tinkering away on a software program to allow fellow Harvard undergraduates to vote on who was hot or not, what was called Face Mash, the origin of Facebook. It had little to do with war other than maybe the war between the sexes. We then, 2 years later, saw Jack Dorsey launch Twitter and it was similarly fun and games. His very first post, the very first post overall on Twitter, was, quote, "just setting up my Twitter." And the subsequent tweet went on to explain the name for this new messaging site was taken from the Oxford English Dictionary for, quote, "a short, inconsequential burst of information." Today, these spaces, these social networks, have become clearly more than just fun and games and more than just inconsequential. It's become the space to homes of images like this. So you just saw the flat version of it.
And know that we will be victorious and they will be the losers. And you will be the biggest losers if you're sitting at home and doing nothing.
That was first. The credit to that goes to Charlie Winter of KCL for posting that. That's at least where I came across it. But of course, it's not just these kind of calls to action. It's being woven into battlefield operations. So, for example, we're right now fighting the second battle of Mosul in this conflict. The first battle of Mosul was kicked off with a hashtag. It was a military offensive that was announced in the open. It wasn't kept secret. It was announced in the open, launched just like a conference or a movie or a new video game. We're also seeing the weaving in of popular culture in lots of different ways. So Hamilton's popular now. Here's weaving it into Why You Should Rise Up. Important, though, this is not just a story of ISIS or the Middle East. Social media has become a critical part of the news story of crime. We can see it in everything from drug cartel operations to the Instagram accounts of hit women. It's also becoming part of state-linked war, setting the stage for state-linked war. This is negative articles circulated on social media in the years leading up to the Ukraine conflict, to the descriptions of what happened when little green men popped up in Ukraine. They clearly had nothing to do with bad activities. They were just there to help find lost cats. We're weaving it again into battlefield operations. This, for example, was posted by Christopher Miller, a reporter in Kiev, of what Ukrainian soldiers are getting right before a recent Russian offensive, where they're getting messages specifically to them to saying, quote, "You're nothing but meat for your commanders," quote, "Your body will be found when the snow melts." And it's becoming a shaping force in U.S. elections. A technology that was supposed to bring us all together. Instead, we're seeing a split. So this is a image of essentially where people were getting their news on social media. And you can see there's two very different clusters between Democrats and Republicans. We're living in two different worlds, or arguably maybe two different realities. And maybe it's not just shaping it there, but it's shaping it in terms of foreign operations, to go back to the state link side, where we saw the U.S. intelligence community connected to the topic of yesterday's conference on cybersecurity, where a hacking operation was then linked to an influence operation. So this is a space that goes beyond just ISIS. It wraps through war and politics. And we've got a great panel to help us figure out what's going on and what do we do about it. And essentially, I'm going to pose the same question to all of them. The first question is, what do you see as the biggest challenge in this space when the technology of social media comes crashing together with war, politics, and beyond? And first, I'm going to turn to Brad Allenby. He's co-director of the Weaponized Narrative Initiative of New America and ASU's Center on the Future of War. And I'd steer you to, they have a report out right fresh off the presses.
Yes.
So maybe you can give us sort of set the scene for that.
So in looking at the most important problem that faces the Americans, I think you look first in the short term, and it's Russia. And it's Russia because what Russia has managed to do is to get inside the American OODA loop. The OODA loop is a concept created by a strategist called John Boyd: observe, orient, decide, and act. And essentially, if you can do that faster than your competition, you can destabilize their assumptions, their behavior, and their institutions. Russia has done that. That's essentially what has happened. So they've gotten inside our OODA loop. The traditional response is you try to tighten up the way that you respond. For a number of reasons, the United States will be unable to do that. We have to assume that going forward, the Russians will be able to get inside our operating loop and do it faster and better than we can. Now, we do have, I think, some unconventional responses, but we have not yet utilized them to the extent we should. But that's short term, because Russia is a weak state and it needs to be managed. But that's not really, I think, the long-term challenge. The long-term challenge comes from the fact, and this goes back very, very basic, that humans, communities, institutions, and our societies are, among many other things, information processing mechanisms. Over the past 2 or 3 decades, we've significantly challenged them with the amount, the volume, the velocity, and the variety of information that we've provided, to the extent that we have destabilized the institutions that we rely on, and for a lot of people, their sense of identity. What this means, I think, is that we're looking at an entirely different game when we talk about war and conflict. For example, this election, we all know that there were WikiLeaks that were used against Ms. Clinton. What happens if 4 years from now, every time a politician gets up to make a speech, their image replicated perfectly, their voice replicated perfectly, the background, all of the necessary information replicated perfectly in 50 or 60 different versions is spread by Cambridge Analytics to targeted submarkets? What's real? How do you ever find out what's real? And the answer is you won't. And my question to you is, how are you going to function in that kind of society? Because it's not science fiction, it's here. We can do this now, we just don't do it en masse. And the Russians, among many others, have an incentive to use this. So what I think we're looking at most profoundly, our most serious challenge, is in a period of very rapid change, we've lost our optimism and we've lost our imagination. And unless we get both of those back, I think we're in trouble.
So next we're going to hear from Yasmin Green, who comes from the land of optimism and imagination.
It's true, actually. As you were saying that, I was like, yeah, good, I'm up next. I can panel you.
Director of Research and Development at Jigsaw, which is essentially the place within Google Alphabet that brings together public policy, research, and vision in terms of sort of the civil society implication of things. So what do you see as the biggest challenge in this space?
Thanks, Peter, and thanks, Brad. I should probably say that, clarify that my optimism comes not just from my DNA, but actually because our goal at Jigsaw is to understand evolving threats, but then to build technology to mitigate against them. So that's a fairly motivating, positive narrative. I'd start by saying that when we look at digital insurgencies, which is what I think we're talking about here with regard to state-sponsored information warfare, we're seeing a lot of benefits versus physical insurgencies in terms of far reduced cost, much less risky actions, actions that states can take against other states or their own populations that are unlikely to trigger public outcries because they're stealthy, and because attribution is so difficult in this space, they're unlikely to trigger retaliation. So we will see much more of state-sponsored social media manipulation. What we've heard discussed over the last year in the context of the US presidential election are a few things: fake news, publishing classified information that has been leaked, and the stealing of, phishing and hacking and stealing of emails, which I think is one half of this challenge. And I think the public discourse has missed a really important part of this, because even if you fabricate a story or you get a hold of an incriminating email, it really doesn't do much to further your aims if no one finds out about it. And the part that's missing from the public discourse has been dissemination networks. And that's really key to weaponizing or deploying any of the intelligence that you're gathering through any of these other means. And the way that this is working, as we're beginning to see, is through a seed and fertilizer strategy, which is state-controlled social media personas that are well distributed in social networks, different social media conversations, that plant conversations with narratives and with supporting evidence, whether they're from a real news outlet or from a fake news outlet, from leaks. And then those go on to have their own life as popular movements. And there are several reasons why a digital army of this kind is really valuable to a state. And then the domestic, in pursuit of domestic and foreign policy goals. One of the use cases which we've seen actually popular across Mexico, China, Russia, Ecuador, Venezuela, really globally is for censorship and targeting dissenting voices domestically, be it journalists or opposition figures. And we've collected case studies from many of these countries. A lot of them are in Turkey, where you see some of the hashtags going after journalists, starting with the mayor of Ankara or Erdogan's chief of staff, if you trace back the first time. And we have reports from these individuals, and there's this woman, all online intimidation, as an aside, goes after women worst. It's just easier to assault and intimidate women. So there's this Turkish journalist who said she described an attack on her where she received 12 rape threats a minute. So they're not just bots that are programmed to harass, they're also sexually harassing bots as well, which is pretty innovative in a perverse way. And then thinking about foreign policy goals, of course, it's not just to catalyze a change of sentiment in a population abroad, but also potentially to change the way they act, perhaps the way they vote. And one thing for us to note is that while we may be accustomed to thinking of intelligence gathering in the context of being deployed in a military operation or to help with a diplomatic or trade negotiation, for other countries, subversion is the main goal. So there are some narratives that seem so outlandish that we think to ourselves, that was a fail for information operations, but actually the goal is to create noise and erode the underpinnings of a healthy democracy, which are some consensus around facts and history. I mentioned yesterday when we were talking that we have a Russian troll farm handbook, which is really interesting to behold because it's exactly what you would imagine that it would be. It's like a script for a call center, which is kind of what how these state-sponsored troll factories work, and it has the domestic and foreign policy goals Russia has. Undermining opposition leaders. The killing of Nemtsov, for example, was suspected to be the work of the CIA. Some of the foreign, international goals, like undermining NATO, that it's not working and it should be dismantled. And it's literally the headline, the talking points, and the links, the social media, the online links, be it news sites or, other supporting evidence for their claims. So we see evidence that this is happening. I think it's the beginning. I think we'll see a lot more. One of the things that I think is the biggest challenge here is this notion of useful idiots, which sounds really disparaging, but I'll follow up by saying that's all of us, which is people who are not the state-controlled assets, but they're the people who become mobilized and weaponized without having any idea.
So let's hear from Adam Sharp. Adam was former head of news, government and elections at this platform for short, inconsequential information, which actually is quite consequential, Twitter.
Yeah, news, government, and elections turned out to be a pretty consequential vertical to lead in the last several years, for sure. I think in terms of challenges, Brad used the words velocity a few times, speed a few times, and I think just the sheer volume of data, Twitter alone, 500 million tweets a day, and the speed at which that data moves tends to be the root of a tree of many, many challenges for many, many actors. That in the intelligence space and warfighting space that we're talking about today, you wind up with a balance of power really determined by who can get over the technical hurdle of finding the needle in the haystack, finding it most quickly, and turning it into something actionable while it's still relevant. This problem is not hugely different than the problem customer service groups have in looking at social media, what individual users have trying to find the relevant news and updates from friends and family, or even what the platforms have, like Twitter and Facebook, in policing and enforcing our own policies on the platforms. Anytime you then try to solve for that by layering filters on top of that, you are, as Brad also noted, creating different realities, where the reality of what's happening on Facebook, what's happening on Twitter, what's happening in the world is defined by which algorithm, which curator, which filter you laid on top of it. I'd note that these, once you get past these technical hurdles, they also translate into policy challenges and others. You look at, I mentioned, for example, using Twitter and Facebook for intelligence gathering and the challenges to speed and actionability there. A lot of the obstacles are there for good reason. A lot of the obstacles and slowdowns are to protect constitutional freedoms of Americans at home and so on and so forth. But at the same time, the laws that are in place to govern this were all created before Mark Zuckerberg sat down in his dorm room. So on one side, you see abuse of this loophole through programs like PRISM and so on and so forth. And you see the companies stepping in to try to fill the void. Twitter, most clearly, creating policies in terms of protecting their user rights against government intervention and so on. That's a problem. When these platforms become the core fabric of communication on the planet, and it winds up pretty lawless governance of them, and the companies just fill the gap, you now wind up with this patchwork where your individual rights are not determined by what country you live in. They're determined by what app you're using, on what device, on which version of the terms of service didn't you read before you clicked OK. And so the volume and speed is the core root, and then from that, you see technical problems, policy problems, procedural problems across the board for all players.
Let's finally hear from Ahmed Yunus, who is both part of this new fight and part of a new organization in this fight. He's Deputy Special Envoy and Deputy Coordinator of the Global Engagement Center at the Department of State. What do you see as the one prime challenge in this space?
Well, clearly we're talking about two different problem sets. I'll start with the first one, which is the non-state actor problem set. And the primary challenge that we see is that recruitment to terrorist organizations is a one-to-one communication reality. Whether that happens on the ground in real life or it happens online, most people who join terrorist organizations don't join them because they saw a plethora of tweets or they saw some sort of documentary. They join them because a human being that they know has communicated to them directly and convinced them that this is the best course of action for ameliorating whatever social ills that they're attempting to ameliorate. One-to-one communication, for the most part, as we see it moving online, is happening in encrypted space. And the challenge with encryption is that it renders the vast majority of people who can dissuade young people from joining terrorist organizations or engaging in terrorist activity that is inspired by the ideology of terrorist organizations, it limits their ability to do what it is that they need to do in their families, in their communities, in their groupings, in order to engage in that dissuading process. And so arise governments, us and other governments around the world, as really the primary players in penetrating that encrypted space. We are the people that have the tools to do so. And when governments get into the business of penetrating encrypted communication, they are by nature pushing against, and there was a reference to a number of countries here, the general stream of social development towards democratic realities. If governments are in the business of intercepting communication in encrypted one-to-one formats, they are, not us, but for the most part, engaging in an effort to persuade people to support some sort of political ideology. And so what you have is the people with the tools to deal with the problem are not the folks who can build the organic realities at the grassroots that render the use of violence as a means for social change ineffective. We see that one-to-one communication happening in the state actor model as well. disinformation and propaganda by nation states is true. It is true that this is a communication that happens to many people from one source or from the troll farms, et cetera. But what we're beginning to see in our research is that very specific people in the online space are being targeted with very specific messages. And those individuals might be individuals who have great power, but they do not know that what they are reading is the propaganda and disinformation of a nation state attempting to sway their opinion or their analysis on an issue from one position to another. And because of the intimate nature, and these people are more expert than I am at this, because of the intimate nature of social media, one tends to assume or presume that this is an authentic communication from an authentic source that is not attempting to dissuade me through propaganda and disinformation. So this general trend of encryption and the general trend of one-to-one communication as a means of getting people to do something in the non-state actor mission, terrorist activity, in the state actor side of the house, believing that one state is more legitimate in its propaganda than the other, renders governments, our government and other governments, to be the primary players in the online space. And that by its very nature works against the building of the types of realities that need to come to fruition: transparency of governments, democratic realities, social engagement, civic participation, an inclusion of women in the public space and in decision-making spheres, religious freedom for minority populations, the fundamental building blocks of societies where this type of activity is not needed as a means of ameliorating the negative realities that people are trying to change.
So this is a policy town, a policy conference. I want to hear from each of you one distinct policy that should be put into place to answer either the problem set you put forward or maybe the other ones out there. But what's one policy that can be enacted by a Congress, by an administration, and kind of keep it pithy if you could? So I'll go back to Brad.
One, if you're going to have Russia go asymmetric with disinformation campaigns, you need to go asymmetric. We should be.
If they go low, we go low.
Not, right? we go with our principles. We're a capitalist economy, so what we do is we go talk to the oil companies and we figure out what kind of tax break they'd need to knock 20% off the price of gas. And we tell Russia that that's exactly what we're going to do unless they stop it. What did we do? We expelled 35 diplomats. They took it as a mark of pride. What do we do if we knock them with a 20% drop in the price of petroleum products? We hit them very hard. We've got to think asymmetric. Another example of asymmetric is we should be flooding the market with books that ridicule Mr. Putin. If you think about it, you know, he's running around bare-chested with motorcycle gangs that have joined the Russian Confederation primarily because the banditos were moving in on their turf. Now, if that's not a satirical novel, I don't know what is. He doesn't care if we tell people where his money is, but if you ridicule a person like that, what you do is you undercut his narrative and you do it badly. I haven't seen any of that. There's two.
I think that's a really good point about there's no form of deterrence here because this is new. You know, like the motives are not new. I mean, hoaxes and politics and satire and information warfare have been around since the beginning of media. I think what's new are the tactics, and because of this challenge with attribution and the novelty, there isn't really a doctrine around proportional response, and there is no deterrence. So I think that might be an area for focus for policymakers.
I think it's important to preface my answer here by reminding everyone my bio is former head of news and government at Twitter, so it's a personal opinion. I think just the investment from an appropriation standpoint, as well as a thoughtful standpoint in creating a policy framework, has been lagging in this regard. You know, the president's budget announced in the last week does dramatically expand funding for the military, but it is actually disproportionately focused on a more traditional war footing and not on these areas, and figuring out how to maintain the US's edge in these information processing challenges. On the policymaking side, where things have been left ambiguous because work in this space has been conducted through laws 20 years old, the companies, for good reason, will fill that space with a bias towards protecting their users. And so if you do take the position that there are times when the government has a rightful legal path for needing to access certain information and access it quickly, you need to create that path, and you need to create a legal framework based in the technical realities of today to get there. Because if you are basing it in the technical realities of the mid-1990s, as most of these laws are, then you're leaving it up to the companies that are going to take the most anti-government position and the most pro-user position, because when in doubt, respecting and defending the user's voice is the principal objective of the business.
It's hard. I mean, offensive counterintelligence and political warfare are things that we deal with all of the time. And we at the GEC are one of the few parts of government that have some carve-out from the Privacy Act that allow us to do things with big data that other offices are not allowed to do. I guess, you know, the legal restrictions exist for a reason. We fight these wars with one hand tied behind our back, because other nation states don't have the legal regimes that require them to respect the individual and require them to respect the free flow of information. So I would say certainly there is room for public discourse around more freedom for US government agencies to engage in this kind of activity, provided that there is very serious and continuous civil rights type oversight over that activity. But you know, this is something that I deal with every single day. There is a point at which you reach diminishing returns. And that is when you are engaged in so much activity that resembles the enemy, that you no longer look like the country that you were before you began that type of activity. And then I don't know really who wins at that point in time.
Great point. I'd also toss out as a policy the need to recreate the Active Measures Working Group, which was the Cold War group. It was interagency between intelligence community, State Department, military, that identified Soviet lies that were being spread as rumors and information operations. We have a need for that today with the Russian version, but I would say involve the tech companies and civil society in it. In particular, it's not just about identifying it. It allows you to then debunk the activities of useful idiots, which is a Russian term, who deliberately spread those lies to their own political advantage in our system. So you can point to the origin of the false news that they're spreading and say, hey, this actually is coming from Russia, and it gives you a more official means to go after it. So let's open it up to the audience. Would love to get your questions. Please wait for the mic to come to you. So just go ahead and raise your hand. None whatsoever. There we go, right over there.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. My name is James Dickey with Janes. So in warfare, it's easier to destroy than it is to create. And so much of what you've all been discussing today is the ability of adversaries to destroy the truth or destroy the narratives that we try to create. Would you perhaps think that it might be that we should prioritize what we choose to protect in terms of narratives? As a way of protecting our resources, the limited resources that we have available to us to fight these online battles with our various adversaries.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it becomes, in periods of rapid change, what you know is that most of what you think, and more importantly, the implicit assumptions underlying it, are going to be contingent in ways that they were not before. So one of the questions that we should all be asking ourselves is, if we have to give things up that we believe in, what do we give up? And to your point, what can we not give up because it means we give up too much of what it means to be an American? That's the kind of question that we need to be thinking about now, because we're beginning to do that at the edges, and we're certainly going to be challenged. One of the things that this country is, among many other things, is the primary Enlightenment power. We believe in the individual. We believe that there is a truth and that it is accessible, and that the way you can find that is through science. What happens when that no longer is the belief of the public? Right. Which in many areas of the public, depending on the issue, it's not. Right. How do you respond? Right. More importantly, who responds? Anybody who listened to the talks this morning can have no doubt about American conventional superiority. It's important to realize that we have lost our overall superiority, not because somebody thinks they can challenge us conventionally, which I would be very surprised if they could, but because what they've done is they have gone radically asymmetric, and we have not responded, and we don't know how to respond.
A great illustration of that is if we go to the Russian case example, world's 13th largest economy, just cut its defense budget by 25%, but I would argue has made a much better investment in their influence operations. Let's get another. Anyone else want to weigh in on this question?
I was just going to weigh in because Brad raised the point, and going back to your earlier comment, I think that public discourse about those rights is essential, because rights that nobody knows they have wind up being unactioned rights. And I think the challenge right now is that you do have this patchwork where there's gaps over here that bad actors take advantage of, and areas over here that are made up by a patchwork of the companies trying to come to an answer. And that's where I think we do need to come to a solution. I tend to fall more to the pro-company civil rights side of the equation. But we can't just leave it as a jump ball and say, okay, it's done. We need to get to some point of resolution there.
It's a challenge. You know, Yasmin and I have been in a number of fora where this is discussed, and where we try to find a sweet spot where we can work together on those things we can work together on. Active measures is a challenge, because active measures, there are a number of people that work for the GEC who are part of the active measures working group, and we have that problem set, as well as the non-state actor problem set, since the National Defense Authorization Act. The purpose of active measures was to expose, but exposure requires a level of literacy and a clarity of branding between the two teams that renders it valent in its ability to convince people that that disinformation that is being directed to you by that nation state is actually not in your interest. And I'm not sure that we're at that place in the world at the grassroots where people say, yeah, absolutely, the United States stands for, and these other guys, they stand for something that opposes that. And so that the enhancement of literacy at the grassroots around the world, for them to understand what are the interests of nation states in engaging in the disinformation and propaganda that they engage in, is a necessary corollary to a product like the exposed mechanisms of the active measures working group to have any sort of efficacy in this conversation.
Okay. Let's get another question back there in the corner.
Hello, Matt Zase. I'm at U.S. Army Cyber Command. Assuming that what we see on social media platforms has not been adulterated by nation states or non-nation states, that everything that we see is true, and assuming and understanding, like Mr. Singer said, that information warfare is a core competency in Russia, but it's not in the United States, what concretely needs to change in the DoD, and what does that look like? And secondly, to what level does that responsibility rest upon companies in Silicon Valley?
So, Yasmin, we just saw your boss on stage speak to this cross between the Silicon Valley view, but you also interact a great deal with the military. So how would you answer this?
Yeah, I think the way that Eric framed it was right, that his role with the Pentagon is to share ideas and suggestions and help transfer whatever's working well in the tech sector to make Silicon Valley, the most innovative place on the planet. I have the same feeling about where our relationship with government should focus, and that is on us as the tech sector being able to understand the tactics that are enabling, the turbo boosting of information operations as we see today. Because again, the motives aren't real. The internet is the game changer, and it's the mechanics that should be the focus for us, because things like ISIS recruitment online or Russian troll armies online, like none of that is good for business ultimately. Like the tech companies don't want that. They're not turning a blind eye to it intentionally or maliciously. Like they are trying to solve these problems, and it's our job. Like at Google, we say like the mission is to like make the world's information useful. And oh God, I don't know our own mission. It's been 11 years. Basically, it's access to information, and it is a bit of a whack-a-mole question. A lot of the ways that we come up against an adversary with regards to organizing information is criminal networks. I go and speak to our security team at Google, and I'm talking about like state-sponsored bots, and he's telling me about Viagra sharing bots, because that's the thing that he sees in volume and he can talk about, and there's definitely a similarity there. We're really good at thinking about commercial motivations and criminal motivations for doing malicious things online. We're a bit less good at looking at political motivations, but I think that's where we have to focus, and we're doing some work on this already in terms of being able to identify and detect and hopefully in the future disrupt dissemination propaganda networks.
One thing I would add is the training environments need to be updated. So, for example, in the article we did for The Atlantic, we looked at Fort Polk, where it was the story of where the Army mechanized and tested in Louisiana maneuvers. What does it mean to move to tanks and trucks? Then during the Cold War is where we trained for large-scale armored warfare. Then after Afghanistan and Iraq start, they changed the training ground to be villages. A couple years later, they realized they need to populate the villages, not just with enemy forces, but with actors playing civilians, of tribal leaders, media, civil society. Now they've just started to update at Polk to put a simulated internet over it, where civilians are tweeting and recruiting and posting video of their ambush. But Polk is an example of it. It's not universal across the system. So we've got time for one last quick question right here.
Thank you. My name is Nizar Farsakh. I'm a leadership consultant. My question, it seems all of you are talking that the situation we are in is one where we are not prepared, right? The tools we have are inadequate for where we are. It's kind of the nuclear age, where we were not prepared for this scientific tool, right? And we had to learn how to deal with it. My question to you, since all of the tools that we have are built on assumptions that are no longer valid, how far back do we need to go on, for example, the separation of powers? That we thought the government would respect the Constitution, but in fact it did betray the Constitution. So what are the things that we need to teach our children, or what do we need to change? What are basic fundamental things that we need to take a second look at, given the new environment we are in that we still don't understand?
Okay, quick one-sentence answer. What would you change in our education system? And you can choose whatever level, from elementary all the way up to professional military education. So one thing that you would change.
Start on that end.
You're the Professor Dodge. Come on.
So it's very clear that education is one of the institutions that is going to fail, and fail radically, at all levels, including universities.
One sentence change in curriculum.
I think that I would shift from trying to teach people how to function as individuals to teaching them how to function as part of integrated techno-human cognitive structures.
Gotcha. Yasmin.
Such a good sentence. I would say teach geopolitics and technology courses, and teach technology and geopolitics courses.
Information evaluation and critical thinking as a jumping off point to any number of paths from there, but it's not the typical multiple choice standardized test question.
That's right, a pedagogy of critique. Without critical pedagogy and the ability of a young person to engage in critical thinking at multiple levels, in the personal space as well as in the social space, we have no chance.
Teach how to source properly and the importance of sourcing properly, which then will help you in both social media warfare and the problem of plagiarism.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you very much for this great panel for joining us. Please join me in a round of applause.
So in just a moment, we'll be welcoming to the stage a panel that will discuss the question of what's next for Iraq and Syria. It's a talented group, as you'll shortly see. Individual one is Colonel retired Isaiah Wilson, who recently retired from the U.S. Army, most recently serving as chief in the Commanders Initiatives Group as the commanding general for the United States Central Command. He's currently serving as a visiting professor of practice and international affairs at the Elliott School of International Affairs at George Washington University. We've recently welcomed him into the New America family as a non-resident fellow, and he is also a scholar with the Modern War Institute at the United States Military Academy at West Point. We're also pleased to have Erica Chenoweth, who's the Associate Dean for Research at the Joseph Corbel School of International Studies at the University of Denver. She's written an excellent book that we have for sale in the back if anybody wants to spend some money on a delightful book. She's an expert in the areas of political violence and civic resilience, and we're happy to have her here today. We've also got former Ambassador of Iraq to the United States, Luke Manfali, a position in which he served from July to June 2016 and was previously an ambassador in the Iraqi Ministry of Foreign Affairs from June 2010 to May 2013. Another member of the New America family is Doug Olivant. Doug is the managing partner and senior vice president of Mantid International, which is a global strategic consulting firm, and is an ASU Future of War senior fellow here at New America. Doug was also previously a retired lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army and served as the director for Iraq at the National Security Council. We're also pleased to have from the ASU family, Professor Reed Wood, who's the associate professor in the School of Politics and Global Studies and faculty affiliate with the Center of the Future of War, which is a cooperative group between New America and Arizona State. We are also pleased to have as a moderator Dr. Rob Johnson, who is the director for the Changing Character of War program at Oxford University, and they'll be up on the stage shortly. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Right, while the guests assemble, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me enormous pleasure to give you another task, another polling task. The number and the text has not changed. The Future of War 2017. If you text into 22333,
all right, we'll be tight.
Then the question we'd like you to consider is: in March 2018, will Raqqa be under the control of so-called Islamic State? Well, that's pretty convincing. Well, I think we have the results, and we'll press on because we're short of time, and we have an absolutely wonderful group of people to help you think about this question. The panel is what's next for Syria and Iraq, and it's pretty obvious, I think, straight away that there are a number of pathways for us to consider. The first one is the hope that there will be a peace process and a ceasefire will continue, but we're expecting that a residual form of terrorism will affect the countries concerned. There's a risk of a prolongation of the civil war. Some specialists talk about the resurgence of a Sunni movement, potentially in neighboring states, an accompanying campaign of terror. And others have argued, well, to have peace, you need to have a sort of moment of ripeness, because until the protagonists feel that they've reached the stage of either exhaustion or parity, they won't stop talking. And yet, it's pretty clear that the drivers of conflict for others are extant. Fear, honor, and interest seem to reassert themselves. So I have this panel that you've been introduced to. And the first question I'm going to ask is of Erica and Reid, which is really about the underlying conditions that gave rise to this explosion of violence in Syria and Iraq, particularly in Syria. Are those conditions still extant? Is this still driving what might look like a prolongation of a civil war?
I guess I can start. Based on the literature I'm familiar with from social sciences and political science specifically, the factors that gave rise to the conflict are actually have worsened or been exacerbated as the conflict has extended. We know that conditions like poverty and lack of democratic governance, of course, are predictors of violence, but as are human rights abuses, and all of those things have arguably worsened since the onset of the conflict. More individuals have been displaced. Foreign actors have intervened. The supply of arms in the country has dramatically increased. So, in Syria particularly, the underlying drivers of conflict have worsened. I think in Iraq they've marginally improved. So, Iraq is obviously a slightly more optimistic case than Syria for a whole host of reasons, but certainly none of the issues that drove the onset of the conflict in Syria have really been improved upon in any way that I can see.
Erica, do you think it's forecasting the conditions are still there for further civil war?
I think so. I think Syria is, if you look at previous civil wars that are comparable, it's probably about halfway through. And part of what happens over time during civil wars is that the grievances that initiated it can become even more deeply entrenched. So that is certainly the case, I think, in this context where it's hard to imagine a moment of ripeness, as you say, precisely because all of the incentives are for all of the actors to keep fighting for their lives, because they, to demobilize either any of the different actors would mean certain death for them and those that they purport to represent. So I think that it's one of those really nasty civil wars, but like I said, if you look at data over the course of the last 150 years or so, the average civil war like this takes about 9 to 10 years to run its course. The more actors become involved, the harder it is to resolve the conflict, particularly when it's not clear that any side is winning outright.
So 30 years?
Well, I don't know. There are confidence intervals involved, of course.
Absolutely right.
But I would say, that we're not close to the end.
Right. Well, that's pretty grim. So, Doug, we were talking earlier on about the differences. We need to think in terms of the difference between the situation in Iraq, the situation in Syria. We tend to lump them together. What's your sort of forecast?
Well, the two cases are clearly different. It's one war, at least from ISIS's perspective. The caliphate spans these two countries, but the conditions on the two sides of the border are very, very different. On one, we have a partner that we can work with, and the Iraqi army is certainly not the American army, but for the region, it's fairly capable. Likewise, the Kurdish Peshmerga, even the PMUs or PMF, the Shia militias, are a relatively organized, self-organized force that reports to some political body that we more or less understand. None of these conditions are true on the Syrian side of the border. The only forces that we believe that we can deal with, the regime left aside, are forces that we've kind of created ex nihilo, brought about. The only reason there's really a Kurdish force on the Syrian side of the border is because we created that Kurdish force. It wasn't, whereas the Iraqi Peshmerga are very much pre-existing, have a long history, are organized, have commanders, and report to a political authority. So very, very different. Now, as we move into the next phase, I'm very concerned because fighting a war is, as international tests go, relatively easy. The American army knows how to fight a war. Fighting in Mosul is a task that the American army is fairly comfortable with. Once the fighting ends, we're going to move into a transition, into a peacemaking, reconstruction phase that's going to require an intense amount of local knowledge of which we're not over-endowed.
Yeah. So is there a difference? If the Iraqi stability has been backed by an American approach and Syrian stability would be backed by a Russian approach, does that tell us anything about the future?
Well, it's certainly interesting to watch the two approaches. I've often called the Russian intervention in Syria kind of the dark, bizarro cousin of the American intervention, because they look remarkably similar. In both cases, you have a great power come in, they make sure the capital isn't going to fall immediately. You then start training, you provide some special forces, you give them some air power. These two cases do look remarkably similar, although obviously we're less a fan of one than the other.
Well, absolutely. Colonel Wilson, you've had to give, like many of us on this panel actually, advice to those in sort of senior positions of leadership, particularly civil leadership. If you were now in that same role and you were having to advise, I mean, what would your priorities be looking forward, forecasting for our political leaders? What sort of advice would you be looking to give now?
Yeah, I would like to start by saying that I think part of the problem here is making sure that you do due diligence in getting the framing of the problem as accurate as possible. And I do have concerns, and these are concerns that go back to 9 June 2014, when ISIL crossed the border, violated the international boundary, basically opened up that space and turned the situation into at least a merged conflict of Iraq and Syria. Frankly, that erasure of that international boundary, I would offer and I would forecast, as we did about 2.5 years ago. At the end of the day, this could prove to be one of Daesh's greatest strategic errors of erasure of that border, of that international boundary when they did it. Because what that did is it unlocked the boundary, the physical boundary, expanding the space that was increasingly permissive for U.S. and coalition forces to actually congeal around a common denominator threat that transcended both territorial sovereign states, Iraq and Syria. So it actually opened up the aperture to allow us to conduct operations which were necessary for actually grappling with an ISIL problem set that by its nature and by its physicality on the ground was already defying the traditional boundaries of how we define an area of operations, a theater of war versus a non-theater of war. If that erasure had not happened, it's interesting to think of how limited we would have been able to, how limited we would have been in terms of our opportunities to prosecute what has essentially become a U.S. coalition-supported, indirect, by, with, and through conditions-based campaign. Yep. With SOF married with precision fires and ISR in support of indigenous ground forces on both sides of this international border. That was very permissive. So I think that's something we have to consider, and that was some of the advice that we offered early on. The second piece I would say is you have to understand and get a good sense of what the fundamental source of power and generation fuel for the threat is. Yep. And at the end of the day, this is, there are a lot of causes that give rise to Daesh, Al-Qaeda and ISIL 2.0. But the one thing you have to start with is a disharmony of interest, a disharmony and a disgruntlement among Sunnis region-wide, principally in Iraq at the time, but certainly in Syria and frankly across the Greater Levant. And that really being the fuel, Sunni disenfranchisement and a lack of trust in terms of Shia-dominant governance in the region. If and until those conditions are not rectified, which bring me to the political settlement in the conditions that you can bring forth with military power as well as other forms of power, until you get to that point where you are setting conditions for a true move forward for political settlement to remove those root source fuels, we can find ourselves winning all of the battles and engagements along the way. We can see ourselves on the doorstep of winning the retaking of Mosul or assisting in the retaking of Mosul and on the precipice of doing the same in al-Raqqa in Syria. Yeah. But that could prove to be a catastrophic success because we may find ourselves like we were in 2002, 2003 with a lack of a phase 4 stabilization reconstruction plan.
Colonel, you put it very well in terms of, you were taking us from what we hear in the headlines about military issues to the one of politics and governance. And
Absolutely.
that brings me nicely into the ambassador, because Ambassador, we all agree that war must return to politics, and there is an issue of governance which arises in Syria, very different from the situation in Iraq. But would you be able to contrast for us how you see, again, looking ahead, the governance of Iraq and what your observations might be about your neighbour in Syria in terms of the way that is going to be governed in the future and how that might help us to see a way through this conflict?
I think what you have in two situations, as Doc talked about, but one organic entity which is able to adapt to the situation. The issues of sectarianism is one layer. We have the same problem in Libya, others, which is not a sectarian problem. You have issues of international terrorism, jihad, Salafism. So I think you need to look at it in a more nuanced aspect of it. There are clearly issues to do with governance, which is to do with understanding services, providing services, and so on. And this is a regional problem as well in the Arab Spring countries. You could see that. You also have high population growth, which is another phenomenon in the region. So you have an underlying quite few complicated, messy issues you need to address. My concern about all of this is you need to, what I call, manage complexity rather than simplify it. And that requires substantial amount of knowledge, time, away from the guns and the bombs and everything else to be able to have that. Plus the politics we talked about, which is not an easy task. My concern as well is that you're looking at these issues which are all layers and you're trying to say, let's get this, initiate things, everything sorted out. It's not like that. It requires substantial amount of meticulous approach in better services, education, healthcare, and so on. And to me, that's where the clock is ticking, and how much are we being able to address that? How much are we being focused on it? The war element is the easy part, I would say. The peace element, dealing and getting the right foundation for sustainability of the peace, is what we need to work on. And here, I think World Bank and other international organizations need to look at this as a totally different paradigm shift in a war effort. It's non-state actor as well. So you've got a lot of elements you need to worry about. Governance is an important breathing space for the politics to help for people to see future. The two situations in Syria and Iraq are totally different in the governance sense as well. Because in Iraq you had already a government where you have some kind of local problems. In Syria you have a complexity where even international partners are not clear what their roles are. So I think, to me, it needs to be looked at differently from a solution, but it's only one organic entity, which is ISIS, able to adapt differently.
Is it too simplistic to say that war is about, and strategy is about accumulation of power, and peacemaking is about the distribution of power? I mean, one of the accusations against Iraq has been some of the problems that we've seen have arisen, the accusation is, because there was inadequate sharing of power, distribution of power. Do you buy that? Or is
power is an important element, which is, and people are clocking themselves in sectarians and other isms, nationalisms and all kinds of things isms. I give you that. But I think it's a bit more fundamental than that. It's a bit of long-term approach in sustainable politics. So let me give you an example. You need to create an environment in the region where dialogue can really take place. At this moment, no platform for dialogue, no international platform for dialogue, no even sponsorships. Look at the Syrian situation. My perspective is US, Russia need to agree, then region, then local. Having this diagonal view of trying to solve it out, I'm afraid the situation, and to me, I still don't see a solution for Syria. I still don't see a strategy for Syria.
I think that's been.
Let me give you an example for that. Let me very quick example. Would you be sufficed with one Syria or three Syria? Once you answer that question, or two Syria, then you can have something to talk about.
Yes, indeed. One of the things that sometimes comes up in panels of specialists is that quite often there are questions that come from the media, there are headlines that we get to talk about, and then there are things that the specialists say, I wish this was asked, or this is the issue that I think is the burning issue that never gets talked about. Erica, could you just sort of kick us off and say, what do you think is that sort of burning issue that we never get around to discussing?
Okay, so I think all wars end eventually. We can argue about when we know that they have ended, but all wars will come to an end. And for me, the United States has repeatedly shown in this context that it is not willing to sort of muster an overwhelming political or military approach to finding a solution to the Syrian conflict. And so for me, the question that nobody then asks is, well, is there anything we can actually be doing in the meantime to manage the suffering that's been produced by this conflict? And so I wonder about any types of resources that can be coordinated or developed on the part of international actors. And then I also wonder about who's in a position to deliver them and implement this type of approach. So I've long been thinking about not just the crises produced by population flows and forced migration and the refugee crises, but also just about what is happening on the ground in these countries and who is actually mobilizing effective civilian support. Who are the sort of non-state actors that are engaged in this work? Is there a role for private sector? Are there creative ways to try to alleviate some of the suffering while the war ends, which it will?
So, Rita, I'm coming back to you, and this question of, is that too optimistic to think of these frameworks we can create? I mean, your research shows just how rapid this explosion of violence took place. That gives some idea of the scale, and does that tell us about the resilience of this conflict, that we're not going to see an end anytime soon?
Well, there are a lot of questions there. I don't necessarily know that how quickly the conflict and the severity of the conflict escalated is predictive of how long it's going to last. Some conflicts are a quick and intense burn, and others draw out over a very long period of time. But a related question to, I think, get back to what you asked Erica, and while she was responding, one of the things I thought about was that the media and to some extent policymakers are often really fixated on this idea of, are we winning or losing? How do we know? When a group is being pushed back, and is an increase in violence indicative of growing strength or growing weakness? And there's, I don't actually have an answer for that question specifically, but what I will say is that we know that often when violent non-state actors, like Daesh, for example, or the other factions in Syria, face substantial setbacks, there's an increase in violence, at least against soft targets like civilians. Not to say that they weren't using that violence before, but groups often switch strategies, from a conventional to a non-conventional, or from hard targets to soft targets when their strategic position is weakening. And one of my concerns is there's often not enough thought put into, if weakening is suggestive of the group failing, that's a good thing. Yeah. But how do we protect the civilians that are likely to suffer the backlash from those losses on the ground? Yep. The question that should be asked is, I think, when the tide turns against the group, that's not all good, right? There are ramifications from that. There's collateral damage that oftentimes is underappreciated and doesn't receive a lot of forethought, at least in the military strategy planning stages. The
pursuit of victory always comes at a cost. Now, we have about, I think we have 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes, to, if there are any questions. So if you could, I'm sure there will be about sooner or later. Yes, sir, you were the first person, if the microphone could go to you. Just say who you are and who, if you want specifically to direct a question, someone please tell us.
Sure, Rob Levinson from Bloomberg Government. I guess for who's ever willing to entertain the question, the president's going through a strategy, we're all talking about what we should do. If you had to describe a desirable end state for the situation in Syria and Iraq from the U.S., what would the U.S. like the end state to be that's actually realistic and achievable within, again, whatever your estimate of a reasonable investment of time and resources and troops on the ground might be? What's the end state look like at the end of the day, that if you were advising the president, this is where we're going, and now I'm going to give you a path to get there? What does that where we're going look like?
Can I get Doug and I? Could you answer that question?
Sure.
Sure, thank you. Yeah.
Simple.
Again, I think the questions are very different on each side of the border. I mean, what's different about these two states is, in one, the United States has very real national interests, and the other, it simply does not. It has only humanitarian interests. So I think our interest in those two states is very, very different. In Iraq, I think we're very vested in something very functional, in something that can be an ally, and I think we're on a path to going there. My concern is that as we move from war to peace, that the number of Americans who understand how to do war in Iraq is myriad. The number who understand Iraq well enough to make peace, the number who've seen Iraq other than from the military or embassy bubble, who've gone through passport control in Baghdad or Najaf, is actually fairly minuscule. And I'm very concerned about really having the granular level of knowledge to help with the peace. On the Syria side of the border, I think we just want the fighting to stop. And I think we're fairly agnostic as to what the aftermath looks like. 1 Syria, 3. Again, as a human being, I'm deeply concerned about the Syrian people. As an American military analyst, how that ends up looking, I'm fairly agnostic.
Kind of got a vision for the future?
Yeah, and I'm going to take a slightly different angle than Doug. We're probably going to end up in the same place, though. I think we're on the precipice. On the one hand, I agree with Doug. We have two different scenarios here. We have two different states. We have two different condition states. And I think in Iraq, arguably, I think certainly militarily, we could be at the beginning of the end of the major combat operation piece of this long campaign and going into the peace. I think the big question there is, and particularly as things turn at Mosul, and the big question of after Mosul, this is what concerns me. Because if we have not set appropriate imbalance conditions on the other side of the fictive border at this point, on the other side of the merged conflict, what is compromised still in, I would call, a 4 wars in 1 compound war in Syria, not just a civil war. It's an insurgency against Assad, and until that's settled by the local population, then and only then, I think, do you really get to the full fight for who governs next and how, and that, I would say, would be the civil war that we're only at the beginning of. Not to mention the humanitarian, the weaponization of migrants and that contagion war in and of itself. And then, of course, the counter VEO, international fight against ISIL, Al-Qaeda, and similar violent extremist organizations. Until that is brought to a commensurate, relatively balanced, stable condition state, I think we've got a compromise of the conditions that Iraq needs to seal the peace beyond the battles and in the engagements. And so this is a concern I have. So I would say when faced with an intractable problem, I think Jean Monnet said this, enlarge the context. And so I think you find existential threats, not just to the US, but to the, for lack of a better term, the Westphalian community in the merged conflict of Iraq and Syria in terms of what that combined set means for, frankly, solvency and legitimacy of the Western liberal idea itself and the fact that it can actually solve big problems together, in American leadership in particular. And secondly, I think that in large context lets you understand that failing to contain, at least from a US perspective, the politics by other means that are going on across this merged conflict space is a direct threat to the breaking of nations of the EU. It's a direct threat to the southern flank of NATO. And again, we're right back to the real existential problem of what I might call, provocatively, a growing, globalizing insurgency against the Western liberal order.
Thanks very much, Ken. All right, I'm going to take another question. Yes, sir, you had your hand up.
Thank you. This is Hassan Abbas, professor at National Defense University and a fellow at New America. My question is for Erica about the situation in Iraq and your work on the importance of nonviolent movements. And I was thinking two major developments in Iraq in the last few years, where one was this Arbaeen, where hundreds of thousands of people go in a peaceful protest. It has a religious connotation. But similarly, what happened in Baghdad, pushing back against the judicial offices, yes, there were some thugs involved in that, but overall that was peaceful. Somehow, neither in the academia nor in the policy avenues, these peaceful movements in Iraq have been given any preference. So any thoughts on that? And a related question to Ambassador, if I may, is about the future of Hashd al-Shabi. After the November 26th new law, are Hashd al-Shabi forces becoming a more cohesive force or not? Thank you.
Right, if I may ask you to be brief, because we're short of time.
Sure, thanks, Hassan. So Nonviolent movements get underreported all the time. And as somebody who collects data on this, it's maddening. It makes my job very difficult. But my best guess for why this takes place is that things don't blow up, and so we're not watching. And I appreciate the question because, in fact, if we look at what is happening in the world, how people are mobilizing to push for change in their environments, it actually turns out that we live in the most contentious time recorded in the last 117 years at least, in terms of people mobilizing in mass movements to try to produce change in their environments. There are more nonviolent mass movements in the world ongoing right now than in any other decade that we've seen since 1900. But that's not the story we hear if we turn on the nightly news. And so what I would just briefly say about the four things that tend to make these movements noticed is, they often win when they get very big, when they get very cross-cutting in terms of who's involved in the movements, when they are able to elicit defections or loyalty shifts among the opponent elites, when they are able to withstand repression and sort of absorb major moments of state violence and turn them around to their advantage. And then when they shift methods, so they're not just protesting and rallying, but they're also striking, they're engaging in different types of stay-at-home demonstrations and other forms of creative nonviolent action, which was the case in Iraq and Baghdad.
And in relation to HASHD, which is PMU, Popular Mobilization Forces, I think it came up because of the situation the army wasn't able to control. That army is now becoming strength and getting more momentum and development and other aspect of it. Their self-control, you could see in areas they have liberated, that's praised as well. So the more you strengthen the army, the less you need non-army. So that's one aspect. The other aspect of it is politically, there's a lot of engagement to depoliticize these entities and focus on that. There is a need for the Najaf Grand Ayatollahs to give fatwas to remove that. There are what you might call strong plan put together as how do you make this entity only a security entity rather than a political entity which threatens the security of it. Yeah. There's a lot of work there. There are other entities which is Christians, Sunnis and others. So it's not just Shia, my point is. And there's a lot of work going on. Nobody yet knows exactly how to go about it, but there is an overall plan and everybody is saying terrorism is enough. We had that and we need to move into political solutions, which is a good sign.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, we are coming to the end, believe it or not, already. So in about sort of 30 minutes, as you can see, we have solved the crises of both Iraq and Syria. If anyone's looking for a job in government, well, here we are. What I can say is, just before I thank our panellists, you will all know, of course, it's the 366th anniversary of the publication of Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes. The Hobbesian world is the one we fear, the anarchic world. And it's worth reflecting on the panels that we've had so far today, and indeed our panel today, that civil wars don't always end very well, often in dictatorship and retribution, if my own country is anything to go by, with its Hobbesian world, political experimentation with violent extremism and civil unrest. Another option is military rule. There's the Sri Lanka model, which I won't articulate any further, you know what I'm talking about, or indeed there's regional war escalation. And I think with Iraq, at least, we are through, I think, the worst. And it's very encouraging to hear you being broadly optimistic about the future of Iraq. An uncertain peace, but a peace emerging nevertheless. Syria, far less certain and far more uncomfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, would you join me in applauding these wonderful speakers? Thank you.
So thanks so much, everybody. We are going to move on to another polling question. So get out your cell phones. You're all familiar with how to do this by now. Let's see if our question comes up here. So this The next question is very germane to our pop-up speaker, Séverine Autazert, who's about to come up. It is, over the next 5 years, A, fewer people will die in wars than during the past 5 years, less people dying. B, more people will die in wars than during the past 5 years. So fewer people is winning by 100%? About even? Interesting. So we're seeing about even. So we will see. I don't know if, hopefully, I invite all of you to come back here for what would be the 8th Future of War conference in 5 years, and we can revisit this issue. So we're really thrilled to have our next speaker from Columbia University, Séverine Autazert. And one thing that we try to do at the Future of War Project is bring together different worlds. We just had a panel with former military, academics, diplomats, former government officials, all talking about Iraq and Syria. And even though the name of our project is the Future of War, it's not because we're interested in war as something on its own, but we're as interested in peace. We see the terms as intimately linked. It isn't an either or. In fact, it's of primary concern to us to understand what peace means, to try to conceptualize what peace means in our world, and to try to discuss ways to achieve peace. So Séverine is an expert in war and peace, and really among the most cogent and articulate academics writing on both peacemaking and the challenges of those who are professional peacemakers. So here we welcome Séverine to give us a short talk.
I have spent the past 17 years studying international peace-building initiatives. So I've done that mostly in the Democratic Republic of Congo and also in various other African and non-African countries. And during this fieldwork, I constantly witnessed a puzzling pattern, which is that international interveners kept using, reproducing, perpetuating ways of working that they themselves widely viewed as inefficient, ineffective, even counterproductive. And by interveners, I mean expatriates, foreigners who work in peace building. So that includes donors, diplomats, United Nations peacekeepers, other United Nations staff members, and the foreign staff of international and non-governmental organizations. And by peace building, I mean any and all actions that help promote peace during, before, during, and after a conflict. So when I say peace building, I include all of the actions that United Nations officials and State Department officials would usually categorize as peacemaking, peacekeeping, and long-term peace building. So let me give you a couple of examples of this kind of puzzling patterns that recur. It is now conventional wisdom that local ownership is absolutely essential for successful peace building. But local stakeholders are rarely included in the design of international programs. Scholars and practitioners regularly emphasize that using universal peace-building templates is ineffective, and that it's very important to adapt the activities to the local context. And yet, interveners often use models that have worked in other conflict zones, but that are not appropriate for the specific local conditions. Local people and interveners themselves deplore the expatriates' tendency to live in a kind of bubble where they interact mostly with other expatriates and where they lack contact with host populations. And yet, this phenomenon still recurs in virtually all areas of intervention. Why? What I also found striking when I was in the field is that a number of individuals and organizations ignore or even actively challenge the international peace builders' dominant practices, and they suggest alternative modes of operation. The existence of these exceptional cases raises two questions for me. First, what can we learn from them in terms of increasing the effectiveness of international peace building? And second, why haven't they managed yet to convince their colleagues to adopt the alternative modes of operation that have proved to be more effective? When you look at the dominant explanations for the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of international peace building, you see that they usually focus on vested interest, material constraints, and the imposition of liberal templates and values. Well, what I found in my research, and the central message of the book, is that the everyday dimensions of international peace-building initiatives on the ground also strongly impact the effectiveness of intervention efforts. And by everyday dimensions, I really mean mundane elements, like the expatriates' social habits, their standard security procedures, the habitual approaches to collecting information on violence. I also look a lot at the influence of informal relationships and personal practices on formal professional initiatives. And in my book, Peaceland, I show that these everyday practices shape the overall intervention from the bottom up. They enable, they constitute, they help reproduce the macro-level policies, strategies, institutions, and discourses that political scientists usually study. They also explain the existence and the perpetuation of ways of working that interveners themselves widely view as inefficient, ineffective, even counterproductive. And of course, my approach and existing explanations are not mutually exclusive, but rather they're complementary. So the book studies how interveners make sense of their environment, and especially which and whose knowledge matters in peace building. As you know, in the current international system, the most valued expertise is that of interveners trained in peace building, humanitarian, and development techniques, and with extensive experience in a variety of conflict zones. In contrast, and although there are exceptions, the knowledge of country specialists is usually much less valued, and the knowledge of local people is usually trivialized. So this practice has productive, positive, intended consequences that increase the effectiveness of international efforts, but it also has negative, unintended consequences that decrease international effectiveness and create enormous local resistance. And something that makes things even worse is that on the ground, peace builders face multiple obstacles when they try to collect and analyze data on their areas of deployment. And so I trace the key consequences of the resulting lack of understanding of local context. And one of these key consequences is that the lack of understanding of local conditions entices interveners to rely on simple and often overly simplistic narratives to design their intervention strategies. And again, that has numerous counterproductive consequences. So the second part of the book studies the everyday routines that make possible the counterproductive practices and narratives that I just told you about. And I look again at the intended consequences of these routines, such as enabling interveners to function in conflict zones, and enabling their organizations to help the host country build peace. And I also look at the unintended consequences, notably the fact that these everyday routines construct and maintain firm boundaries, a firm separation between interveners and local people. And the fact that they perform, they make visible, they perpetuate, and they reinforce an image of the intervener superiority over local people, which these people obviously strongly resent, and again, that leads to resistance and rejection. So the routines I analyze include, for instance, the intervener's personal and social experience living and working in conflict zones, the patterns of social relationships among interveners and between them and local populations, the interveners' standard security routines, their advertisement of their actions, their search for neutrality and impartiality, and their focus on quantitative and short-term results. And throughout the book, I look at all of the exceptions to the dominant modes of thinking and acting that I describe. And I show that interveners are much more effective, for instance, when they value local knowledge on par with thematic expertise, when they develop personal and social relationships with their local counterparts, and when they forego standard security routines and the requirement to advertise their actions. So overall, I think that we should adopt a new approach to the study of international peace building, an approach focused on the everyday practice of peace building on the ground. This new approach produces findings that are different from those of existing research. Macro-level policies, strategies, institutions, discourses are not the only determinant of peace-building effectiveness. The everyday practice of peace-building on the ground also matters tremendously. And it is by looking at these everyday practices and habits that we can understand why interveners contribute to perpetuating modes of operation that they know, that we all know, are inefficient, ineffective, even counterproductive. Everyday practices, habits, narratives are perfectly understandable responses to the daily difficulties of intervening on the ground in conflict zones. They enable interveners to function in the difficult environments that they face, but they also have numerous counterproductive consequences that decrease the effectiveness of international peace efforts. So, what do these research findings tell us about what we can do to end ongoing and future wars? Well, we could rebalance the way interveners value local and thematic knowledge by following the models of the exceptional interveners that I mentioned during this talk. So very concretely, that would mean changing recruitment and promotion practices for interveners, relying much more on local employees, and creating tools and structures to gather local input from intended beneficiaries and surrounding local communities. We could also help interveners break the separations, the boundaries between them and interveners, between them and local people, by creating structures for better relationships between interveners and local populations, by convincing interveners to socialize more with their local partners, and by also convincing them to forego standard security routines and the requirement to advertise their actions. And local people could further help break this separation by changing the way they routinely interact with foreign peace builders. Thank you.
I guess we'll see. She's the new crowd. All right. Let our panel settle in. Sorry, I was just waiting to see if we were going to do a polling question, but I guess not right now. So hang on to your thoughts about that. We'll come back to you. I'm Sharon Burke. I'm a senior advisor at New America, where I run a resource security program. And my background is as a defense official. I've spent a lot of years in the Pentagon, most recently as an assistant secretary of defense. So I wanted to change things up a little bit for this panel and ask a different question, which is, can you stop war? Now, to be fair to our panel, when we spoke about the question, everyone sort of rolled their eyes. Well, we were on the phone, but I imagined them all rolling their eyes and saying, you can't stop war, and there's always going to be a military role in war. But what we're going to talk about on this panel is, can you make investments that will mitigate the effects of war, that will keep some people from going to war? So in other words, that will stop wars in some measure. What's really exciting to me about this panel, too, is that we're going to hear from three people who aren't just approaching that as an academic question, they're actually out doing this in the field. And they're using technology and data tools to make this work more effective and more targeted. So this is going to be a great conversation. I just want to start, too, by saying that if you're skeptical about this and about the role of building security as opposed to just fighting wars, I just want to tell you what Secretary Mattis said right before he was in his current job. He said, if you don't fund the State Department fully, then I need to buy more ammunition. I think it's a cost-benefit ratio. The more we put into the State Department's diplomacy, hopefully the less we have to put into a military budget. And former Secretary of Defense, who I worked for, Bob Gates, in 2007 at Kansas State University, said very much the same thing, that a dramatic increase in spending on the civilian instruments of national security, diplomacy, strategic communications, foreign assistance, civic action, and economic reconstruction and development, these are the things that are important security investments for our country. So this is a different side of the equation. And again, I want to turn to our panel now and talk about what it is they're doing specifically in the field. So let's start with Rebecca Wolf, who is the director for, tell me the exact, I have it here, wait, you don't have to tell me. Director of Peace and Conflict at Mercy Corps, which is a large organization that's been doing this for a while, but what you're doing is a little different. So tell us what you do exactly.
So a question I often get is, why does Mercy Corps care about conflict, particularly violent extremism? And we see those issues as being the leading cause of extreme poverty and suffering today. So as a development and humanitarian organization, if we don't deal with conflict, we are not going to hit those development goals. And so that's why as an organization, we have clearly invested in both conflict prevention, management work, and doing some work on countering violent extremism. And so I'll talk a little bit about some of what we're doing on violent extremism is the fact we started this line of research in 2011. And really what we saw was a disconnect between macro analysis, mostly economic data, which were showing youth bulges and high unemployment rates was correlated with civil wars. And so development practitioners were then saying if we employ young people, then we won't have these wars. What we found is that actually looking at microdata, and I'm a psychologist by training, was that people don't make a cost-benefit analysis when they're trying to decide whether to fight. And so using both social psychology and behavioral economics, we decided to look at really why a young person was making the decision to fight. With that, what we also saw was different, and I think this is why we've been able to kind of change the paradigm around CVE, is that most data was about people's speculation about other people. So you went to talk to key informants or you talked to the youth leaders, but not to the people actually fighting. And so one of the things we've done both quantitatively and qualitatively is talk to former fighters or people who are engaged in violence. And the answers we would get from key informants was always kind of instrumental. It was economic. When we talked to people actually fighting, the answers were much more diverse, and it was rarely economic reasons was the top reason they fought. So I'll start.
Okay. Now, Mina Cheng, you are CEO of Linking the World.
Yes.
And it is also an NGO that's active in this space, but you're different, and you're taking a different approach. How are you different?
So we began as a traditional humanitarian organization, and we've pivoted to now become more proactive, understand the role of development in the context of national security. We do not say that poverty causes terrorism or violent extremism, but we do measure and quantify the role of poverty in allowing these violent extremist groups to further their agenda. And there's many routes to terrorism, and there's so many different parts of that infrastructure that needs to be supported. And poverty, we believe, plays a role in that. And so what we do is use data analytics, predictive analytics. We use resiliency indices and other evaluation tools like Mercy Corps to quantify and identify what those drivers are so that we can create targeted programming. We're not just blindly going into an area with a solution in a box, hoping that it works, and seeing what the unintended consequences are after the fact.
So what kinds of interventions do you do?
So every program will be tailored to the individual needs, the vulnerabilities of that community. So one of the most important things that we need to be able to do as an NGO going into these places is proper human terrain mapping, understanding the real power dynamics in a community. We've seen so many of the unintended consequences of good intentions, and we want to learn from that. I think when you're going into an unstable area, usually the state is not stable enough to provide the services to the community. There are grievances. The effects of poverty lead to indignities that can easily be exploited by groups with extremist ideology. And so we counter that through providing meaningful choices, and that can be through economic development, education, healthcare, and it really promotes the collaboration of NGOs, something that we don't see happening often, but we're promoting the collaboration between NGOs so that every NGO brings their specialty into that community, but also coordination with military and diplomatic efforts of the United States. If we're not coordinating and working on common goals, then we can easily sometimes work against what we're trying to achieve.
So now, Jake, you're up. Jake Herman is the CEO and founder of Nuru International. And for what we're looking at New America, we're looking at climate security and the way that various indicators work together to create insecurity, whether it's access to water, access to energy, demographics, governance. And you're focused on a specific thing, which is extreme poverty. But how you came to that, and that as a cause of instability and conflict, and something that you can intervene in, is a really interesting story. So can you tell us a little bit about why you're focusing on extreme poverty, and why you decided, how you came to that decision?
Sure, thank you. I have a little bit of a different background for this work. So I was a Force Recon Marine, and I did several tours of combat in Iraq, parts of the Horn of Africa, some other areas in the Middle East. And it was really during our time in combat that we began to see what we believe to be a growing gap in our national security. We were going out there every night doing these snatch and grab missions, and we began to see that as we made gains, it was 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. We began to see that a lot of the ways these extremist groups, these insurgent groups were growing was they were recruiting in these local vulnerable populations. They were using them as a base of support for logistics operations. They were using them to hide when we went to do our hits. And the villagers were hiding them because what we found was these insurgent groups, these extremist groups, were doing aid work. They were dropping off food aid. They were building clinics. They were building schools. And so, they were doing what DoD was telling us to do in winning hearts and minds. They were doing it far better than we were. So as my guys and I had started to have this conversation, we began to see this gap in our national security strategy and thought, what if we could step into that gap and build a hybrid? Not a military group, not an NGO, but a hybrid organization that could leverage the best in practice from the NGO community and build strong, stable economic development models that are long-term and sustainable in these communities to give people real choices as viable alternatives to supporting these extremist groups. And then we thought, what if we could staff these programs with former operators like us who know how to handle ourselves in these environments to be able to go far forward of the wire where maybe some NGOs can't go or don't have access to because of the lack of security. And so that was the genesis of the idea. I left the Marine Corps, went to business school to build a company to kind of step into that gap called Nuru International. And over the next, I graduated in 2008, and over the next almost 8 years, I lived in rural villages, first in southwest Kenya, then in southern Ethiopia, and now in northern Nigeria, building and testing this model. And the key is really working with local leaders, unlocking their potential to design really effective, sustainable programming that addresses those target vulnerabilities that are making those communities so vulnerable to the call of extremism. And as has been so eloquently spoken here on the panel, poverty doesn't cause terrorism. However, that extreme poverty creates an environment that makes it really easy for a counter-narrative to happen from the violent extremist groups. It makes it really easy for them to take foothold and grow and thrive. And so we built an organization around that concept, addressing key vulnerabilities in agriculture, in financial inclusion, in health and education. And now we're getting ready to, we've launched in our pilot in Kenya in 2008. We've exited that project, leaving behind a strong, resilient organization that's continuing to scale to thousands of families every year. But the focus is around eradicating extreme poverty.
Okay, so all 3 of you are looking at countering violent extremism and making investments in development in communities in order to counter it. So a question I have for you is, how do you measure success? How do you know if it's working? How do you know if something that doesn't happen was successful?
So I'll start. So one of the ways we do it, and we actually just had a study come out on Somalia about how we reduce both support and engagement in political violence in Somaliland. And so it was an education program that also included a civic education component, which was mostly community service. And we found that young people who engaged, who were in school but also had this community service, were less likely to support these groups at the end of the program. And we use pretty sensitive measures because we know there are self-report biases, that people are often uncomfortable saying those things.
Surveys or?
So it is surveys, and it's using a technique designed by Jay Lyle and Kazuki Mai, two academics, on what's called endorsement experiments. But it's a way to implicitly test these things so that people feel more comfortable saying their real opinion.
Are there other tools you use to measure success of your efforts?
So, and I would say those are our direct measures. We also have some proxy measures. And so a lot of what we've talked about is that there's often a community acceptance that happens because of, in a sense, that there's a lack of governance in those areas. And so these groups come in to provide those services that the government isn't. And so one of the main things we are looking at as more of a proxy measure is around community acceptance, or how much stronger is the state-society relationship.
Do you use similar kinds of tools, Mina? Like, how do you know, both you and Jake, how do you know where you want to put a program, and how do you know to tell your donors and the public what's working?
So we show our donors the pragmatic reasons of investing now rather than spending sometimes up to 60 times more to do kinetic action and reconstruction, reconciliation work.
So you're able to measure that?
We are creating a
cost of war
rating. So there's so many stability ratings out there, but there's a difference between stability, which is shorter term, and resiliency, which is more longer term. We've learned that extremist groups are incredibly resilient, which is why they can take in these minor shocks and continue to grow. When we take in the data, aggregate the data, and it tells us which communities are at higher risks of instability, it's because they have those combinations of vulnerabilities that would allow them to have weaker societies. Conflict that escalates to wars because there is no strong society enough to resolve a conflict through peaceful means. They're expressing it through violence. They feel they're stripped of dignity, they're stripped of meaningful choices and voice and active participation. And so to raise the rating, we have to understand what the root causes of that instability is. If the programs are targeting that cohesively, then theoretically we're strengthening the rating, and that's how you can create a measurement tool.
What kinds of root causes do you often see as the main contributors?
The contributors are everything the NGOs are already tackling, everything from access to clean water, to healthcare, good governance, gender equality or inequality. But it has to be tackled. It can't just be siloed and looked at as one issue. You can't just introduce a school and hope that the community becomes educated and better. You can't just tackle agriculture. It has to be done in a coordinated way. And we have to be investing for a long-term, with long-term in mind. We can't expect to see results in 12 months, and we can't expect to see the fruits of these investments. Sometimes in 5, 10 years, we have to understand this is a longer-term investment.
But do you have ways of measuring progress along that journey?
Yes, the resiliency rating changes. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and also there's also a tool that, to me, is kind of like a kaleidoscope. You change one element of it and the whole picture changes. It also helps us ask better questions when we're designing programs. So before we introduce this intervention, we can consider, if we introduce this intervention in this community, what is the second, third order effect in the surrounding areas? And even here in the United States, how does it affect us? You know, when the Ebola outbreak was happening and we were looking at it spreading into Nigeria, the international community got involved, and the cases were so much smaller than what it could have been. When you look at the connection between the economy of Nigeria and the state of Texas, that's case enough to invest money into stopping an epidemic from happening there.
Fair enough. I've got two questions for you, Jake, and it'll come back to both of you. And feel free, also, you can react directly to each other if you feel so inclined. Which is both, how do you know if it's working, what you're doing, and also how do you, as a former, well, I guess there's no former Marines, as a Marine, and as a military member, and as someone who has lots of friends, I'm sure, who are in the military, how do people react to what you're doing, and do they buy it? Do you think there's military support for humanitarian interventions for the kinds of things you're doing?
So first, how do we measure success? I wish I had as good of an answer as these two women do. Unfortunately, we've been trying to measure community resilience for a long time, and we have not found a good tool. I'm actually really glad to hear that there are some excellent tools now under development. What we do instead is we measure specific outcomes of our programs. So if we find that hunger is the thing that is creating the greatest vulnerability in these communities, we'll design a sustainable agriculture program, and we'll measure definitive increases in crop yield versus a baseline. We will measure decreases in malaria rates if there's a certain disease that's causing a vulnerability. We'll measure increases in savings rates, repayment rates on loans that we're issuing in the local community. We've designed what we call a leadership sustainability index that tracks progress of the leaders that we're working with, that shows their capability and to be able to run their own organizations and scale those organizations. So we have, when we report to we call them investors, we run this like a business. When we report to our investors, we have a series of KPIs, key performance indicators, that we track every quarter, that we report to our donors to show that success over time. But we are lacking in our ability to understand at a meta level how we are impacting the resilience in the communities. So again, I'll be following up with both Nina and Rebecca to learn more about that. The second question is how has the military responded to what we've been doing? For those of you who are in service, especially in the special operations community, guys, operators see this.
Which you were in the special operations community.
Operators see this all the time. And we have a long list of guys who want to come work for us. I've been really pleasantly surprised. I was not sure as I got out what the response to my new work would be in the old community, but it's been overwhelmingly supportive. And in fact, one of my mentors, as I got out and I started building this organization, was now Secretary Mattis, who really believed in this approach, who tried to mentor me and think about how do you build resilience in these really vulnerable communities that are far forward of the wire. And so I found, we've been able to hire 4 former operators to come on the team. They've done fantastic work transitioning from a military community to a development community. We found that a lot of the skills that we had developed in our old job is highly relevant to this new work in ways that we never could have anticipated. Mina did a great job articulating about human terrain mapping. We're trained to do that. We're trained to build out a human intelligence network to understand early warning systems. We're trained to help local leaders, train them by, with, and through, to be able to influence them to accomplish key objectives. So it's been really a strong response.
As a government, as a country, we seem to be a lot more comfortable putting our money into military means, into military instruments, and the defense budget, depending on how you count, is $500, $700 billion, and the State Department budget is much smaller than that and getting smaller every day. It's just how we tick as a people. But maybe you could talk about that a little bit, both of you, and particularly how your community looks at working with the military. And it's not, I think we're lucky that we have people like Jake who've served, who are often asked to play this role, and they play it well to the best of their abilities, but it's not what they're trained to do. So how do you feel about working with the military? And I think the NGO, the humanitarian aid community, traditionally, prevention or post, is not all that comfortable working with the military.
And so this is a difficult question. It is a recognition that there needs to be a level of stability in order to do work. So we know that there is a role for the military. It's not that there isn't a role. The question of the role of the military to do development and humanitarian is a bit shakier. And part of it is, so Mercy Corps, we don't work with any security. Okay. And so we go into villages in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and we do not travel with guns. And part of our approach is by having trust with communities, that is our security. And so we will not travel with the military to these areas for that reason, because we don't know how we would build trust with the communities to do this work if we had guns. It shows that it's not a trusting relationship. So that would be our take. We do know that there are people in the military that do realize that state and aid are better suited to do the kind of hearts and mind reconstruction approaches more than the military. And there has memos that have come out that have supported that. And so the question is, how do we work together as once an area is stabilized, that next phase of development should be handed over to the development. So it's a sequencing part.
But for our State Department, we don't really have an operational capacity that way.
But aid does.
Or a line.
How about you, Mina? How do you feel about collaborating with the military in this? In that, I mean, AID, I would say, still doesn't have itself a lot of operational capacity. It's a pass-through more than it is a entity itself. Wonderful place, but so the military still becomes a factor, whether or not they're the appropriate tool. How do you view that?
Well, private NGOs, NGOs, one of the core principles of what makes us an NGO is that we are neutral, impartial. Neutrality has been an issue within the NGO community, especially when you put us in the context of active war zones or conflict zones, because the mere fact that you set up shop and an office in one place is almost an endorsement of a side. And we also see the manipulation, diversion of aid happening in the field. And there has to be some sort of negotiation happening with the power brokers on the ground, which may not be the legitimate government, in order to get to the people who are suffering, who are in need. And so I think operationally, on the ground, practitioners would say that the line is fuzzier, but when you get to a policy level, it's illegal to work and coordinate with the military. But the military is not, the job is not to stay there long term. NGOs, we want to stay there long term. We want to empower and train and stay locally, but also scale locally. And so there has to be some type of coordination in terms of handing off between stability or village stabilization operations to more of the longer term resiliency building.
And what I would like to add to that is the blending of military and development, reconstruction, humanitarian has made the NGO community more of a target in these wars. And that has been and has limited our operational space to such a degree, it is hard to actually do the humanitarian work that is our mission. And so
neutrality used to protect us, but terrorists don't follow the rule of some rules of engagement, and
neither do governments these days.
but Rebecca, you think that's the fault of our military for blurring the lines?
I think mainly Afghanistan and Iraq did blend that to a degree where our space has become limited. It started earlier, but I just got back from 2 months in the Middle East focused on Syria, and I'm very nervous about what we find when we are able to go back in terms of the level of humanitarian need. As we see areas in Nigeria being cleared, the level of famine we're seeing there, I suspect we're going to see something as dire in Syria.
Okay.
One of the things that we would like to see happen is, I mentioned a hybrid. So the concept of taking individuals with a certain level of training who have a security background and training them up to be able to do a unique sustainable international development model I think it's a unique value proposition. I think there's room for a hybrid type of organization in this space. But to speak to the direct involvement, in a relationship between the military and an NGO, one of the things that we're trying to advocate for right now here is trying to enable and allow the military to provide dedicated contingency support operations for NGOs.
Okay.
Not to be able to roll out in the villages with armed up Humvees and chest rigs and M4 slapped to your chest, things like that, but being able to have the NGO operating far forward of the wire, but being tapped into the dedicated assets for things like medevac to be plugged into the theater search and rescue plan. And in some cases, in really volatile places, perhaps even a QRF that's on standby. So, I'm sorry, Quick Reaction Force. Sorry about the acronyms. To have that on standby, and that's something that Mina alluded to. That specifically is illegal, and what I mean by that is that DoD cannot officially task assets directly to support an NGO and not support an active mission. If there's a tier 1 mission going on, obviously those assets are going to get tasked to go support instead of supporting maybe a crisis that the NGO is under. So we're trying to advocate and say, allow DoD to be able to support some of these types of NGOs that are working really in some of these desperate places where no one else can get to, just with contingency support, not with dedicated full support.
But that's during active war zones.
Right.
I mean,
That's right.
I think what we're saying is that an investment into being proactive, it's not as sexy to fund and it's not as easy to get funding from private donors, but to show that if we're proactive now, we don't have to be put into those situations where it's so dangerous that we can't get to the people who need help the most.
So the last question for all of you, which you've just teed up beautifully, is that, so if we are being proactive right now, where are you worried about? And where do you think we should be, as NGO community, as a country, be focusing effort? Where's your next war, and can you stop it?
So for me, it's not so much I think the next war is actually Syria, but it's a different war that's going to happen. And so it is I think there are intercommunal divides that, just as we saw in other places that crumbled, we're going to see a long war because there are so many, and as what was said on the earlier panel, is that we have so little knowledge at the local level of what those divides are. And I'm trying to find that information now, but I suspect we're going to see a blow up once after, in a sense, the peace.
Okay. Should we be worried about?
Well, I think the future of war is going to be less and less state on state. It'll be more asymmetric threats. It'll be the exploitation of vulnerable communities and their grievances being tapped to be adopted by the jihadi movement. And so for us to be proactive, it's almost, I mean, we have the tools to gain an advantage now because people don't want conflict. They don't want to get to a point where they don't have choices. They'll be the ones essentially fighting on their own front lines. So I think if you are to technically take data and look at the rankings of places that are so vulnerable that and it's of strategic importance to some of these groups that we're fighting today, we can give these lists to all of the NGOs that are already doing such great work out there and saying, these are the needs in these communities, and this is how you can help. You don't have to coordinate with the military or DoD or state, but sharing of information is so important that it's not so siloed.
And are there specific places that you as an organization are particularly focused on or worried about?
We're working in areas where we think the groups are starting to move, where there isn't attention now. That's been the difficulty, is to get donors to support proactive programs because it's not in the news.
Right, the places where if you succeed, you won't be able to show what didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Somalia, any place in particular, or just?
I mean, we've been working in Somalia. It takes so much money to operate in such a volatile environment, and it's sometimes too late because there is a cycle of corruption just to survive for people on the ground. So we'd like to get into areas that are fairly stable now. And again, stability is different from resiliency. So fairly stable, but on the fringe of being exploited.
Jake, how do you decide where you're going to invest your time and resources? Where are you worried about?
Well, in our humble opinion, we believe Africa is the next front for the fight against violent extremism. You know, the lack of governance, some of the, these huge ungoverned spaces that CGs of AFRICOM, the commanding generals of AFRICOM, have talked about now for a while, starting with Carter Ham. They began to talk about how this growing problem on the continent, if you look at ISIS is being defeated in northern Iraq and Raqqa, they're moving into Africa. Al-Qaeda is starting to be pervasive throughout the African continent, specifically both in North and Sub-Saharan Africa. So I believe, as Mina said, I think we have to get proactive. We have to get ahead of the extremist movements before they continue to scale into these areas. So I think the next front is in Sub-Saharan Africa.
All right, there we have it. Thank you all for the work you're doing on the ground to be proactive. Again, let's thank these folks and recognize them for the action that they're actually doing to prevent war. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick scheduling note. The break is going to be shortened by 10 minutes. So we'll be back here with the Ambassador of Afghanistan to the United States and Gianni Kaskinas in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, if I can get everybody's attention, everybody's going to start trickling in, but we're going to get started just so we can stay on time. My name is Yanni Kaskenas. I'm a senior fellow here at New America, and I've been focusing on Afghanistan for quite some time, and it's a distinct honor and pleasure, sure, to welcome Ambassador Hamdullah Mohib. He's the Afghan ambassador to the United States. And today is a special day. Happy New Year to you, sir.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Just a brief introduction to him. I think most people here have probably been introduced to the ambassador at one point or another, but he was the Deputy Chief of Staff to His Excellency the President of Afghanistan before his posting in 2015. A lot of people may not know, however, that Ambassador Mohib was born outside of Jalalabad, in the heart of the jihad back against the Russians. And as a refugee, left at one point, achieved his undergraduate degree in London, and then later his PhD. And so he's not only a diplomat, but also an accomplished scholar. And again, honor to have you here. Before we get started on the questions, just to give you a couple of administrative notes. First of all, if you can please use your telephone to text at the Future of War 2017, no space, to number 22333. If you've already done it, you don't need to do it again. But the question that we're going to put up here, it's a poll question. Will the Trump administration deploy a significant number of new troops to Afghanistan in 2017? And obviously, A, if you think it's yes, and no, if you do not. And we'll see how it starts panning out. We'll give it a little bit of time. And it looks right now off the top that this distinguished august group thinks no, and you're wrong. No, just kidding. Anyway, let's get started. My game plan today is to give you a couple of questions to get us started, because we have a very short amount of time with His Excellency. But I really want to get some questions from the floor. So we'll go one question quickly to His Excellency, and then we'll go to the floor, and then I'll keep asking some in between. So without further ado, obviously this is a conference on the future of war. We've talked about earlier about how protracted conflicts, even His Excellency the Ambassador of Colombia was here, he talked a little bit about the conflict in that country. These are complex, stubborn insurgencies that take a long time, but there is some end in sight for most of them, but it just takes a long time. So my first question to you, sir, as somebody who has been affected by war, who has seen it up close with you and your family, where do you see the future of war in Afghanistan? And we'll start from there.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here amongst so many experts, and especially on such an important topic. My entire life has been spent in a war. I grew up in a war, and it continues to dominate our discussion in our country. And so we think a lot about it. And we think that while there is a lot of predictions about what a future world war may look like, if we don't end the state-sponsored terrorism, that is what the future world war would look like. The rules of the game have been thrown out of the window. The United Nations built after World War II to be able to bring some kind of consensus where states agree on a rule of the game, their cooperation. That has gone out of the window, and whether it's the prisoners of war or any kind of rules that we had established when it comes to state-sponsored terrorism doesn't exist. You can target a mosque or you can target a school, children, you can hang prisoners, chop their heads off. None of that is off the table, and that is why I think if we let this war be won by one state, for its own foreign policy, you will start to get other countries encouraged to start using it for their own reasons, for their foreign policy gains, and that will be very difficult to end. And that's a really dangerous world to look out to. But we see it going in that direction. We already see other countries, in addition to Pakistan, who started in Afghanistan, are already using state sponsor of terrorism in other countries. And while it costs a very small amount of resources to start an insurgency in another country, it takes a tremendous amount to fight it, as we know in Afghanistan. So my plea here to the future of the war would be to do anything we can to be able to bring back the old consensus, and that was states dealing with states directly without sponsoring elements, non-government elements, for their foreign policy influence over other countries.
Just to follow that stream for a second, obviously we saw that there are other people that doubt perhaps that there's going to be a plus-up of troops in Afghanistan soon, but certainly the discussion is underway. The debate is happening right now in terms of policy, whether we're going to increase the number of troops. But President Trump is a businessman, okay? He has put senior executives, some generals, but also a lot of CEOs and former businessmen. So there is that sort of mentality of return on investment. And how do we translate that return of investment where we actually make that value proposition to him to say Afghanistan is still worth this enormous investment that continues to go in there? I know that we've discussed this in previous forums, but for the benefit here, what about that return on investment? What would you tell him? And I'm sure you probably have told him, but.
Well, there are two ways to look at this. One is the literal return on investment, and that would be in business sense, economic sense. The other is you are getting a return on investment. What you take for granted is what we want in Afghanistan, what people at war want. And I'll only give you two examples. The ability to be able to plan one's children's future, to save for their education, is not a luxury we have in Afghanistan and any countries that go to war. Your return on investment is that you have that luxury.
Yeah.
And if you fail at this, what I can guarantee here is that our present is going to be your future. And that is the return on investment. Do not underestimate this war and what it's doing, not just to Afghanistan, to the region, but to the world. And while it's easy to scan people, you can put as many scanners as you want on airports and any kind of travel restrictions. You can scan metal. You cannot scan people's brains for ideology. And if one insurgent ideological group wins, it's very easy for other ideological groups to be emboldened and begin that process elsewhere. It doesn't have to be the same ideology. Now, if we connect and look at these ideological groups, or at least these terrorist groups that are fighting in different regions, their source and their ideology is pretty much the same. It may have different contexts, but it stems from the same thing. And the fact that its success in Afghanistan would mean all the other insurgents suddenly get the hope that they will also be able to win, and it doesn't have to be in that context. It is a return on investment that America continues to be safe.
Yeah, and I think it's fairly fair to assume that, or actually make it clear that we're dealing with a return on investment that's disproportional. I mean, we're investing some, but Afghanistan is investing everything on this. I mean,
well, last year we had 10,000 Afghans killed. 25% of them were civilians. By contrast, right, America lost close to 50,000 people in Vietnam War, in the entire war. We're making a huge sacrifice on behalf of the world, and we know what its cost is to us, but America should know what its cost is on the cost that we pay on your behalf too.
No, absolutely, absolutely.
In blood.
I live it. I witness it, unfortunately, live with the recent abysmally just atrocious attack that we had against the hospital not 2 weeks ago. Why don't we take some questions from the audience, if anybody has some questions, and then I'll continue with some more questions to the ambassador. Okay.
I answered all the questions.
Yeah. Why don't I give you another? Oh, here we go. We have somebody there. What, can we just use the
Here we
mic?
go, I'll use that. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Andrew Fallon, I'm from the Military Officers Association of America. One of the things that, recent news says that, China has been standing in the background. They've opened up the new CPEC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. What do you see, in given Pakistan's role in, essentially, in the insurgency or supporting the insurgents, how do you see that playing out and the impact on bringing the conflict to closure in Afghanistan?
Just to be clear, you were asking what China's role is in prevent. Well,
in either quieting it or reinitiating it to basically support their Pakistan customers.
Oh, I think China, from our understanding, China realizes what a danger this instability causes to its own future, and is doing everything, or at least trying to end that and to convince Pakistan to end their support for insurgency in Afghanistan. I think CPEC is just one way to encourage that stability in the region, and that's our take.
One interesting thing about CPEC, and I was talking with some colleagues recently, CPEC is one of the top priorities in Pakistan right now. It seems like it's actually receiving any sort of support that needs to come from the Pakistani government. The moment you use the acronym CPEC, you tend to receive it. So if stability on the western side of Pakistan for CPEC's purposes is accurate, last couple of years that has meant the bulldozing of some insurgents into Afghanistan. So it could have a negative impact. How do you turn CPEC, or access to the sea, which is basically that corridor, to your benefit in Afghanistan?
Well, let me answer two things. One, in your remarks, you mentioned that there is a lot of demand for CPEC in Pakistan, and that's because Pakistan has been starved of resources by itself, by its own policy, and I doubt it will be able to sustain itself if it continues down this path in the next 2 years. And the Pakistani people have been the victim of this vicious policy inside. So there is, yes, a big demand in Pakistan. And as a good neighbor, we would like to see stability in Pakistan. For that reason, anything that would also bring stability to the country, we would support. The other aspect here is that, like I mentioned earlier, insurgencies are getting emboldened by the fact that there is continued tolerance of Pakistan's support to Taliban and the safe havens. It also has been a threat to China through its own ATIM, the threat that is to China. So for China, it's important, and it does take it seriously because it sees what it would do to their own security. We just hope that our immediate neighbor to the west, to the east, realizes that too.
Yeah, and another question right there. Go ahead, sir. Just wait for the microphone.
Lieutenant Colonel Leonard, United States Army. Just a couple quick, two related questions, Mr. Ambassador. From your point of view, what's the greatest obstacle to success or winning in Afghanistan right now? And what's the greatest future threat that we are not paying enough attention to?
Well, it's a great question, and one we have been grappled with on defining what winning looks like, because much of the discourse in the United States has always been on troop numbers, which is a tactical detail. What we need to be discussing is what do we want to achieve, and then what would be the responsibilities of the United States, of Afghanistan, and other coalition partners to achieve that goal, or whatever that winning may be. To our end, the winning would be, we don't want a war, but we have to for peace sake. We want peace in Afghanistan, and for that, whatever gets us to that goal. The current plan in place now over the next 4 years that has been agreed with Resolute support is what will take us there. It would require support from the coalition troops, but in 4 years' time, we will be able to have what we need to be able to continue the combat role on our own. And then the future threat, as we see, is these groups that are to reiterate what I earlier said, was the number of these terrorist groups are increasing. Now, there are 20 that are recognized by the United States that operate in our region, but there are more than that are not perhaps a direct threat to the United States, but these groups are actual criminals, and they are expanding their criminal network. The drug trade alone is worth over $120 billion a year. Now, the United States spent about $117 billion in the last 10 years in Afghanistan. Now, comparing that to the yearly income that the drug trade brings in that network that has been connected, that it's not just the insurgency itself, not the insurgents. It's the arms traders, it's what the intelligence agencies in other countries make out of to be able to initially, perhaps the initial plan was to sponsor or to provide support to the insurgency, but now has become an ingrained part of it. Now, that is becoming a bigger threat to global security, this network of call them smugglers, human traffickers, but traffickers of a sort that is becoming wealthy enough to be able to challenge states, not just one state at a time. And we are very concerned about that network.
One thing, because we're coming up on our time to close, let me actually dig a little deeper to the question, sir. Last time, President Obama actually sent forces into Afghanistan, perhaps one of the obstacles was the fact that we telegraphed the withdrawal. Right now, we're sending, or at least we're hinting that we're going to send some forces, and we've given some commitment for equipment going to Afghanistan over the next 3-4 years. Do you see obstacles in the approach? Is it going too slow? Is it going, are we telegraphing certain things, and are you hoping to not see necessarily a telegraphed withdrawal at the end of that? I mean, what are some of the obstacles with the way that we're approaching this, not just what, you know, generically may be an obstacle?
Well, what we need is benchmarks, and not just one benchmark, which would be the withdrawal. What we need is a number of benchmarks that create that would lead to the success. So the benchmark could be the Afghan security forces having what it needs in terms of air power, in terms of surveillance equipment, and others that would be necessary for it to contain the war on their own. It would also be the trainings that are necessary for them to be able to do so. It will also be the economy, the Afghan economy being on getting to a point where it would be able to pay, where Afghanistan would be able to pay for itself. Then, if we have a series of benchmarks, we will be able to evaluate the progress that we make easier than if the only benchmark was withdrawal.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way of ending it. It's actually an academic and a realistic answer to the way forward. We have to stop right there and give the floor back to New America. But thank you, sir, for your comments. We really appreciate it. If we can have a
Thank you, Yanni, for having us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to welcome to the stage another group of experts that will answer a very timely question of what are the future costs of today's wars, led by Daniel Rothenberg, who co-directs the Center on the Future of War at Arizona State University in New America.
Whoa. This is a deep seat.
So our panel, this panel is called Moral Injury, What Are the Future Costs of Today's Wars? So I'm not sure how many are here are familiar with this term, but there's a relatively new term, moral injury, that's now become a part of public discourse about wars, the impact of wars, the way in which people experience war. To a large degree, it's stepping into a space that it plays a role in you can compare it to the commonly used term PTSD. So we've now come to a place where PTSD is used all over the place. It's widely referenced. There's this new term, moral injury, and the question is, what is this term? What sort of work does this new term do? What does it allow us to understand and speak about that is worthwhile? So we're gonna ask this question sort of to everybody on this panel. All the bios, as you know, are in the program. We'll start with David Wood. David has called moral injury the signature wound of the post-9/11 wars. And so what do you mean by that, and what is the value and use of this term moral injury?
Right. So this is suddenly important. We had General Milley this morning talking about having to prepare soldiers to make ethical decisions very, very quickly. That's exactly what we're talking about with moral injury. So I think I could best explain the idea of moral injury by telling you a quick story about a Marine named Nick Rudolph, who was 22, second combat tour in Afghanistan, in a bad firefight outside of Marja. At some point he saw somebody coming around the corner of a building, shooting at him and his fellow Marines with a semi-automatic rifle, and he got that person in his sights and realized it's like a 12-year-old kid, and shot him dead. So that's what the military calls a good kill, right? I mean, he's a combatant, doesn't say anything in the Geneva Conventions about how old a combatant can be or not be. Nick is protecting the people he loved most in the world, his fellow Marines, so good to go on that score. But he killed a child, you know, and when he comes home, he's a person who kills a child, and he asked me, you know, what kind of person kills a child? Those are his words, by the way. So there's a moral injury, very distinct from PTSD, which is fear-based. It's an inappropriate activation of the fight or flight syndrome, and I know lots of guys who have it, and there's a whole spectrum of symptoms and problems that they deal with. So PTSD is real, but I think everybody who goes into war, and especially the wars we are fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria, comes back with some kind of moral injury, which is defined in academic terms as a violation of your sense of what's right. So for Nick Rudolph, killing a child, that wasn't right. One of the difficulties in having military people wade into ethical situations is that they go with a really powerful sense of what's right. And this is stuff that we grow up with, but it's also those values that the military lays on top of those. And one of the most powerful ones is you're responsible for your buddy no matter what, right? Does that mean killing a child? Yes, it does. You know, and that's one of the things that Nick Rudolph worries about. Pardon me. Here's why it's important, because increasingly, as General Milley said this morning, we're going to be sending people into combat into increasingly difficult ethical situations, like do you kill a child or not? And this is good, and we don't prepare kids like Nick Rudolph. He'd never heard of moral injury. It never occurred to him that he might be facing a child who's shooting at him and what to do. Never had a discussion about that. So we got a job ahead of us. Number one, recognize moral injury, try to better define it. And number two, better prepare our combatants who we're sending into these very, very difficult ethical situations where you have to make a life-changing decision in a split second.
So David, by the way, has won a Pulitzer Prize for a series on moral injury and also has a new book on the subject. Tom Frame from University of New South Wales. So you've also written a book about moral injury, and what do you see as the value of this term for helping to refocus our attention on the impact and cost of war?
Well, you mentioned PTSD previously as being pervasive, and so I was encountering people at the Defence Force Academy where I work who said, PTSD, that isn't me, but I know that I have some kind of inner wound that is not properly dealt with by what they're offering me in responses to PTSD. We've moved towards the view that moral injury is a consequence of a disordered personal narrative that's reflected in, very often, a disabled moral compass, which may take the form of, I'm not sure anymore there's right and wrong, or I'm willing to contemplate doing things now that previously I wouldn't have thought of because I see the world quite differently. When people join the military, I joined at 16, the story that I had when I joined was combined with the story that I was given. The difficulty is the story that people get given all the way from recruitment to remembrance is not a straight line, it's not consistent. It's usually undergirded on the proposition that the state and the soldier have a bond in as much as the soldier is a member of the state and their service is about protecting the people and property in which they have a share. The kinds of conflicts that we've talked about today are somewhat distended from, if you like, being concerned about the sovereign territory, say, of Australia. It's people, it's offshore waters. We are sending people to places and trying to convince them that this at some point will serve Australia's national interest. It will protect the Australian people when they may be in different places and think this isn't true at all. Or they hear the political narrative, which for our country is, we're doing this because we're America's ally. And people thought I thought, to defend Australia, its sovereign interests and people, yet I'm doing this and I can't see how this particular thing I'm doing then relates to what I thought was the bond that I had, the duty that I wanted to reflect in my service in joining the Australian Defence Force. So we believe that there was some scope to talk about other kinds of unseen wounds that people take. For me, as a personal experience, 30 years ago, I was in a ship and we fished body parts out of the South China Sea. They were probably Vietnamese who were on their way as refugees from Vietnam to Australia. I remember we gathered all the body parts up, and that was bad enough. We took them to the nearest Southeast Asian port, and the response was, "Why did you bring that rubbish here?" And I remember at the time, and if I close my eyes, I can almost be reduced to tears of thinking, what kind of world do I live in when human remains are being treated like this? So what remains with me now 30 years on is not that I saw body parts in the water because the sharks hadn't taken the bits that we had recovered. It was that we lived in a world where people were treated like this, and we tried to take them back out and give them some sort of farewell in the seas from which they'd come. But I just felt somehow damaged inside by that. And so I think the experience we need to think of in moral injury is not just necessarily in combat, but for everything that uniformed people do, which is humanitarian aid, disaster relief, it could be convoy escort work, it could be stabilisation missions, all of those kind of things where they think this is the right thing to do, but the rules of engagement either required me to do the wrong thing or precluded me from doing something as a human being I felt that I should have done. And I think David is right. The future cost is a disruption to the morale of a country sending people, and plainly the veterans' bill for many of these conflicts can be as great as the cost of the operation itself. And the problem, if people are young, is not, oh, this is going to be 2-3 years. If they're only in their 20s and they live till their 80s, we have a 60-year liability to help these people recover from whatever they may have seen. And in our case, for instance, we sent people to Bali after the Bali bombings, and my closest friend, his job was to look after the morgue. So there's two things, what he saw of the body parts, but also taking people through, and it's their reactions to what they saw. What kind of world do we live in where human beings can inflict this one upon the other? So I do think this is an urgent subject for us all, and particularly for our three nations represented here this afternoon.
Thanks. Professor Andrea Elner up here from King's College London. So the same basic question, what's the value of launching onto the world this term moral injury?
I came to the whole question of moral injury through a book I co-edited and to which I contributed a chapter in the conclusions on selective conscientious objection a few years back. And what I found, and so I looked at particularly US war resistors, and what I found very poignant about them was that many of them had very serious clashes of their own morality with what they experienced in Afghanistan and Iraq, and particularly in Iraq first, and then Afghanistan as well. And I wondered whether there's anything intrinsic to the kinds of conflicts that I was talking about and they had been deployed into, or whether it is a conflict inherent thing. But I think there is clearly a long history of moral conflicts, ethical dilemmas that combatants have to go through and are likely to get involved on deployment and in operations. But what seemed a recurring theme, or what was one of the recurring themes, was the difficulty in distinguishing between civilians and enemy combatants. And at the same time, a rollout of ROEs at some rules of engagement at some stage, particularly in Iraq, which left the responsibility for making the decision whether to identify a person coming their way as a combatant or as a civilian trying to reconstruct Iraq, and therefore had a shovel and a bag, or maybe a mobile phone. And the moral conflict that imposed on the people in that situation could be quite extreme. So the question for me was then, well, is there anything we can do to help prevent this? I think preventing moral injury in conflict is not possible as a wholesale measure. There will always be situations where this is likely to rear its ugly head. But I think society as a whole has a responsibility in asking whether causes or reasons for going to war are legitimate. I think if the legitimacy question of a war is settled, then that is much more likely to help people at least see themselves as being able to fight a morally just cause and not feeling that they are told that they're fighting a morally just cause and they don't really quite buy into it. And the other question is, how are wars being fought so that if the war is being fought in a way which is ethically responsible? Some war resistors who went AWOL, who ended up testifying after they'd left the US armed forces, would say, well, I observed someone else do something which so totally violated my moral conscience, and I didn't know what to do about it because he was a superior officer. That's a really difficult thing to have to live with, because your military values at the same time tell you that you have a responsibility to show moral courage and integrity. And then the question of loyalty comes into play. So I do think this moral injury is a concept which invites us to really seriously think about military culture, about leadership, about ways of at least helping people alleviate or overcome moral pain before it turns into moral injury, and hopefully prepare them better for it. But the preparation is not necessarily a medical or resilience thing. I do think it has a lot to do, and as an academic I would say it has a lot to do with education at a level of engagement with philosophy which allows people to adapt their decision-making in the situation rather than having a set of rules which they are then expected to apply. And to give people in operations or on operations also the chance as a leader, through creating a command climate which allows dissent, which allows the flagging up of concerns, of worries, in order to then hopefully improve the situation. And so at the moment, well, I'm just looking at the clock, it's ticking heavily. I will now stop my academic deliberations and hand over to you.
So Ted Johnson, so as not a person who's engaged in moral injury in a scholarly fashion, but as a veteran, how does this term operate for you? Does it do any productive work? Is it useful?
Well, it is actually, because it helps me categorize experiences that didn't fit neatly anywhere else. My last job in the military, I just retired last year from the Navy, was as a speechwriter for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he would often say that we go to war with our values, something we've heard throughout today. And as has been mentioned on this panel here, we operate in the military with our values, not just go to war. I'm reminded of being in my early 20s at sea on a guided missile destroyer in the Arabian Gulf, enforcing the UN resolutions against Iraq oil smuggling and stopping merchant ships that we thought were in violation of that. In the course of these duties, we came across some fishermen or Iranians on a boat who had been stranded at sea for several days. By the time we had spotted them, they'd been floating for 3 or 4 days and had resorted to drinking seawater to stay alive, which, as you know, is one of the worst things you can absolutely do. We found them, we pulled them on board. I was the intelligence officer on board, so I had a Farsi linguist who was able to communicate with them. We gave them food, clothes, medical treatment. We even gave them ball caps from our ship. The captain asked me, young Ensign Johnson, can you get them home? And being the proactive young naval officer wanting to show his moral courage and his mettle, his expertise, I said absolutely, having no idea what the answer was. Talked to my Farsi linguist. We radioed, because I had frequencies as the intelligence officer, we radioed directly the Iranian port in Bushehr and asked them to send a tugboat. Under the cover of night, they did just that. An Iranian flag vessel pulled up next to our destroyer. We transported those men over to the ship. They were whisked away, and we felt great. One of the laws of the sea is to rescue mariners in distress, and we'd done that. 2 weeks later, we found out those men had been hung and accused of associating with the Great White Satan. So we had to tell these sailors who had, many of them for the first time had been deployed, some from, one in particular sticks with me, he had just left a pretty rough neighborhood in New York City where he'd seen a lot of his friends gunned down. He was the guy on the big eyes, the binoculars, that spotted these fishermen. So he was able to save these men, and he left the neighborhood to get away from death, and his spotting these men in some way led to their death. So these are the kinds of injuries. This isn't PTSD. This is where you felt like you were doing the exact thing you'd been trained to do, where your principles, you held true to them, and it still resulted in death. I often think, should I have lied and said, these men are asking to go to Bahrain and are claiming political asylum, knowing that maybe they would have a better chance to live? Should I have radioed a merchant tanker and put those men on that ship and made it someone else's problem, so at least their rescue wouldn't have American fingerprints on it? That may have been a better solution. But that's not what we were trained to do. We did exactly what we were trained to do. It worked perfectly, and 2 men were killed as a result. What do you call that? What do you do when there is direct tension between the lives of others and the principles that you hold dear?
So it seems clear from all of your interesting responses that the term does something. It's valuable, moral injury. You've explained reasons why. So we don't have that much time in the panel, so I'm going to ask each of you we're here in DC, it's a policy-oriented environment. In 1 minute, what policy value can we pull from the use of this term, which will no doubt become as widely deployed and used as PTSD has been? So David.
I think we have to recognize that we send people into harm's way and into incredibly difficult and complicated ethical situations, which for reasons of brain development and life experience, they're absolutely unable to resolve correctly. So military has to take account of moral injury and at least introduce the term and find ways, and there are lots of ways, there's lots of literature, read my book. There's lots of ways to prepare people to confront moral injury, and I think it's a shame that we don't do that. The other thing is that we civilians have a responsibility to the people that we send into harm's way who came back morally injured. A lot of ancient societies and even some societies today have formal rituals of cleansing and forgiveness. We don't have anything like that. We need to think about that.
Tom.
I think connecting the narrative between recruitment and remembrance so that we don't find people on operations saying, I didn't join for this, and then having come back, when they then experience remembrance, that's not what I did. There's a great deal of looseness in how we portray and picture service among those who join. And I do think there's lots of contrary messages, and connecting that with the political narrative. So here's the grand strategy. This is your place in it. This is how you advance the national interest when it's not altogether plain. Will help people have a broader context into which they can place their own, perhaps morally injurious experience.
Super fast response, maybe about something about trust, Andrea?
I will try. We have spent some time talking about the alternative reality that is often communicated to us today, and I do think civilian society has a very, very serious responsibility to hold government to account and to engage fully in the political process that leads potentially to the deployment of troops. Whether that doesn't necessarily need to be constitutionally sanctioned, as in we ask Parliament or Congress to give us the right to go to war, because not in all countries that is the case, but a full and frank and critical debate with the political side of things is quite important, I think.
And Ted, maybe do you have any thoughts about this recruitment narrative linking the way in which service is presented and the way in which it's lived?
So I think so for a long time, the Navy's catchline was global force for good, and I think that's a good thing. The issue is there is so much doctrine and regulation that governs every decision you make. So when you come up on a situation, there is a checklist that you go through on all the steps to take. In the old days of sailing, Navy commanders had latitude once they left port because there was no way to talk to them in real time. Now technology makes that quite possible, almost where the oversight becomes a burden. If commanders, I think, had more latitude in what to do in those situations where you're in sort of sticky moral territory, they can make the decision best for their crew, as long as it doesn't undercut national security interests. But that may be out of step with local theater-level regulations or ways of doing business. In the situation I mentioned, we didn't have diplomatic relations with Iran, so it was sort of figure it out, you know, but here are the things that cannot happen. And maybe we could have come to better solutions if I wasn't only constrained to either leaving these men at sea or trying to get them home. Maybe some of these things that felt like a violation of principle, if the commander had latitude, would have been acceptable and they would be alive today.
So thank you very much. It seems clear that the future of war is going to require new language and new terms, and moral injury may well be one of those. So thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Rosa Brooks, who is a New America ASU Future of War Senior Fellow, a columnist at Foreign Policy Magazine, and a professor at the Georgetown University Law Center. Welcome, Rosa.
Good afternoon. Daniel and Peter told me I was going to do a book talk in 10 minutes, and of course I said, I can't possibly do a book talk in 10 minutes. The book is so long, it will take me hours. And they said, too bad you only have 10 minutes. And I thought, well, maybe I'll just read the chapter headings out loud to you. But they said that was not a good idea either. So the book is called How Everything Became War and the Military Became Everything. It's out there somewhere if you're interested. And I'm going to try to just give you a little bit of a teaser of the book's main themes, which people say, what is the book about? Well, the title pretty much tells the story. But let me start by telling an anecdote about when I worked at the Pentagon. I was working for Michelle Flournoy when she was Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. This is towards the beginning of the Obama administration. And after a certain amount of time, I managed to convince my mother to come and have lunch with me at the Pentagon. And this was kind of a big deal because my mother dyed-in-the-wool, lefty, anti-war activist and had never set foot in the Pentagon except possibly to try to levitate it in the 1960s. So it was not, getting her over there was sort of a big deal. So she comes, she takes the metro from Alexandria, where we live, and she, comes through the visitor entrance, and we get her through security. We go up the escalators, and we're walking through the hallways, and we go past the CVS and the Market Basket and the florist shop and the chocolate shop and the bank machine and the barber shop and so forth. And suddenly my mom just stops in the middle of the corridor, and everybody's, of course, totally inconvenienced by this, and people are rushing around us, shoving us out of the way. And I said, what's the matter? And she looks around and she says, Are you telling me that the heart of American military power is a shopping mall? Well, yeah, pretty much, right? Because Pentagon, as you know, is world's largest office building. It's, I think it has, according to the Pentagon's website, 17.5 miles of corridors. 23,000 people work in the building, military and civilians, and over the years, not that surprisingly, when you have to go through layers of security to get anywhere, shops and restaurants have sprung up to cater to the needs of these 23,000 people. So the Pentagon has sort of turned into the world's largest one-stop shopping outfit. We're now at a slightly surreal point where at the Pentagon you can buy a pair of running shoes, or you can order a Marine Expeditionary Unit to patrol in the Philippines. You can, if you have a headache or something, you can go buy some Tylenol at CVS, or you can order Special Forces medics to go fight malaria in Chad. You can get a new cell phone if you lose yours, or if you're sufficiently high-ranking, you can order the NSA to monitor somebody else's cell phone. And you can buy a small chocolate sculpture of a fighter jet at the candy store. They're really cool. They taste good. Or you can order up a drone strike in Yemen or somewhere. As my friend retired Lieutenant General Dave Barno says, the Pentagon has become, the military has become sort of the world's largest one-stop shopping outfit. It's basically a super Walmart with everything under one roof. And what we've seen, I think, in the last 15 plus years, we've seen 3 successive presidential administrations who have been eager consumers of everything that the military has to offer. How did this happen? Should we care about it? Well, I think this phenomenon is both the product and the driver of some really seismic changes in how Americans and American policymakers think about war and the military, with consequent challenges both to our law and our values and to the military as an institution and our ideas of civil-military relations. Basically, we're caught in something of a vicious circle. As we have faced novel threats in the last 15 years, cyberspace, terrorism, et cetera, we have increasingly come to view each new threat through the lens of war. As we view more and more things through the lens of war, we view more and more tasks as the proper province of the military. As we do that, we also bring more and more things into the ambit of the law of war, with its much greater tolerance in the law of war for secrecy, for the use of coercion, for reduced accountability mechanisms and checks and balances. As we ask the military to take on more tasks, we need higher military budgets, which means that we have to make cuts or freeze elsewhere in the form of civilian institutions, which means that their capabilities are reduced, which means we turn to the military more and more, and then the circle just continues, obviously. And I think we're seeing this very powerfully just in the last few weeks in the debates about the Trump administration's current budget proposals. You know the old cliche, if your only tool is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If your only functioning government institution is the military, then everything starts to look kind of like a war. And if everything looks like a war, then everything looks like a job for the military. Okay, so what? Who cares? What's at stake if the boundaries around war and the military become blurry? It seems to me that almost everything is at stake, and here's why. I mean, to say something that on some level is so obvious that we almost forget it. We have in our society, and we always have, human societies have always had different rules, different moral and legal rules for war and for warriors and for peace and for civilians. In wartime, we expect and want and indeed often require that warriors kill, that they use coercive force. We don't really care very much if there is censorship or surveillance or monitoring. We're willing to detain people. We're willing to suspend our usual rules about judicial review and checks and balances. And we do that because we think of war as a temporary state of affairs. And we say, well, war is kind of an emergency. And when you have an emergency, you have to privilege the urgent needs of military objectives over rights and due process and so forth. But that's okay because wars end. They don't last forever. In peacetime, it's the opposite set of rules applies. You say you don't get to go out and kill people. If you want to detain somebody, the state has to jump through a million different hoops and so forth. So we really have almost opposite sets of rules that govern war and peace. The problem, of course, is that we now live in an era in which it's gotten increasingly hard to draw a principled distinction between what counts legally, politically, institutionally as war and what counts as peace. Think of, obviously, I mean, I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know, but when you think of whether it's globally diffused transnational terror networks made up of individuals rather than state actors, when you're looking at cyber conflict and cyber attacks, you can't have any boundaries, either in space or in time. You know, the battlefield ceases to be a geographic thing. It migrates from place to place. We no longer know what counts as a weapon. Civilian plane, a line of computer code, piece of propaganda on social media. We don't know who counts as a warrior, who's a combatant, who's a civilian. When we don't know what is a weapon and what is a war, it gets harder and harder to figure out, does that Al-Qaeda or ISIS propagandist, is that he targetable under the law of war, or is that a civilian, or is he a civilian participating indirectly in hostilities? What is a hostility? What does it mean to participate in? All of these really core concepts have gotten so blurry in the last 15 years that they've become harder and harder to apply. But the problem is, if we don't know what counts as a war or who counts as a warrior, then we don't know when to apply war rules, which say it's okay for the state to use coercive force to kill people, detain people, and so on, without a lot of checks and balances, or to apply peace rules, which say, no, it's not okay, state, you've got to do the exact opposite. And when we lose the ability to decide what counts as war and who counts as a warrior in a principled or consistent way, we lose the ability to make the most vital decisions that any democracy has to make, which is to say, which matters should appropriately be subject to judicial review and which should not. We always say, you can't have a court in the battlefield. Okay, but if you don't know what a battlefield is, how do you know when the court should be weighing in and when they shouldn't? We don't know when it's okay for the government to censor or monitor or surveil individuals, with what set of rules. We don't know when it's okay to detain people without due process, for how long, under what circumstances. We don't know ultimately who gets to live and who gets to die, right? And take something that I've written about and others at New America have written about extensively, targeted strikes, usually referred to in shorthand as drone strikes. If we believe that the targets of all US strikes are combatants in armed conflicts or civilians participating directly in hostilities, if you want to be a stickler, then a US drone strike in Yemen or Somalia or anywhere else is morally and legally identical to an American soldier on D-Day shooting at a German rushing towards him. Identical. There's no difference whatsoever. On the other hand, if we think, hey, wait a second, these seem like really different situations, and we're not so sure there's a war, or we're not so sure that this person is a combatant in a war, then these strikes are extrajudicial executions, AKA murders, and we really want to know the difference. The book, which I hope you will read, or actually you don't have to read it, you just have to buy it. The book has really two strands, and I won't talk much more about it because I'm virtually out of time, and my 10 minutes is almost up. One of the strands of the book is an institutional story about the ways in which it places strain and complicates the role of the military and all of our ideas of civil-military relations and civilian control of the military as we expand the tasks that we are assigning to the military. The other strand in the book has to do with the impact of this blurriness on law and our values. Peter and Daniel, are you here? Are we taking questions, or are we just, they've all disappeared? They've all fled the building. Look at that. That's the way it works around here. They're gone. No, okay. No questions are permitted. That's all I have to say, and I'm done. But in any case, much more to be said about the ways in which this is distorting, I think, our increasing inability to distinguish in a principled way between war and peace is distorting not only our laws and our politics, but beginning to place enormous strain on the military itself. Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you, Rosa. Up next is another panel of some brilliant individuals who will answer the question of, can we move beyond buzzwords? Can innovation actually hack the acquisition cycle? We're going to have up here Alana Breutman, who's currently the the director of New America's office in New York City and the programming we're doing up there. She was previously the deputy assistant secretary in the Office of Manufacturing and Industrial-Based Policy in the DoD, and as a senior advisor to Senator Kirsten Gillibrand from New York. We're also joined by Raj Shah, who's currently the managing partner of the Defense Innovation Unit Experimental, DIUX, which we heard about earlier. We're also joined by Jackie Space, who's a partner at BMNT. Jackie's background is in military space systems development, but her work is multidisciplinary, spanning across technology domains. We're also joined by the moderator, Stephen Rodriguez, who is a fellow in our international security program and is the founder of One Defense and is based in New York. Welcome.
Hello? Great. So I believe they're going to put a polling question up on the screen to start us off, because I don't want to bias your own perceptions of what we're about to say and cue you on. So right now, please text, what is that, 223 on this following poll, which is, which of the following Department of Defense, or which should the DoD do in order to ensure that they are best equipped to face a future adversary?
Nothing.
Awesome. A, reform the acquisition process. B, be a part of the 4% for Freedom crowd. C, both. Or D, none of the above. Okay, you can kill it. So it looks like reform wins today, and that certainly is a topic of discussion. You would think that was the only topic of discussion in the Pentagon right now: is how do we reform the Pentagon? How do we, buy things better, faster, cheaper? How do we innovate? How do we turn DoD into Google? There's all sorts of goodness there, and yet there is a separate component to the discussion, which is our simple ability to produce platforms or major military platforms. And this discussion is kind of encapsulated two different ways. One in Secretary Hagel's 2014 rollout of Force of the Future at the Reagan National Defense Forum, where he launched a number, or at least codified a number of initiatives to include the Defense Innovation Unit Experimental, and with really a focus on a soup-to-nuts reform process inside the Department of Defense that has had a number of results, some good, some that have been squashed or set aside for the time being, and we'll talk about those, the aspects of all of those. The other aspect that I want to talk about is McCain's Restoring American Power report that some of you may have read, that came out earlier this year. And in that, he describes the force that we say we want: lots of ships, lots of tanks, lots of men and women in uniform. And yet the report also goes on to say that no matter how much we desire to get to 350 ships in the Navy, in 4 years we get 59. We say we need 80, and by the way, we need 81. No matter how many men and women we would like in uniform now, the report suggested 50,000 plus. The report also highlighted that we get 8,000 a year before we start getting more Chelsea Mannings and Bo Bergdahls. We are also short, the report underscores, we are short several hundred combat aircraft. So the argument really is multifaceted, both from a reform stance as well as a rebuild stance. So here with me today to talk about these issues are, as Albert already introduced, Raj, Jackie, and Alana. And to kick things off, Raj, so you're in charge of Defense Innovation Unit Experimental, henceforth known as DIUX. And you've been there as part of the, I guess, what I call the DIUX 2.0, the kind of relaunch of the initial initiative. Tell us, how is this different from past efforts that have been aimed at reforming or enabling the acquisition process? And how are you guys unique amongst the current panoply of initiatives and organizations out there attempting to attack this problem?
Sure. Thanks, Stephen. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone. So DIUX, our mission is to access commercial technologies and get them rapidly to our men and women in uniform. There's been, I think, 78 blue ribbon panels on acquisition reform since the McNamara times. Our view at DIUX and our charter is we can't change everything, but we're going to focus and move out on the pieces that we can. So what we do is try to solve our customers' problems. And our customers are the services, the Air Force, the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the combatant commanders. We focus on capability gaps that they have and try to use some of our unique vehicles and access to non-traditional vendors to solve those problems very quickly. So there's kind of three core aspects to the methodology that we've put together. One, it's fast. Two, it's flexible. And three, it's collaborative. And I'll quickly kind of walk through that. So fast. If you're going to work with companies that normally don't do business with the government, you've got to move at the speed of business. So we, since last May, since we started 2.0, as you said, have done 21 OT contracts. Represents about $42 million of capital. The average time from solicitation to contract signing has been 78 days, which I think is still too long. Our goal is to get it below 60, and so we'll get back there. But that's at the speed where a young company can make a decision: do I want to go service JP Morgan, or do I want to solve problems for the Department of Defense? So the speed part is critical. Flexible is the other part. So from IP rights to requiring 2 sets of books or not requiring 2 sets of books, the type of contract, we kind of cut through the things that a young company, again, can't solve or handle. And then finally, collaborative, right? I think one of the biggest things, my observation coming back into government, is the separation between the operator and user and the person that's going to go buy or build that, right? So the operator says, hey, I have this need. It goes through some requirement process, sent somewhere else, and then 5 years later you get it, right? And that makes sense for certain types of products that we're going to have very long life. But if you're buying software, if the half-life of that software is shorter than the time it takes to buy it, you'll never catch up. So collaborative. We take us, we take the customer, and we take the vendor, and we literally sit around a table and negotiate what's going to be built, what's the milestone payments, how do we get what we need for the government, and as software goes, we can be flexible and continue to iterate. So those are some of the things that we do, and I'll highlight and I'll preface that everything that I've described, we have no unique authorities or powers at DIUX. These are things that are available through the entire department. We're just the first ones pioneering it.
That's great. So a lot of times when it comes to DoD engagement with the private sector, and by private sector I'm referring to companies and individuals outside the conventional defense industrial base, there's a sense that either the private sector or DoD can or should do more to enable their business or their capability, kind of like what you were talking about, Raj, enable the company to even get to the position, the starting line, to engage the Pentagon, right? The assumption, I think, sometimes is that all companies are at that starting line already, right? Some may still be in the locker room, like putting on their game uniform. Jackie, a lot of the work that you've done with Hacking for Defense and other initiatives appears to kind of get at this. We have other people in the room, like Christopher Zember, who've been involved with this as well. How do you kind of view private sector engagement with DoD, and more importantly, what can DoD do to better enable that private sector engagement?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And typically when that question is asked, you get the same response that we got in the poll today, which is it's acquisition reform. And while I think that acquisition reform is absolutely needed, there's plenty of FAR exceptions and commercially friendly contract vehicles. You've got DIUX, you've got other rapid prototyping places that use flexible contracting methods. So to me, especially because we've staked our business on this in the last 3 years, we opened up in Silicon Valley with the purpose of being able to enable this engagement between government and the private sector. DIUX is one of our clients, and we work across the DoD as well and the IC. But what I really see as a problem in terms of what's happening, and not at DIUX, I think DIUX has this right, but what I see in other places when they start doing this engagement is that it's a lack of agency on the government's part. So a government person, say a program manager, will start talking to a private company. They'll start tech scouting. And that private company then gets a signal that this person has the agency to make the decisions that need to be made for the deal to get done, or for some contract to be put in place. And they're going through the process, and this company's told, okay, you're going to have a contract in place at this time for this type of work. And that time comes, and then it slips 12 months, or it slips 15 months. And I say this because it's actually happened to us now several times, and I've seen it happen to many other companies. And the most frustrating aspect of that to a private company is that what it shows on the government's behalf is that they didn't do their homework correctly. They didn't account for the realities of their own system. Oftentimes, program managers or whoever's doing this tech scouting doesn't understand how money moves within their own organizations. And that is probably one of the most frustrating aspects of this interaction. It's something that I think DIUX gets right very well, and what Raj just talked about, and how they plan all this out before they go and actually start engaging with this private company. And so it's not necessary. It's not about, okay, we need to go do more policy. It's about how are we changing and empowering the people within the system to adopt this non-stovepiping mentality. When I was an engineer in the Air Force, I got very good at contracts. And people in my company think that I'm some kind of contracting expert and that I must have been a contracts officer when I was in the military. But I just understood contracts because I had to get things through the system. And I think we need to be encouraging people inside the government to adopt more of this mentality.
Great. So, Alana, you used to be DASD for MIB, or sorry, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Manufacturing and Industrial-Based Policy. There's a saying in the military that the enemy gets a vote. Well, so does the industrial base and the building itself. From your perspective, on a policy level, how do folks like Steve Welby, who's here, he's former ASD R&E, how do folks like him and you and your previous job, how do you guys create and craft good policy? How should the current administration craft good policy that enables both the defense reform initiatives, enterprises like Raj's, as well as these prototypes throughout their life cycle into hopefully the really good ones into a program of record or an MDAP?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. And a quick shout out because Steve Welby was indeed an amazing colleague. And Raj is doing some great things and is indeed piloting the way DoD should do its work, but he has not invented anything that wasn't there before. There are an enormous amount of exceptions. There are 2 different systems for purchasing. There's even been a piloted authority to keep a little bit of the extra savings that you might have. So things have, as Raj had said, there have been a ton of studies and laws on the books, and the last couple of NDAAs have put more laws on the books that are now making themselves felt in a new commercial purchasing handbook, which will be done sometime this summer, which is the way you can, the Pentagon can purchase using the commercial rules instead of the military rules, which are much simpler. All that is good. I continue to be concerned, though, that that won't be enough, and I'll put it down to 3 simple things, which is leadership, culture, and incentives. Because all of that has been there for such a long time, but what I've seen when I've seen it work, I've seen those three assets being brought to bear. So Special Operations Command has a reputation for being able to do procurement really, really well. I think that that's partly because they've got great leadership. I think that's partly because they have a great reputation for warfighting that lets them take risks like other people don't take risks. So we need to help our procurement corps take risks. We need to put in the right incentives. Right now, when you're a contracting officer and you're somewhere around a GS-13 or a GS-10, which is sort of a early to medium stage career person, everything is a disincentive. You make one mistake, the IG's on you. You didn't save a penny, that's a problem in your personnel file. But when you create savings, when you get something out to the field quickly, that doesn't show itself in your personnel file as easily. And it's something Eric Schmidt started to allude to a little bit in his earlier conversation. So we need to rethink some of those incentives to give people that cover. I mean, people have to do a good job. They can't be corrupt. They have to be smart. But they need the incentives to do the right things and to be risk takers. DIUX was set up to be a risk taker, but we can't just do this around the edges. As much good as Raj has done, it is pennies compared to the budget that DoD spends all the time, and that's not at all a hit on you. It's just you've got a universe to play with that is showing the way. But guess what? The whole building and all the buildings around the country can take that way as well. So the right incentives, and the incentives are not just around personnel, it's also about the flow of money. Again, I think Eric was talking about it earlier that, savings disappear. Well, Congress actually provided a tiny little pilot authority a couple years ago that would allow you to maintain some of the savings, and it's a long story as to why that didn't continue to evolve, but there's a precedent. And so that's sort of on Congress to think about extending authority for some of the funds that people may have when they're able to save, or be able to transfer between programs in an easier methodology than you have now when you have to go through all of these offices and finally get your whole package together, make sure that somebody didn't trade away your part of the package, and then it goes to Congress, and then there's another set of briefings and debates. I'm not saying no to oversight at all as a former congressional staffer. I am saying sometimes that means that it's a 12-month or a 24-month program. And then the other thing about, I don't know if you want to put it in, I guess, in culture. You have a lot of really, really dedicated people and a lot of really smart people, but a lot of them have spent their entire life in government. And that means you're not necessarily as nimble as the private sector when you're trying to negotiate, especially with the non-DIB, the commercial base, and especially the Silicon Valley, the Brooklyn Navy Yard to hearken to New York, or even Wichita, Kansas with some innovative planes that Textron had put out at no taxpayer expense. So I saw when I was there a pretty modest-sized fellowship that I think was created in the mid-90s, and it's the Secretary of Defense's fellows, and they get to go spend, I believe it's just a year or two out in the private sector, cybersecurity at a bank, or contracting for one of the defense contractors. They come back and they we all know what it's like to experience as opposed to hear in a lecture. They've experienced what it's like to do business a little differently. And then their follow-on assignments have nothing to do, at least that was my experience, have nothing to do with what they just did. And so all that knowledge dissipates. We should be doing this for a lot more people. I would love to see it for the entire procurement corps somewhere in the course of their career, and I'd love to see them have to go back. It's sort of like a payback when you get a scholarship to college, you have to stay with the company for a couple of years. I'd love to see them stay and then use that investment in their fellowship to bring about a different culture in the procurement corps. So that would be my prescription.
So let me turn this on its head. Raj, from your perspective, I mean, in my opinion, I think you guys have had pretty solid early success since last year. And I guess my question to you, following on Alana's comments, what can you attribute that early success to? And then more importantly, how do you scale or grow those early wins into Alana's domain, right? Where you start to chalk up programs of record, and then they grow on to 30-year sustainment cycles.
Yep. No, great questions, and I agree with a lot of what Alana said, and particularly around, so you asked what made us successful. I think it's those things that you highlighted, right? Leadership, we had senior level leaders in the Pentagon that supported us and candidly protected us from some of the folks more resistant to change. We were allowed to fail and experiment and try things differently. But more importantly, how do we scale, right? Because we are a rounding error of a rounding error if you look at the defense budget. I kind of view, DIUX's mission is to do agile culture change, right? So if you're going to write a big piece of software, right? So if I use a software analogy, you don't go and write all of a massive program over 5 years and then release it. You build little pieces of it and you take it out and you test it, and some things work, some things don't work. You fix bugs and you get this continual feedback that a few years in you have a great leading software package. I feel that's our mission at DIUX, to do culture change. Right? We are never going to be the acquisition arm of the department. We're not the R&D arm of the department. We have existing structures to do that. I think our job is to try new things, and on a low-cost basis, the things that work, we can scale. The things that don't work, it was a great experiment, it didn't work, we can, at a very, without wasting a lot of time and money, remove it. So, what kind of changes do I mean by that? So incentives, right, and incentives for agility, right? So the way we structure our team, we track how long these things take, and we incentivize folks that are able to move it through the system faster. What of those can now be scaled? The entire OT system is, again, not exclusive to us. So we wrote a guide on the website. Anybody can go and download it on how do you do a commercial style OT. And there are now other established groups, procurement officers and groups within the department that are starting to do this, which is great. And then, there's finally, if I think about the technologies that will be very important on the battlefield of the future, things like autonomy, things like artificial intelligence. Some of the best engineers and best minds working on those are working in commercial companies that have their own markets, right? If they can better recommend a product on their website and they get a 1% growth, they will be hugely rewarded. But those same technologies have applicability to the defense world. And the department has traditionally been a monopsony buyer, right?
Yep.
But now we're a competitive buyer, and so we have to change our culture and process to achieve it. So, so long term, we experiment with things. The things that work scale. If in an ideal world, I'm nervous to put a timeline on it, but you don't need a DIUX anymore, right? Because those things have been adopted, and then we move on.
So, Jackie. Hacking for Defense and the enterprise around that and the people who support it, it's always appeared to me to be more of a movement than a particular program or a class you go through at Georgetown or Stanford or whatever. Piggybacking off some of the previous comments, how do you take that culture and the people who kind of self-select for a program like that, especially from the military side, how do you take that and grow that, whether virally or through mandate or fiat? How do you grow that across the Pentagon, or is it something that should grow across the Pentagon instead of just being in a petri dish?
Yeah, I mean, there's two versions of Hacking for Defense. For people that don't know what it is, there is a Hacking for Defense course that we taught last year at Stanford University, where we basically took national security problems, brought them through Stanford, and applied the lean startup methodology and how basically the science of innovation back to those problems, just to see what would happen. And it turned out it was a successful course. There was a group that came out of it that got venture capital funding. A number of the teams went on to get continued government funding. And now there's been other universities that have adopted this course, including Georgetown. And part of the rationale behind this is that the culture thing goes both ways, right? It's inside the government. Yes, there needs to be a culture change, and we all recognize that. But there's such a divide between government now and this new generation, the millennials, in terms of there's just no connection there unless they actually go and enlist in the military, or they go and become a government civilian. And so this is one way that we saw to provide students an opportunity to participate in national security issues using their classroom knowledge of entrepreneurship. On the other side of it, through my company, we provide Hacking for Defense for our government clients. And our rationale behind this is that there's a lot of talk about innovation, and being in Silicon Valley, what we've seen as the most interesting aspect to this is that nobody goes out and says, we're going to be innovative. They do it by what they do, right? Whatever it is they're building. But through that process, there's definitely a framework, a science behind innovation. And so we have wanted to take those same principles and basically bring them back inside the system that we think that needs it most. And so through that, we've taken the Lean Startup methodology, which basically encourages people, when they're looking to develop something, just like the entrepreneur, to be able to identify very early on the value proposition, your key partners, come up with hypotheses around what it is that you want to build, do iterative testing, and really understand the feasibility and the desirability of what it is that you're building for your users. And this is coming off the problem before that coming from acquisitions myself, we built a lot of things for a lot of money that didn't solve anybody's problems. And so we're hoping that through this process, this will impact culture and how we look to putting our dollars, our taxpayer dollars, to the things that we're building.
Great. So Alana, quickly, and then we'll go to Q&A. A lot of innovation, in fact, increasingly so, at least to the extent we're aware of it, happens outside the United States. MIBP certainly has a role to play in the CFIUS, or foreign investment review process. What are your thoughts in terms of engaging compelling foreign technology, but at the same time protecting our own IP and our own kind of supply chains as we try to be more, innovative?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. I would actually add to it, and it's the CFIUS, it's the internal investment from overseas, but also export controls, and how do we protect what we've invented. So my predecessor used to say, everything, all the best stuff used to be invented here, but that is just no longer true. And so that creates a dilemma for DoD. One is that we want to probably buy some things that are not invented here, and we can, but not we anymore, but DoD can, but it just has to go through a process where it has to get through the Defense Security Service, particularly if it needs clearances for facilities, clearances for personnel, which can be more cumbersome depending on the nation from which this company is coming. We also have the issue that there are some amazing things being done by US companies, but with two problems. One is DoD is no longer the largest buyer, so if they're going to sell to DoD, they run the risk of being prevented, because they're in a classified setting, for example, from then exporting that. And there's also the broader risk of export controls stymieing their growth. And often, even some fairly modest-sized companies are using engineers from abroad, or they have their manufacturing abroad, and so that creates all kinds of classification and export control issues. And that is something DoD, I think, has to really grapple with. It's not a DoD-only issue. The State Department has a huge role to play, the Commerce Department. The Obama administration actually did a great deal in terms of updating the export control rules. But things move so quickly that certainly around software and hardware and certain types of, like infrared or certain other types of very specified technologies, I think those export control rules have to be constantly updated, because there is so much happening overseas that either we're going to want to buy or we're going to not want to prevent our companies from selling abroad, because they're no longer so far ahead of the curve that it makes sense to stymie their commercial development. But back to CFIUS really quickly, it's also very interesting as an issue, because I was in those CFIUS conversations and case decisions, which I can't talk about here. But what I will say is they were becoming more and more complex. People think about it in terms of, oh, you're buying that wind farm next to a particular installation in Nevada, which is all public knowledge. It's all, in the front pages.
Don't forget about Smithfield.
The journal.
Yeah, that was a big deal.
Or Smithfield, but there are more and more complex kinds of cases where there are all kinds of relationships between the various stakeholders and investors, and how much say do they really have, and how much insight will they really have, and what are they buying? Will that technology that they might be buying impact so many different systems that are in our critical infrastructure and possibly a DoD-needed hardware, et cetera? And it's very, very hard to draw all those pieces, and you can't just shut off all investment. So it's becoming a much more complicated set of problems. I don't envy the people around that table now.
Boy, wouldn't it be great if we had a graphic user interface that depicted our entire industrial-based supply chain. Imagine that. So we've got a couple minutes left for questions. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. Wait for the mic to come to you. Tell us who you are, and please actually ask a question. Right there in the back.
Liam Collins from the Modern War Institute at West Point. Ilana, I'd agree with you that Special Operations Forces have been uniquely successful, and primarily because of the leadership and culture. But do they also have authorities? I mean, this isn't a question, it's leading into it, but do they have authorities that allow them to, short-circuit the process? And if that's the case, can the military, the larger military, make the changes to the innovation or the acquisition process that it needs to? Or does it require some kind of major legislative change? If you look probably in the last 75 years, probably the most significant changes from the military weren't some kind of new technology, but more of the legislative changes of the National Security Act in 1947 and Goldwater-Nichols in 1986. So do we need some kind of major legislative change, or is it something the military can do on its own in order to kind of reform this acquisition process and move beyond a 1960s PPBS system?
I'm a big believer in understanding what you need to fill once you start doing it, and there are so many authorities that are already on the books. I'd say there's a lot that can happen before you go to Congress, and then you can look for much more modest slivers of changes. Then you could explain better to Congress when you actually show specifically what you need. I don't know, Fraj, if you have a different...
Yeah, there's tons of authorities, recent from the 16 NDA, from the 17 NDA, that apply tons of flexibility, and not just outside the FAR in the OT world, but also within the FAR. Having now spent a lot of time actually reading it, there's actually quite a lot of flexibility. It's getting the cultures and the incentives right to empower contracting officers to feel like they can do that.
Can I say one thing? If you're sort of looking at this and researching this, you might want to take a look at what Cybercom is doing, because Cybercom had only recently gained some acquisition authority, and they were going to SOCOM to get their sort of advice around how to do things. So it's an interesting experiment right now.
Okay, right there up front.
Colin Clark, Breaking Defense. Ilana, and this is directed at all three of you, I think, raised the issue of incentives. But you also have the training and the length of time that an acquisitions officer actually spends in a program. The services run those for the most part. How do you get across the board change for that workforce when each service has the authority to keep fiddling as it wishes?
No, Colin, you're totally correct, if I understand you correctly, because for the long programs of record, for example, clearly requirements continue to be changed, and that's partly what drives the cost and what makes it so difficult for companies who have huge gaps in their production. So, that is partly what ATNL, I think, was meant to fix. Obviously, it didn't get all the way there, and now there's a question of, is there an ATNL in the future? But that's definitely, internal reform that needs to happen as well. And perhaps we can look at incentives for that kind of internal reform, and whether a disincentive could be created when you continue to fiddle and you have to wait for the 95% solution, but you wait for another 5 years, or you take the 80% solution, you get it out to men and women, in the field today. One other thing, the labs are an amazing resource. The labs know more or less what's going on. They're a great way to just put a check on, hey, does something already exist? Do we really need to reinvent this? Or can we take something that exists and maybe slap on some classified equipment or something that hasn't existed yet, but not invent the entire thing?
One of the things I've noticed working across contracts organizations is that the ones that are reimbursable, meaning that, and I think GSA does this. There's other organizations that do this, but basically their salaries are actually tied to how many contracts were let through their shop, versus a case where if you did 1 or if you did 50, you're going to get paid the same exact amount of money, and I do think that there is a model that for support organizations in the government, there can be some of that, I think, incentives put in place in terms of your salary is actually tied to how much you put through the system.
I guess in the last 30 seconds, the thing I would say is it's difficult to take a one-size-fits-all approach to this and incentives. So we have processes that I would say arguably work well for buying large programs. So the way we buy an aircraft carrier should use one set of processes that are more deliberative and requirements-based. If we're going to try to build a UI system for data, that changes so rapidly that we need an alternative set of incentives and approaches.
And try not to use cost plus.
Yeah.
Small programs, yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, the next session will be how to do all this in a classified setting. So don't hold your breath. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking our panelists today.
So if you're asking yourselves, did we leave the panel that discusses perhaps the country's 2 greatest strategic threats to the end to keep you in your seats? I can neither confirm nor deny that, but nonetheless, it is my pleasure to introduce Heather Hurlbert, James Mulvannon, and Evelyn Farkas. Thank you.
No, I think
your choice.
She's going there.
So why don't we sit on the couch together?
Sit here.
Can't see.
Great. Well, while you're, while I'm getting settled, really, we have a poll question coming up with this panel, so you can get your phones out and start warming them up now. Will NATO and Russia be involved in an Article 5 related conflict in the next 5 years? You know how this works. Text your answers in now. We're gonna ask the panelists about this question. Oh. Okay, who are you rooting for?
War.
I'm Heather Hurlbert. I run the New Models of Policy Change initiative at New America, and it's my very great pleasure to be moderating your last panel of the day. We saved a really exciting, timely, and totally non-controversial topic for the end of the day. The bear and the dragon, how will US-China-Russia relations unfold? And we're really lucky to be joined by 2 extraordinary experts on this topic. And I discovered a funny little secret in the green room. They were sold to us as one China and one Russia expert. But it turns out that in past and present lives, they've both worked on both countries. So we're really in for an in-depth and comparative treat. To my immediate right, we have Dr. Evelyn Farkas, who is currently a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council, who has a distinguished career working in Washington and overseas on Russia and Europe, including most recently a stint as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. Prior to that, a stint as Senior Advisor to the Supreme Allied Commander for Europe. Further to her right, we have James Mulvenant, who is Vice President, Intelligence Division of Defense Group. And James has a long and distinguished career working on China, Chinese military, Chinese intel, although he confessed backstage that in his day-to-day work, he now supervises work on Russia as well. So you can learn lots more fun details about them in their bios in the book, but because time is ticking away, we're going to get right to asking them fun and challenging questions. So my first question for you both is that we hear a lot here in Washington about various strategies for what US policy toward Russia and China should be. But what would we be hearing if we were having this conference, Evelyn, in Moscow? How would you describe Russian strategy toward the US in the security realm at this point?
Okay, so first of all, I will just say a quick thank you to you, Heather, and to the organizers for inviting me to participate, and for the audience, I guess, for staying awake and hanging in here with us. I would say, from the Russian perspective, they are very happy to see what is happening in the United States right now. We are essentially having an internal debate with one another about a whole host of issues, including their involvement, their meddling in our elections. The Russians would like a weak United States, a weak democratic, liberal, Western democratic order, if you will, or gang, if you will. They want to be able to have maximum leverage and maximum freedom of action, first of all, in their geographic periphery, but also globally if they can. And so for them, they just mainly want a weak United States, a weak NATO, a weak European Union, just no institutions and strong countries to counter them. So that's kind of in the most simplest terms.
James, if we were sitting in Beijing right now.
Well, I mean, the advantage the Chinese always have, as we know, is that you can hold two different contradictory thoughts in your head at the same time with no cognitive dissonance. And so on the one hand, a lot of Chinese are saying and writing these days that they're perfectly comfortable with a less values-driven, more transactional foreign policy with the United States, where it's all about deal flow, it's all about people getting the best possible negotiated outcome that they can. But they're also deeply confused because they're not getting the kinds of signals from the U.S. side that allow them to actually negotiate and estimate prices rationally. You know, on one level, I think that they think this is really to their advantage because more than anything, they would like to have a more carefully defined sphere of influence where their expanding economic interests can be accommodated. A new type of great power relationship, as they like to call it. But on the other hand, they're deeply, deeply concerned that their largest trading and investment partner seems to have developed this sort of economic nationalist hostility to them. And so they're very carefully weighing what Secretary Tillerson and other people are saying during this trip.
So we've heard talk in relation to both countries of the idea of could there be grand bargains or could there be new, as you suggest, James, formalizing of a different kind of relationship between the U.S. and Russia, the U.S. and China. Is that, Evelyn, something that Moscow even actually wants?
Yes. I mean, Moscow wants to have a 19th century sphere of influence arrangement. Again, as I mentioned, is not interested in seeing multilateral institutions that can counterbalance it. So what Moscow wants, and they've proposed this, actually the previous president, President Medvedev, proposed it to President Obama, in essence, this carving up of spheres of influence. He didn't use those terms, but that's what they would like. That deal is one that is not appropriate for the United States because we believe very much in the right to sovereign states to determine their political and economic futures. And so we are not going to determine for Ukraine or Georgia, for example, what type of political system they should have and what types of economic and political affiliations they should pick. Our values, frankly speaking, and our interests do not lie in going back to the 19th century sphere of influence. We've built up the international order so that it would serve our interests, which are stability and peace and economic freedom of trade, freedom of action for us. And that's what we want to protect. So we're not interested in a big reset with Russia. There can be transactional, and we can talk about that later. There can be a transactional, more narrow reset, if you will, or deal, but no grand bargain.
So obviously, going back to the 19th century is not as an appealing slogan in the Chinese context as it is in the Russian context. We just saw, as Evelyn mentioned, Secretary Tillerson go and give some interesting signals. What is the Chinese security bargain?
Well, the Chinese, ironically, are more Westphalian than Westphalia. You know, they're very comfortable with state-centered order. And you see this, for instance, in their international strategy for internet governance, where they want to delegitimize and disenfranchise all of the non-state actors and all of the organizations that have grown up around the sort of laissez-faire U.S. model of internet governance in favor of moving it to the UN International Telecommunications Union, where their relationships with third and fourth world countries gives them the kind of leverage that they need. And so they're very comfortable in that state-centered order. And they're not very happy about some of these new trend lines and international order ideas, and they believe that they should be able to shape them by sheer economic power and force. And so very much cutting cross-grain against what the U.S. would define as the, you know, I don't want to sound Marxist here, like there's some sort of unidirectional direction of history, but what the U.S. had been strategizing about as what the 21st century was going to hold.
Wait, there's not a unidirectional direction of history? Yes. So I'm going to stick with you for a moment because you've raised this question of cross-directional or trends that cut against the overwhelming power of the state. And at both today's conference and yesterday's cyber conference, of course, we've all had a lot to say about hybrid warfare. And we have focused, for obvious reasons in the American political context, very heavily on Russia's activities in this area. But China is a player here as well. China is a player here in the elections of some of its democratic neighbors. Talk to us a little bit about China and hybrid warfare.
Well, in fact, we were recently completing work looking at Chinese military writings studying the hybrid warfare concept and looking at Ukraine and how it might be applied to scenarios that they're interested in, the South China Sea, East China Sea, and Taiwan, because the conclusion that they've drawn, and they're not wrong, is that the hybrid warfare concept appears to have stymied critical parts of the American way of war. It appears to have stayed below a threshold behind which we can't seem to figure out how to maneuver. And looking at things, you know, could they achieve their objectives in the South China Sea with cyber alone, or in East China Sea against Japan with cyber alone?
Could they?
I think one of the key differences is that despite there's a big disjuncture in China between their economic and political and military power on the one hand, and some of the critical nuanced things that the Russians have shown us. The Chinese are really quite deficient in strategic communications, crisis management. Their influence operations tend to come off as very sort of ham-handed. So you don't see that level of sophistication that you see from the Russians in their active measures efforts. So I think that's probably where it will break down, because in China they have so much trouble with controlling the narrative and leadership decision making along those lines. So
can I ask a question? Would you agree that they are less risk-taking? They're more risk-averse than the Russians?
I think they're much more risk-averse than the Russians. There have been many times in the last decade or so where the U.S. government in particular tried to coax out the Chinese leadership to accept roles commensurate with their greater economic and military power, and basically were told, not right now, or as the Chinese would say, 现在不方便, like currently inconvenient for me to do that, such as in 2008, when we invited them to take a central role in redefining the international financial order after the financial crisis. And they said, no, we're happy with watching you guys swim, thrash around in the water a little bit, but we would not like to actually help define the new order.
So Evelyn, I can't remember the last time the last time Vladimir Putin waited for an invitation, or the last time anyone invited him to do anything and he said no. How does the difference that James has just sketched out affect your thinking about what the U.S. should be doing retaliation-wise?
Well, I mean, I think that I asked him the question about risk-taking because when I think of the Kremlin and I think of Putin, what has struck me is how willing Putin has been to take on some risk. Now, I think with our current president in power, with the change of administration, they may be taking a pause because they may not need to do anything escalatory to achieve their objectives, they may be able to do it cooperatively. But I do worry about how willing the Kremlin is to go up the escalation ladder to do things that we would consider really alarming, and that the Chinese themselves wouldn't consider doing. So I am concerned that if cooperation is not in the offing, so if that invitation from Donald Trump does not materialize and there's no deal, that the Kremlin will somehow want to try to assert itself and get its way anyway. And then we will see the beginning of maybe some sort of crisis scenario. And I also worry because of the way our president reacts when he feels that he's not being respected or he's not getting a good deal. That could also lead to some sort of crisis in our relationship with Russia.
So given that something like half of our very intelligent and distinguished audience thinks that there's a reasonable chance we'll be in an Article 5 conflict in the next 5 years, what are the warning flares that each of you would look for as the things that would suggest to you that the pessimists in the audience are right?
Well, I mean, the first thing I would look for, I mean, when you study the previous hybrid warfare examples, Estonia in 2007, Georgia in 2008, and Crimea, what's remarkable about it, again, referencing what I said earlier about staying below threshold, is there's usually a cyber front end to it. That's a covert influence operation that seeks to destabilize the target environment using cyber, and then also in some cases physically destabilize it by crashing power grids and other things, which is then followed by the little green men and the sort of paramilitaries and proxies. And that is one of the ironic things for me, is that in the post-Cold War period, it's almost as if we both had a copy of the Cold War playbook, Washington and Moscow, and we tore out and threw away all the chapters except military force in the UN. And it appears that Pooty-Poot kept his copy of the chapters on covert influence operations and black propaganda and proxies and paramilitary forces. And so
and paying foreigners to work for him.
Right. And well, it's an overused
recruiting.
word, but the asymmetry between what we think is cricket and how things are supposed to be done, given how we used to also be mired in those similar type of activities, there's really this disconnect in our two strategies that appears to have favored them in terms of creating these fait accomplis like they did in eastern Ukraine.
I mean, I think the other thing that I would add that you need to look for is, first of all, what is the Kremlin saying? What are the spokespeople saying out of the Kremlin? Because they tend to actually telegraph pretty well what their concerns are. There's a lot of trial ballooning there. And then the other thing is I worry less about the green men crossing a border and more about the green men who may be citizens of the states where the trouble is being fomented. They may be ethnic Russians, they may not be, but they are clearly being supported and directed by the Kremlin. And that's the scenario I worry about a bit more.
So nothing to worry about with Beijing? With Beijing, the next 5 years are going to be fine. You can all go home.
No, it's interesting. There are some issues with Beijing that may or may not be true in Moscow, and Evelyn and I can talk about it. But one of the things you need to know about the Chinese is that it's a remarkably powerful regime built on an enormous amount of insecurity. Despite all of the things that have happened for Beijing, the quadrupling of their GDP and, being on the covers of all the magazines and in the Davos set and all the other things that go along with that, this is a regime that is still very scared of its own shadow, sees encirclement everywhere, sees subversion and conspiracy everywhere. And a perfect example of that is the group Falun Gong, which basically when it started was a bunch of grandmothers doing breathing exercises in the park. And yeah, they had some kooky ideas about aliens and wheels in your stomach and stuff like that, but they really weren't a threat to anybody. But the Chinese government so overreacted to this group because of their paranoia about internal security that they basically metastasized them into an underground organization engaged in subversive activity. And you have to keep reminding yourself about that. I can't speak to whether the Kremlin are any more confident. They appear to have...
I was about to say, actually, what you described sounds exactly like the Kremlin.
Yeah.
Insecure, feeling like they're surrounded, that they're under siege.
Right.
If I can add something to the China thing, the little green boats. I worry about the East China Sea and the South China Sea and what the Chinese learned from the Ukraine scenario. At least under our last president, you could do things incrementally and kind of get away with it.
I would call it the little white boats, because that's what they color that they paint their maritime law enforcement ships.
Right.
And so they've demilitarized the forces, the fishermen, the maritime law enforcement ships that they use, so that when our gray hulls enter the scene, it looks like we're escalating because we're having a military response to what looks like a non-military move on the Chinese part. And it immediately puts us into a box in terms of international reputation and not wanting to appear to be firing first against what appear to be non-combatants, when in fact we all know that it's being centrally directed by Beijing, and this just happens to be a more effective way of getting underneath our way of war.
So yeah, what I hear you both saying is that both of these major powers have adopted asymmetric methods, meaning again that it's very hard to make a great power comparison with a great power that won't act like a great power. Evelyn, we've talked earlier today about the announcement of a 25% cut in the Russian military budget, and how do you fit that into this picture?
Well, I think the first thing to remember is that the Russian military modernization, so that $700 billion over 10-year plan that they have to get 70% of their armed forces modernized using modern equipment, it's always been very targeted. So they can continue to target their modernization. They're not going to upgrade all their surface ships. They haven't, and they won't, probably, for the foreseeable future now. But they will continue to modernize at their own pace. They will continue to invest in the asymmetric means in their cyber commands, for example, which don't cost that much. They will certainly look for efficiencies, and then the reality is that the oil price has gone up somewhat, and any differential, anything they skim off, they'll put into their rainy day fund, and they'll keep at it.
Well, I was struck when I read the announcement to say, well, isn't that convenient that they're announcing a 25% reduction 3 days after we announced a $56 billion increase. It just seemed as much to me like a sort of strategic information operation kind of as much as an actual statement about what they were doing. I would also point out that one thing the Russians are not skimping on is modernizing all three legs of their triad. And so that really goes to the idea of how do you maintain strategic level deterrence. Whether or not they have anti-submarine surface ships is really irrelevant to that. They need to bolster the areas that really provide them with the greatest bang for the buck.
Yeah, and Putin did announce last December that they have reached the 60% mark in terms of modernizing the nuclear force.
So we're going to save the last 5 minutes for questions. I've got one or two more for you. First, you referenced, James, that both of these are very confident regimes resting on a profound amount of insecurity about the society underneath. How much should the U.S. worry about things that we do inadvertently or intentionally that inflame populations? How much are the Chinese and Russian populations a factor in whether our scenario is mostly peaceful, somewhat peaceful, or actually quite violent?
Well, the Chinese leadership is intensely focused on what's going on with their population. Leaders at every level of the system are rewarded for having their secretaries and their other aides constantly taking the temperature of local populations, particularly monitoring them on social media, so that they can get advance warning of what's going to go on. And people who fail to do that, the organization department pretty thoroughly purges them out in terms of being candidates for promotion. They're also very effective at rallying around the flag. They're very effective at othering outsiders who are preventing the realization of the China dream, as President Xi Jinping would say. And so I think a lot of the sort of half-baked ideas I've heard over the years about how to drive wedges between the leadership and the population could pretty easily, based on past practice, be turned around by the leadership to be portrayed as foreign meddling, foreign interference, foreign subversion. And we're not terribly good at it. The U.S. military has only had one successful national military deception against China in the last 20 years. It's called air-sea battle. And it's thoroughly convinced the Chinese that we had a secret war plan for defeating them in Westpac when, for a large extent, it was just PowerPoint slides. But
And I would say on Russia, I mean, the Kremlin controls the media and what the people, the general public thinks. And only the intelligentsia, the population that's educated in Moscow and St. Petersburg primarily, has access to alternative information through the internet, but they're clamping down on that as well. So I don't think Putin, and in as much as he worries, there's this weird divide between all the other rulers in Russia, all the other leaders, politicians, and Putin. And so what will happen is his corrupt buddies will do something, they'll get caught, and then Putin will fly in and say, you guys are bad, knock it off, and he'll come off like the good guy. It's a very imperial kind of model that the Russians are familiar with.
Is he wearing a shirt when he does that?
Depends where he's going and what the weather is.
Well, I don't quite know how to top that one. So, folks, okay, we've got a couple of questions. While the microphone gets to the gentleman in the yellow tie here, what does the blob get wrong about Russia and China? What are the most pernicious ideas that we in Washington have about dealing with Russia and China?
Well, I think it's, to some extent, it's this notion that the straight lining in sort of a realist power framework that says they have this much economic power, they have this much military power, they have this much diplomatic power, therefore it naturally translates into this level of influence and strategic communications and everything else. And we frankly see a fairly large chasm for the Chinese leadership being unable in some cases to translate pure market power into soft power and things that they can actually take advantage of.
And I would say the durable thing that we get wrong about Russia time and again is that you can somehow cooperate with them and ignore their perception and their interests. And also related to that, this idea that somehow we've offended them over time and that's why we can't cooperate. It's, again, you have to understand their interests and our interests and see whether there are compatibilities there. And if there aren't, then you move on. So I think, and then a second thing, which is not directly related, is they're a declining power, so we can kind of ignore them. And again, we all know, actually, throughout history, that some of the most dangerous states have been those declining or ascendant states, but the declining ones can be equally dangerous.
So we will take our audience question.
Hi, Rob Levinson, Bloomberg Government. I have a question for my friend Evelyn. Evelyn, it actually goes with what you just said. On the one hand, we've talked about Russia's strength, but you mentioned the paranoia and things that it rests upon. And economically, I think Russia's GDP is not that of Holland. They're in a demographic death spiral by some. The population continues to decline. I think I just read that the average life expectancy of a Russian male is less than that of Haiti. So does that make them actually more dangerous with this underlying severe demographic, economic problems that they have, and yet they want to play this big tough guy role in the world?
Yeah, probably, because it's this insecurity that the regime has. They know that the fundamentals are weak. I mean, economically, their structure it's this crony, mafia-style capitalism. They cannot innovate. Again, you mentioned the demographics, which also affect the economic situation. They've had a brain drain that has continued unabated over the last, in fact, maybe even accelerated over the last 5 to 10 years. And so that makes them insecure and nervous. At the same time, they're a nuclear power. They have these phenomenal asymmetric cyber and other information operation capabilities. So they can wield that to demand recognition, and that gets to the fact that they're declining. They were once a great power, and they still very much have an imperial mindset within the Kremlin, and they want the world to know that they are a global power still, that they are on par with us and all the other great powers, and they won't be ignored. And so I think it's very dangerous to pretend that we can't ignore them.
Do you want to jump in on that?
Well, the thing is that the Chinese actually have a different set of problems that sort of immiserate and weaken them, and that is that they're trapped into a rhetorical framework that no longer actually applies to their actual great power status. So things like the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, where they say, we're not going to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, we're not going to have bases abroad. Well, as we all know, one of the perks of being a great power is interfering in the internal affairs of other countries. And they're doing it all the time while righteously saying that they're not doing it. And that leads to 2 outcomes. One group of people here in D.C. say, oh, this is a gigantic strategic deception, and there's some guy stroking a white Persian cat in his lap in his floating volcano island headquarters outside of Beijing. And then other people say, well, they're incoherent, and we just can't figure out how to reconcile their stilted public strategic communications messages with what they're actually doing on the ground, and then we struggle to sort of deal with that, and those are real challenges for us.
Well, I don't think the movie that you're about to see has a guy stroking a white cat on a floating island volcano, but that might be as good a moment as any to thank the audience that toughed it out for this great panel at the end of the day, and say thank you to our guests.
So we are almost at the break, because we're going to be taking a break and then having a reception and going to a movie. I just want to urge all of you on your way out, or at least as many as there are copies, to pick up a copy of our brand new annual report delivered today called Building a New America. Now, you all should have gathered by now we're about big ideas, we're about marrying policy and technology, and we're about building a national network. We believe that there is great thinking and less partisanship beyond the Beltway. We think there really is a movement out there, people coming together, solving problems, big ideas, and getting it done. So, this is the New America National Network right now. It shows you all the places we are working now. I'd like all of you who know of great projects who fit the kind of thinking that we've been doing, or if you have come from beyond Washington, to let us know how you might plug in to the New America National Network this time next year. We want to be connected, obviously, with ASU. I'm looking at Ben Freakley nodding at me. As I said early this morning, we think that the big public universities that are doing really innovative things, those are our partners. Those are the people we're working with. There are many other partners, projects. It doesn't mean you have to become part of New America, but you become part of our national network. So pick up a copy of the annual report, read all about all the great stuff we're doing, but think about how could you be, or people you know, be part of a growing national network. Thanks very much. Now for Peter.
Thank you all for coming. There is drinks and dim sum next door. I just want, a lot of people put this together. I can't acknowledge all of them, but I want to acknowledge the people who played the key role. Albert Ford and Veronica Mooney. Steve Rodriguez, Doug Ollivant, Peter Singer, Heather Holbert, Sharon Berg, Daniel Rothenberg, and Ian Wallace. We're going to screen the film, Legion of Brothers, which is about the special forces who overthrew the Taliban in the first months after 9/11, and that screening will begin at 5:30. So get a drink, and thanks for coming.